Prologue. The campfire flickered in the heart of a forest so ancient, its trees seemed to whisper secrets to the wind. The clearing was a sanctuary, untouched by the scars of human expansion. Above, the night sky stretched wide, its stars shimmering like scattered embers, watching over the earth with quiet indifference. The air carried the scent of pine and damp earth, mingling with the faint smoke of the fire. Koda sat cross-legged before the flames, his massive frame silhouetted against the light. His fur, once dark as the depths of a mountain cave, now bore streaks of silver, a testament to the passage of countless seasons. His eyes, deep pools of knowing, reflected both the fire's glow and the weight of ages past. When Koda spoke, his voice was low and resonant, carrying the cadence of a forest stream and the strength of a mountain's foundation. It was a voice that demanded listening, not with ears, but with one's very spirit. "I remember the way it was," Koda began, his gaze fixed on the fire. "The way it used to be before the wars." The forests were alive with laughter and song, he continued, his words weaving a tapestry of the world that once was. The mountains roared with strength, and the seas whispered secrets of ages past. Every being had its place, cryptids, hominids, and even the first of the Sapiens. He paused, his massive hands resting on his knees, claws curling slightly as if to grasp the memories slipping through his mind. "We cryptids were the guardians, the keepers of balance. We did not rule, we watched. We did not conquer, we preserved. We helped." Koda's tone grew heavier, a deep sorrow resonating in each word. But the Sapiens, they were different. Their eyes saw not the beauty of the world, but what they could take from it. Their hearts burned with a hunger that could not be sated, a greed that would bring ruin to all. He turned his gaze to the darkness beyond the fire, as if seeing the ghosts of the past. "I was there when it began. I saw the first sparks of their fire. I heard the first cries of war. And I felt the earth tremble under the weight of their ambition." The world Koda described came to life in vivid detail. Towering forests stretched as far as the eye could see, their canopies alive with the songs of birds and the rustling of leaves. Rivers carved paths through the land, their waters shimmering like liquid silver under the sun. Mountains stood as silent sentinels, their peaks cloaked in mist, watching over the valleys below. Cryptids roamed freely in this paradise. Sasquatches tended to the forests, their presence a reminder of nature's strength and resilience. Water-dwelling cryptids like the Ningen guarded the depths, ensuring the rivers and seas remained pure. Fairies danced in the moonlight, their laughter a melody that carried through the air. Hominids lived among them, their lives simple and harmonious. Neanderthals hunted with respect for the creatures they shared the land with, while Denisovans built their homes in the mountains, their culture rich with wisdom passed down through generations. Homo floresiensis, the hobbits, thrived in their secluded forests, their small stature hiding a fierce spirit. But even in this harmony, there were tensions. The first Homo sapiens, emerging from their ancestral lands, began to encroach on territories long held by others. They brought with them fire, tools, and a hunger that disturbed the balance. "It was fire that marked their arrival," Koda said, his voice tinged with bitterness. "The fire they used to claim what was not theirs, to destroy what they did not understand. He described the first conflicts between Homo sapiens and Neanderthals, battles fought with crude weapons but devastating consequences. The Neanderthals, strong and resilient, were unprepared for the cunning and numbers of the Sapiens. Clans were driven from their lands, their way of life shattered. The Denisovan fared no better. In the mountains they called home, they made their last stands, their bravery unable to withstand the relentless advance of the Sapiens. Even the hobbits, hidden in their forest sanctuaries, found no refuge from the encroaching tide. The cryptids watched, their unease growing with each passing day. Whispers carried through the forests and mountains, voices of the earth itself warning of the imbalance spreading like a disease. "I felt it in the wind," Koda said, his voice dropping to a near whisper. The earth cried out in pain. The rivers ran heavy with sorrow, and I knew I could not remain silent. Koda leaned forward, the firelight casting shadows across his face. What began as a spark soon became a flame, and that flame consumed everything in its path. The sapiens' greed was a fire that could not be extinguished. He looked into the darkness beyond the fire, his expression heavy with the burden of memory. And so the wars began. The scene shifted, the campfire fading into a glowing ember as the world of the past came into focus. Forests loomed large, mountains towered, and rivers shimmered under the sun. In the distance, the first battles raged, the sounds of conflict echoing across the land. "This is the story of how it all began," Koda said, his voice a solemn promise. "And how it ended." Chapter 1: The Dawn of Greed. The sun rose over the arid plains, painting the earth with hues of gold and crimson. Homo sapiens had carved their lives into this land, their villages sprawling clusters of reed huts and animal hides. Smoke from countless fires curled into the air, a testament to their mastery over flame, the tool that had shaped their dominance. Beyond the plains, fertile valleys shimmered like a promise, lush and untouched. In the central village of the first tribes, Garin, the warlord, stood before a gathering of elders. His shoulders bore the weight of his people's survival, and his voice carried the authority of a leader who had seen the world change. Around him the council sat on worn stones, their faces hardened by years of drought, famine, and struggle. "The earth's bounty dwindles here," Garin began, his voice deep and resonant, cutting through the murmurs. "Beyond the horizon lies what we need: a land, water, and power. It is ours to take." The elders exchanged glances, their silence laden with unspoken fears. Expansion was not a new idea, but it was an idea that carried weighty risks. Yet Garin's words resonated. The plains had grown barren, game scarce, and the tribe's numbers swelled beyond what the land could sustain. One elder, Yuda, rose to speak. Her white hair gleamed like frost, and her eyes, though milky with age, carried wisdom. "To take is to invite war," she warned. "The land beyond is not empty. We do not know what lives there." Garin stepped closer, his presence magnetic. "And what of it? We are sapiens, the pinnacle of creation. If there are others, we will outthink them. If there is resistance, we will crush it. Our survival demands it." A murmur of agreement rippled through the council. The first tribes had faced adversity before and had always triumphed. Goran's conviction was their torch in the darkness, and now it would lead them beyond the boundaries of their known world. The first bands of explorers were small, numbering no more than 20 at a time. They moved like shadows, guided by the stars and the instinct to survive. Crossing rivers swollen from spring rains, they entered uncharted lands, their crude tools in hand, and their hearts filled with both fear and ambition. The plains gave way to forest, vast and towering, where the air was rich with the scent of pine and damp earth. For the first time, the Sapiens gazed upon landscapes untouched by their kind. Rivers snaked through the valleys, shimmering under the sun, and mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks crowned with snow. One explorer, a rock, knelt to touch the black soil of the forest floor. "Rich land," he murmured. "This will feed our people." His companion, Sora, raised her spear, her sharp eyes scanning the woods. "Rich, but not empty," she replied, gesturing to tracks in the mud. They were not the tracks of game, but of something bipedal, something like them, yet different. It was near a clearing that the first encounter occurred. A hunting party of Sapiens, led by Arak, spotted movement ahead. Shadows moved in the underbrush, followed by guttural sounds that sent a chill through the group. As they crept closer, they saw them. Neanderthals. Broad-shouldered and strong, the Neanderthals moved as one, their heavy brows and powerful bills a stark contrast to the wiry frames of the Sapiens. They were tending to a freshly killed stag, their tools simple but effective, their gestures calm and purposeful. "They're like us," whispered one of the Sapiens, his voice tinged with awe. "No," Arak said, his jaw tightening. "Not like us. They stand in our way." Fear turned quickly to aggression. The Sapiens attacked, their stone-tipped spears finding soft flesh. The Neanderthals roared in confusion and pain, their raw strength not enough to counter the Sapiens' calculated strikes. 3 Neanderthals fell before the rest scattered into the trees. As the Sapiens stood over the bodies, bloodied and triumphant, Arak spoke with grim determination. "We are the hunters now. They will learn to fear us." While the Sapiens pushed through forest, another group ascended into the mountains, drawn by tales of rich game and glittering stones. The climb was treacherous, the air thin and biting. But when they reached the summit, they were met with a sight that stole their breath: a Denisovan stronghold. Carved into the cliffs, the stronghold was a masterpiece of stonework. Massive pillars rose to the heavens, and terraces adorned with strange carvings overlooked the valleys below. Fires burned within, casting flickering shadows across the stone walls. "These are no mere beasts," Goran declared when the scouts returned with their tales. "They have treasures. They have resources. They will not keep them." The Denisovan were a people of the mountains, their lives shaped by the harsh terrain. They were larger than the Sapiens, their bones dense, their muscles thick. Yet their existence was peaceful, their defenses minimal. They lived in harmony with the land, their tools crafted with precision from the earth's bounty. But peace made them vulnerable. Goran ordered his warriors to prepare for conquest. The Denisovan water, their game, and their minerals were too valuable to leave untouched. The first raids were swift and brutal. Sapiens descended upon Neanderthal camps like wolves, stealing food stores and driving the survivors deeper into the forest. Though the Neanderthals fought back with raw strength, they were no match for the Sapiens' cunning. Traps were laid, ambushes executed with precision. In the mountains, a Denisovan patrol clashed with a Sapien warband in a narrow valley. The Denisovan, armed with heavy clubs and stone axes, held their ground, their physical power overwhelming. But the Sapiens adapted quickly, using their agility and numbers to flank and harry their opponents. Though the Denisovan won the skirmish, they were left shaken by the Sapiens' relentless aggression. Goran stood at the edge of a battlefield, surveying the chaos below. Smoke rose from burning Neanderthal shelters, and the air was thick with the cries of the wounded. "This is the beginning," he said to his second-in-command. "They will fall one by one, until all the land is ours." Chapter 2. Sapiens' Strategies. The flicker of flames illuminated the Homo sapiens village, a thriving hub of ingenuity and ambition. Smoke spiraled into the evening sky from forges where men and women labored, hammering sharpened stones and molding crude yet effective weapons. Children scurried between the adults, carrying bundles of reeds and pitch to feed the fires. The air hummed with purpose. At the center of the activity stood Arena, the high priestess, her form draped in robes made of intricately woven hides. Her presence commanded respect, her voice a beacon of both reverence and determination. She moved between the warriors, inspecting their weapons with a discerning eye. "These spears," she declared, holding one aloft, its tip blackened from fire hardening, "are gifts from the gods. They will pierce the hearts of our enemies and secure the lands we need." Her words sent a ripple of excitement through the crowd. Warriors nodded, gripping their weapons tightly. The Sapiens were no strangers to adversity, and their ability to adapt had carried them far. Now, under Goran's leadership and Arena's spiritual guidance, they sought to push beyond survival into dominance. A young warrior, Karok, stepped forward. "The gods speak through you, High Priestess. Tell us, when shall we strike?" Arena's gaze turned toward the horizon where the shadows of the forest loomed. "When the moon is high and the winds carry our smoke into their lungs," she said, her voice resolute. "We will strike like the fire itself, swift and consuming." Goran stood at the edge of the village, surrounded by his most trusted warriors. The glow of the fire reflected in his sharp eyes as he drew a crude map in the dirt. Stones represented Denisovan strongholds, and sticks marked Neanderthal hunting routes. "Our strength lies not in muscle but in mind," Goran began, his voice low but commanding. "They are larger, yes, stronger, but they lack what we possess, the fire of ingenuity. They fight with what they know. We fight with what we imagine." He pointed to a stone representing a Neanderthal camp. "Here, a patrol guards the main entrance. But what if we create fear? What if we light their food stores ablaze and force them into the open?" A murmur of agreement swept through the group. "Fear breaks the strongest," said one warrior. "And fire spreads faster than courage," added another. Goran's lips curled into a grim smile. "Then let them burn." The moon hung heavy in the sky as the Sapiens crept toward the Neanderthal camp. The warriors moved in silence, their forms blending with the shadows. At the rear of the group, Karok carried a bundle of smoldering reeds, the faint glow hidden beneath a covering of damp leaves. The Neanderthals' camp lay nestled in a hollow, their fire a solitary beacon against the dark. They were unaware of the danger that crept closer, their guards stationed near the outskirts, but inattentive. Goran raised his hand, signaling the warriors to spread out. Each carried a bundle of pitch-soaked reeds, ready to ignite at his command. Arena had blessed the weapons earlier, anointing them with ash and whispering prayers to the gods of war. When the moment came, Goran gave a sharp whistle, and the warriors sprang into action. Flames erupted from the reeds as they were hurled into the camp. Tents and food stores ignited in an instant, the fire consuming everything in its path. The Neanderthals roared in alarm, their powerful forms scrambling to contain the blaze. But the Sapiens were ready. From the cover of trees they launched projectiles, fire-hardened spears and jagged stones. Chaos engulfed the camp as the Neanderthals, disoriented and panicked, tried to regroup. One Neanderthal, a towering figure wielding a massive club, charged toward the tree line. Karak met him head-on, dodging a sweeping blow before driving his spear into the Neanderthal's side. The giant bellowed in pain but did not fall, swinging wildly as blood poured from the wound. Karak danced around him, striking again and again until the Neanderthal collapsed. When the battle ended, the camp lay in ruins, its inhabitants scattered or slain. Goran surveyed the scene, his expression grim. "This is only the beginning," he said. "They will retaliate, but we will be ready." Far to the north, a Denisovan clan moved through a wooded valley. They were a proud people, their massive frames built for endurance and strength. They carried packs laden with supplies, their tools and weapons meticulously crafted from the earth's bounty. But they were unprepared for the Sapiens' cunning. Goran had anticipated their route, positioning his warriors in a crescent formation along the valley's ridges. The Sapiens waited patiently, their eyes trained on the Denisovan below. At Goran's signal, fire rained down from above. The Denisovan cried out as their path was engulfed in flames, cutting off their escape. Smoke filled the air, blinding and choking them. From the trees, the Sapiens attacked. Arrows and spears rained down, striking the Denisovan as they scrambled to defend themselves. Despite their size and strength, the Denisovan were at a disadvantage. Their weapons, though formidable, could not reach the Sapiens hidden above. One Denisovan, a warrior named Varrock, managed to scale the ridge, his massive hands gripping the rocky incline. He reached the top, only to be met by Goran himself. The two clashed, Varrock's club meeting, Goran's spear in a shower of sparks. Varrock swung with the force of a falling tree, but Goran was faster. He sidestepped the blow and drove his spear into Varrock's shoulder. The Denisovan roared in pain, grabbing Goran with one massive hand and lifting him off the ground. Goran struggled, his vision swimming as Varrock's grip tightened. With a surge of strength, Goran twisted his body, driving a knife into Varrock's side. The Denisovan faltered, releasing Goran, who landed on his feet and delivered the killing blow. As the last of the Denisovan fell, the valley grew silent once more. The Sapiens emerged from their hiding places, their faces smeared with soot and blood. Arena arrived shortly after, her robes trailing through the ash. She placed a hand on Goran's shoulder. "The gods favor you," she said. "But their favor is not infinite. Be cautious, warlord." Goran nodded, though his eyes betrayed no doubt. Caution does not win wars. Word of the Sapiens' attacks spread quickly. In the mountains, the Denisovan survivors returned to their stronghold, their faces lined with fear. They gathered before Caelrun, their shaman king, who listened intently as they recounted the ambush. "They fight with fire and shadows," one survivor said, his voice trembling. "They are not like us. They are relentless." Caelrun's expression darkened. "Then we must prepare. They seek to take what is ours, but they will find no weakness here." In the forest, the Neanderthals convened under the cover of darkness. Their leaders argued fiercely, some calling for retaliation, others for retreat. "They will hunt us to extinction if we stay," said one elder. "We must move deeper into the wilderness." "And abandon our lands?" another retorted. "No, we must fight." As the debate raged on, the Sapiens continued their campaign, their tactics growing more sophisticated with each victory. The balance of power shifted, the world inching closer to the brink of war. The Homo sapiens' initial victories had emboldened them. Their confidence grew with every raid, every ambush, and every new tactic conceived in the heat of conflict. Goran's leadership became increasingly strategic, his plans tailored to exploit the weaknesses of their adversaries. It began with smoke curling into the early morning sky. A Neanderthal hunting party, numbering no more than 10, was returning to their encampment with the spoils of a successful hunt. They carried the carcasses of deer and boar over their broad shoulders, their strides purposeful and unhurried. The scent of ash in the air made them pause. One of the hunters, an elder named Thrak, frowned, his nostrils flaring. "Fire!" he growled in his guttural tongue. The group quickened their pace, their powerful legs eating up the distance. As they crested a hill, the sight below struck them like a hammer blow. Their camp, once a haven of safety and camaraderie, was a smoldering ruin. Flames licked at the remains of their huts, and black smoke billowed into the sky. The hunters charged down the hill, bellowing cries of rage and despair. But as they reached the edge of the camp, the Sapiens emerged from their hiding places, slender forms with hardened faces, armed with spears and slings. Goran stepped forward, his weapon raised. "Run if you value your lives," he called, his voice cold and commanding. The Neanderthals roared in defiance, their instinct to protect their home overriding their fear. They charged, clubs and stones in hand, their strength promising devastation. But the Sapiens were prepared. A line of warriors stood firm, their spears angled to strike. From the rear, archers launched flaming arrows into the fray, setting the ground ablaze and forcing the Neanderthals to scatter. One Neanderthal, a towering female named Agra, broke through the line, swinging her club with terrifying force. A Sapien warrior crumpled under her blow, his skull shattered. Goran himself stepped forward to confront her, his spear clashing against her club in a spray of sparks. Their duel was fierce, a clash of strength versus precision. Agra's blows were wild but powerful, forcing Goran to dodge and counter. He feinted to the left, then drove his spear into her thigh. She staggered but did not fall, roaring with pain and fury. It took 3 more warriors to bring her down, their combined efforts finally overwhelming her. As the last of the Neanderthals fled into the forest, Goran stood amidst the ashes, his chest heaving. "Let this be a warning," he said, his voice cutting through the silence. "We are the fire. Resist us, and you will burn." The Denisovan, though initially caught off guard by the Sapiens' aggression, were not a people to be underestimated. In their mountain stronghold, Caelrun, the shaman king, gathered his warriors and prepared for a counterattack. "They think us weak," Calhoun said, his voice echoing through the stone halls. "Let us show them the strength of the mountains." A force of 50 Denisovan warriors descended into the valley, their footsteps heavy and deliberate. Armed with massive clubs, axes, and shields made from thick animal hides, they moved with the confidence of those who had lived in harmony with the earth for generations. The Sapiens had established a temporary outpost in the valley, their fires burning bright against the night. Goran had underestimated the Denisovan resolve, and his warriors were unprepared for the sheer ferocity of the attack. The Denisovans struck at dawn, their battle cries shattering the morning calm. They charged into the camp, their weapons swinging with devastating force. A Sapien warrior was thrown against a tree, his body broken before he could even raise his spear. Goran rallied his forces, shouting commands as the camp descended into chaos. "Form ranks, hold the line." The Sapiens regrouped, their smaller size and agility allowing them to maneuver around the larger Denisovan. They used their spears to strike at vulnerable points, knees, sides, and necks, darting in and out of reach. But the Denisovan were relentless. One warrior, his face painted with ashen blood, lifted a Sapien over his head and hurled him into a fire pit. Another swung his axe in a wide arc, forcing 3 Sapiens to scatter. The battle raged for hours, the valley echoing with the sounds of combat. In the end, the Sapiens managed to drive the Denisovan back, but their victory came at a heavy cost. Goran stood amidst the carnage, his arm hanging limp from a wound. "They fight like beasts," he muttered to Arena, who had come to tend the wounded. "But beasts can be tamed." As the Sapiens licked their wounds, Goran devised a new plan. He called his warriors to the forest's edge, where the Denisovan had retreated. "We will not fight them in the open again," he said. "We will use the forest. Let the trees be our shields and the shadows our allies." The Sapiens prepared for another ambush. They smeared their skin with mud and ash, blending into the terrain. Using fire and smoke, they created the illusion of chaos, driving the Denisovan into a narrow ravine. When the Denisovan entered the ravine, the Sapiens attacked from above. Stones and arrows rained down, striking with deadly precision. The Denisovan tried to climb the walls, but the Sapiens were relentless, cutting them down before they could reach the top. One Denisovan, a young warrior named Eru, managed to scale the wall and engage a group of Sapiens in close combat. He fought with raw strength, his blows scattering his enemies, but he was alone, and the Sapiens quickly surrounded him. Goran himself delivered the final blow, driving his spear into Eru's chest. As the last Denisovan fell, the ravine grew silent. The Sapiens emerged victorious, their spirits bolstered by the success of their tactics. The Neanderthals and Denisovan, once dominant forces in their respective territories, now found themselves on the defensive. Their leaders convened, desperate to find a solution to the growing Sapien threat. Calhoun spoke with a heavy heart. "They are like the fire, unpredictable, consuming. We cannot fight them as we have fought before. We must find a new way." The Neanderthals, too, were at a crossroads. Some argued for retreat, others for retaliation. Their unity began to fracture, each leader prioritizing the survival of their own clan over the collective good. Meanwhile, the Sapiens celebrated their victories, unaware of the seeds of resistance that had been sown. The world was changing, and the battles to come would test the limits of their ingenuity and ambition. Chapter 3. The Cryptid Watchers. High above the forest floor, nestled within the sprawling boughs of an ancient oak, the elven council convened. The air shimmered with the faint glow of their presence, a natural luminescence that mirrored the light of the stars above. Aurora-lit, an elven elder with silvered hair cascading to her waist, stood at the center of the circle, her face calm yet marked with the weight of eons. Below them, the distant sounds of human activity could be heard, the rhythmic clanging of tools, the crackle of fire, and the occasional haunting cry of an animal. The Sapiens had been pushing deeper into the forest, and their encroachment had not gone unnoticed. "This is not our war," Aurora-lit declared, her voice as soft as a breeze yet carrying the authority of ages. "The Sapiens' hunger will burn itself out. We have endured countless ages, and we shall endure this." A murmur rippled through the council. Some nodded in agreement, their faces serene, while others exchanged uneasy glances. At the far end of the gathering, a younger elf named Fenrith stepped forward, his green eyes alight with defiance. "And what if it does not burn out?" Fenrith asked. "What if this hunger consumes not only them, but all that it touches? The trees, the rivers, the skies. Are we to sit idle while the world is swallowed whole?" Aurora-lit turned her piercing gaze toward him. "And what would you have us do, Fenrith? Reveal ourselves? Stand against them openly? The Sapiens fear what they do not understand, and their fear turns to violence. Our secrecy has kept us safe for countless generations." Fenrith hesitated, his argument faltering under her logic. But his fists clenched at his sides. Safety means little if there is nothing left to protect. Before Aurora-lit could respond, a soft hum filled the air, growing louder until it resolved into a chorus of tinkling chimes. A trail of light danced through the canopy, heralding the arrival of the fairy queen, Lysindria. She was no larger than a robin, her iridescent wings catching the moonlight as she floated into view. Behind her, a retinue of fairies buzzed in formation, their wings creating a faint melody as they hovered. Lysindria's expression was as sharp as her features, her tiny form brimming with energy. "I see your council remains as divided as ever, Aurora-lit," she said, her voice high and lilting but tinged with irritation. "And yet the forest burns while you debate." "We are not divided," Aurora-lit replied coolly. "We are cautious." "Caution," Lysindria said, landing lightly on a branch near Aurora-lit's shoulder, "has its place. But there comes a time when even the most patient river must carve through stone." The council stirred, intrigued by the fairy queen's boldness. Aurora-lit folded her hands before her, her face impassive. "And what would you propose, Lysindria? That we join forces with the cryptids and march against the Sapiens? That we wage war against a species that has already proven it will destroy itself without our intervention?" Lysindria's wings flared. "I propose nothing of the sort. The fairies will remain hidden, as we always have. But we will not ignore the threat. The Sapiens grow bolder with each passing season. If we do nothing, they will stumble into our realms, and when they do, it will not be the Sapiens who suffer the consequences." Aurora-lit arched an eyebrow. "You speak as if we are powerless. The forest is vast, its secrets buried deep. The Sapiens may venture far, but they will not find us." "And yet their fires draw closer," Lysindria countered. "Even now their hunters push beyond their borders. How long before they discover the heart of the forest?" Fenrith seized the moment to interject. "If the fairies recognize the danger, why can't we? A united front, cryptids, elves, fairies, could turn them back before it's too late." The murmurs grew louder, the council fracturing into small debates. Lysindria watched with a mixture of satisfaction and frustration. She had stirred the pot, but whether the elves would act was another matter entirely. Aurora-lit raised her hand, silencing the crowd. "We will not act rashly," she said firmly. "The Sapiens are but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of the world. We are eternal, and it is not our place to meddle in their rise or fall." Lysindria's eyes narrowed, her wings beating faster in agitation. "Eternal, perhaps," she said softly, "but eternity can wither if the roots are poisoned." With that, the fairy queen took to the air, her retinue following her in a dazzling display of light. The elves watched her departure in silence, the tension lingering like the smoke drifting from the Sapiens' fires below. As the council dispersed, Aurora-lit remained alone on her perch. The sounds of the forest enveloped her, a soothing symphony of life. Yet her mind was restless. Lysindria's words had struck a chord, though she would not admit it openly. She turned her gaze toward the horizon, where the faint glow of human settlements marred the darkness. The Sapiens were a young race, their lives brief and frantic compared to the ageless existence of her people. But their hunger was unlike anything she had seen before. It was insatiable, destructive, and blind. For the first time in centuries, doubt crept into Aurora-lit's heart. What if Fenrith and Lysindria were right? What if this was not a passing storm, but the beginning of something far more dangerous? Could the elves afford to wait and watch as they always had, while the world around them changed forever? She closed her eyes, letting the night air wash over her. "The forest has endured worse," she whispered to herself. "And it will endure this. It must." Far from the encroaching Sapiens, deep within a hidden mountain range shrouded in mist, the cryptid council convened. It was a place known only to the oldest and wisest of the cryptids, a valley ringed with jagged peaks and dotted with ancient standing stones carved with forgotten symbols. The air here seemed heavier, charged with the whispers of millennia past. Arendor, the Sasquatch elder, stood at the center of the circle. His massive form loomed over the others, fur thick and silvered with age. His deep-set eyes carried the wisdom of countless seasons, yet they flickered with unease. To his right stood Thalgris the Yeti, his white fur blending seamlessly with the snowy cliffs beyond. Unlike Arendor, Thalgris radiated a fierce intensity, his posture rigid, his hands gripping a staff of ancient ice. Around them other cryptids had gathered, hulking forest trolls, shadowy wendigos, and smaller beings that flitted between the rocks, barely visible. The Cryptid Council was a rare event, called only in times of great crisis. And though they had long avoided the affairs of the mortal world, the rise of the Sapiens had forced their hand. Arendor began, his voice a low rumble that seemed to resonate through the earth itself. "We have watched from the shadows for countless ages, letting the world above forget us. But now the Sapiens push deeper into our realms. They bring fire, blood, and hunger. We must decide. Do we act, or do we endure? Falgris stepped forward, his presence commanding. "The time for watching has passed," he growled, his voice sharp as the winds of his icy home. "The Sapiens are no longer content with their plains and valleys. They carve through forests, slay creatures they do not need, and leave the land to rot. If we wait, they will reach the mountains. They will find us." Arendor raised a massive hand, silencing the murmur that followed. "And what would you have us do, Falgris? Reveal ourselves? Engage them in open conflict? We are few, and they are many. For every warrior we lose, they will send 100 more." Falgris's icy blue eyes narrowed. "And what happens if we do nothing? Do you think they will stop at the forest? At the rivers? No. They will come here, and they will find the remnants of our kind scattered and weak. Is that what you want for your kin?" Arendor met his gaze, unflinching. "Our kind have survived worse than this. The world has turned through fire and ice, through famine and flood. The Sapiens are a moment in the great expanse of time. They will fade as all things do." A voice piped up from the shadows. "A wendigo!" its skeletal form half hidden in the gloom. "And what if they do not fade? What if their hunger grows, devouring all that we hold sacred?" The question hung in the air, a weight that even Arendor could not dismiss. To settle the debate, the council agreed to observe the Sapiens firsthand. From a ridge overlooking a wide plain, the cryptid leaders gathered in silence, their forms blending into the shadows and stone. Below them, the Sapiens were at work, their activity a stark contrast to the serenity of the land. The scene that unfolded was horrifying. The Sapiens had driven a massive herd of bison into a maze of stone formations, a trap carefully constructed to funnel the animals toward a small cliff. With shouts and fire they herded the panicked beasts, the thundering of hooves shaking the ground. At first the cryptids were impressed by the ingenuity. "They think like predators," Falgris muttered. "Efficient, precise." But as the bison reached the edge of the cliff, the slaughter began. The Sapiens hurled spears and fired arrows, cutting down the animals in droves. The air was filled with the screams of the dying, the ground slick with blood. Hundreds of bison fell, their bodies piling at the base of the cliff in a grotesque mound. Arendor's massive hands clenched into fists. "They kill beyond need," he said, his voice trembling with anger. "No creature does this, not even the hungriest of wolves." Falgris's expression darkened as he watched the Sapiens laugh and cheer, their crude tools hacking into the carcasses to claim meat and hides. But much was left behind, wasted. The smell of rot would soon fill the air. "They are not predators," Falgris said bitterly. "They are destroyers." The cryptids watched in silence as the Sapiens continued their work, their laughter and shouts echoing across the plain. For Arendor it was a moment of profound sadness. He had always believed in the balance of nature, the unspoken rules that governed all living things. But here, before his eyes, was a race that defied that balance, consuming without thought or consequence. Back in the hidden valley, the mood was grim. Arendor sat heavily on a stone slab. His shoulders slumped. "What we saw today was a warning," he said. "The Sapiens are not like the creatures we have known. Their hunger is insatiable, their actions devoid of respect for the life they take. Thalgris stood across from him, his stance rigid. "Then why do you hesitate? You saw the same thing I did. They will not stop. They cannot be reasoned with. We must act before it is too late." "And risk exposing ourselves?" Arandor countered. "If we fight them openly, we become the very monsters they fear. We invite retaliation, not just from their hunters, but from all their kind. We are not ready for that." The wendigo from before spoke again, its voice thin and cold. "Then what is your plan, Arandor? To wait and watch while they slaughter their way to our doorsteps?" Arandor rose to his full height, towering over the council. "My plan," he said slowly, "is to understand them, to learn their weaknesses and their strengths, to prepare for the day when we must act. But that day is not today." Thalgris snarled, but did not argue further. The council dissolved, its members retreating to their respective territories. But the tension lingered, a palpable reminder of the divide growing among them. Chapter 4. Koda's Awakening. The glade was quiet, the kind of stillness that carried its own voice. Shafts of sunlight filtered through the canopy above, dappled with the gentle sway of leaves. Kawachana Dakwaya, Ko-witch, Ona Dakwaya, Koda, lay on his back, his immense form blending with the moss-covered ground. His eyes, a deep and piercing amber, were half-closed, his breath steady as he listened to the heartbeat of the world. It was here, in this hidden sanctuary far from the paths of men, that Koda felt most at peace. The forest sang around him, the rustle of squirrels in the branches, the chirping of birds flitting between trees, the rhythmic hum of insects. But today the melody was discordant. A breeze swept through the glade, carrying with it a faint whisper. Koda's ears twitched. He sat up, his muscles coiled with an unspoken tension. The whisper came again, not in words but in feelings, impressions that resonated deep within him. "They are tearing at the roots of the world," the wind seemed to say. "The balance is slipping away." Koda's brow furrowed. He placed a massive hand on the ground, his fingers sinking into the earth. He closed his eyes, reaching out with senses that transcended the physical. Beneath the surface he felt the trembling of the soil, the unease of roots that had stood undisturbed for centuries. A distant image filled his mind, plains stripped bare, rivers choked with ash, and the charred remains of once vibrant forests. The pain of the earth was palpable, a deep and abiding sorrow that echoed through his very being. Koda rose to his full height, towering above the ferns and shrubs. His presence was a force of nature, at once calming and formidable. The whispers in the wind grew louder, the tremors beneath his feet more insistent. "The time has come," he murmured, his voice low and resonant. "I must act." Koda's journey began at the break of dawn. He moved through the forest with a grace that belied his immense size, his strides silent and purposeful. The wind guided him, carrying the scents and sounds of the land. The first clan he encountered lived in the shadow of a mountain, their territory marked by towering pines and jagged cliffs. Koda stepped into the clearing where they gathered, his presence immediately drawing the attention of the sentries. They froze, their dark eyes widening as they recognized him. Brother Cowichonodakwiya, one of them said, bowing his head. It has been many seasons since you walked among us. I come with grave tidings, Koda replied. The Sapiens grow bold. Their fires burn the forests. Their tools carve into the mountains. The balance is breaking. The clan's leader, a grizzled elder named Malgrin, emerged from the shadows. His fur was streaked with gray, and his movements were slow but deliberate. We have seen them, he said, his voice heavy with age. But what would you have us do? To act is to reveal ourselves. To remain hidden is to risk everything, Koda countered. The earth itself cries out. If we do nothing, there will be no forest left to hide in. The clan murmured among themselves, their fear palpable. Malgrin regarded Koda with weary eyes. We are not warriors, he said. Our kind has survived by remaining unseen and in peace. To step into the open is to invite destruction. Koda placed a hand on Malgrin's shoulder, his touch both firm and gentle. I understand your fear, old friend, but the time for hiding has passed. The Sapiens will not stop. If we do not act, they will consume everything. Malgrin was silent for a long moment, his gaze fixed on the ground. Finally he nodded. You have always been our guide, Koda. If you say the time has come, then we will stand with you. Not all clans were as receptive. In the northern reaches of the forest where the trees gave way to tundra, Koda met resistance. The leader of this clan, a burly male named Threlgar, scoffed at Koda's warnings. You ask us to risk our lives for a fight that is not ours, Threlgar said, his tone dismissive. The Sapiens are pests, nothing more. They will move on once they have taken what they want. And what if they want everything? Koda replied, his voice calm but firm. What if they leave nothing but ash and bones in their wake? Threlgar growled, his massive fists clenching. We are strong, Koda, but even we cannot stand against an endless tide. Better to let the Sapiens destroy themselves than to bring their wrath upon us. Koda shook his head, disappointment etched into his features. Strength is meaningless without purpose, Threlgar. If we do not protect the earth, who will? The meeting ended in stalemate, and Koda departed with a heavy heart. As he traveled further, he encountered similar resistance from other clans. Some feared exposure, others doubted the threat, and still others were simply unwilling to risk their lives for a cause they did not fully understand. But there were those who listened. In the misty depths of a valley, Koda found a clan led by a female named Silra, whose sharp eyes and quick mind made her a natural leader. She heard his warnings and agreed to stand with him, her voice carrying the conviction of one who had seen the destruction firsthand. We have felt the fires, she said. We have heard the screams of the trees. If this is the fight that must be fought, then we will fight it. On the night after his meeting with Silra, Koda rested beneath a great oak, its ancient branches stretching toward the heavens. He closed his eyes, seeking solace in the embrace of the earth. But instead of peace, he was swept into a vision. He stood on a desolate plain, the sky choked with ash. The ground beneath his feet was cracked and barren, devoid of life. In the distance he saw the ruins of a forest, its once majestic trees reduced to blackened stumps. The air was heavy with the stench of death. Before him a river ran red with blood, its surface choked with the bodies of animals and cryptids alike. And beyond the river he saw the Sapiens, a horde of them, their eyes hollow and their hands stained with the remnants of their conquests, their bodies and heads covered in thick red blood of the fallen in their wake. Koda turned, searching for signs of life, but found only desolation. The cryptids were gone, their realms reduced to nothing more than memories. The earth itself seemed to weep, its voice a mournful wail that pierced Koda's soul. When he awoke, his breath came in ragged gasps, his heart pounding in his chest. The vision lingered in his mind, a stark warning of what could come to pass. He rose, his resolve stronger than ever. The earth had spoken, and he would not ignore its call. The time for action had come. Koda moved with purpose, his strides carrying him through dense forests and over craggy mountain paths. The whispers of the earth guided him, the wind rustling through the trees, the streams murmuring beneath moss-covered stones. He knew where he had to go, to Arendor, the Sasquatch elder, one of the few cryptids who might truly understand the gravity of the threat. The path was treacherous, winding through ancient terrain untouched by sapiens. Koda relished the quiet, but his mind was troubled. The vision still haunted him, its vivid images of destruction etched into his memory. He could not ignore the earth's warning, nor could he face the coming storm alone. As he climbed a steep incline, he paused, his amber eyes scanning the horizon. In the valley below, he spotted a herd of deer grazing near a crystal-clear stream. For a moment he allowed himself to savor the sight, a rare moment of peace in a world that felt increasingly fragile. The wind carried a faint sound to his ears, the snap of a twig, too deliberate to be natural. Koda tensed, his instincts sharpening. He melted into the shadows of the trees, his massive form impossibly silent as he waited. From the underbrush emerged a smaller figure, another Bigfoot, though leaner and younger than Koda. The figure's dark fur bristled as it sniffed the air, its eyes scanning the clearing. Koda stepped forward, revealing himself with deliberate calm. The younger Bigfoot startled, its stance defensive. "Who are you?" it growled, its voice low and wary. "I am Kawichanadaquea," he said, his voice steady and firm. "I seek Arendor. Will you guide me?" The younger Bigfoot hesitated, then nodded. "Follow me." The Sasquatch elder's domain was deep within a forest so old that the trees themselves seemed to hum with the weight of centuries. Towering redwoods formed a natural cathedral, their branches entwined like the ribs of a great beast. In the center of a clearing sat Arendor, his immense form hunched as he carved a piece of driftwood with a shard of obsidian. Koda approached slowly, his footsteps deliberate. Arendor did not look up, but his deep voice rumbled through the clearing. "It has been many moons since you last walked this forest, Kawichanadaquea. What brings you now?" Koda inclined his head in respect. "The earth calls for us, Arendor. The sapiens threaten the balance. Their fires and tools carve into the heart of the world. We cannot remain idle." Arendor set down the carving, his dark eyes meeting Koda's. "You speak as if this is the first time mortals have pushed against the natural order. They come, they burn, they fade. Always the earth endures." Koda stepped closer, his tone firm. "This is different. I have seen it. Their hunger knows no bounds. If we do nothing, there will be no forest left to endure." Arendor sighed, his massive shoulders rising and falling. "And what would you have us do, Cowichana? Step into their world? Reveal ourselves to creatures who destroy what they do not understand? You know what happened the last time one of us interfered?" Koda's gaze did not waver. "I know the cost, but I also know the cost of silence. If we do not act, we are complicit in the destruction." To settle the debate, Arendor led Koda to a ridge overlooking a wide plain. The view stretched far, the horizon shimmering with heat. Below, a group of Sapiens was at work, their movements deliberate and methodical. "They have been here for many cycles," Arendor explained. "They drive the herds into traps, kill what they need, and move on." But as they watched, it became clear that the Sapiens were not merely hunting for survival. They had constructed a maze of rock formations, carefully designed to funnel the animals toward a small cliff. With shouts and fire, they drove a massive herd of bison into the trap. At first, the cryptids were impressed by the precision of the strategy. The Sapiens worked together with an efficiency that spoke of planning and ingenuity. But as the bison reached the cliff, the slaughter began. The Sapiens hurled spears and fired arrows, cutting down the animals with relentless speed. The air filled with the screams of the dying, the ground stained red as bodies piled upon one another. Hundreds of bison fell, their lives extinguished in a matter of moments. Koda felt a deep anger rising within him, his fists clenching at his sides. "This is not survival," he growled. "This is waste." Arendor's face was grim as he watched the Sapiens begin their work, hacking into the carcasses to strip them of meat and hides. Much of the kill was left behind, untouched, to rot in the sun. "They take more than they need," Arendor said quietly. "Always more." Koda turned to him, his voice a low rumble. "How can you watch this and do nothing? How can you believe they will simply fade away?" Arendor was silent for a long moment. Finally, he spoke. "What you see is terrible, yes. But to act openly is to risk everything. If we reveal ourselves, the Sapiens will not stop until they have hunted us to extinction." Koda's gaze burned with resolve. "And if we do nothing, we will lose everything anyway. The earth calls to us. Arendor, will you answer?" Arendor's brow furrowed, his thoughts heavy. He looked out over the plain where the Sapiens were now celebrating their slaughter. The sight filled him with a deep sorrow, but also a flicker of doubt. "You have always been a voice of reason, Cowichana," he said finally. "If the earth speaks to you, then I will not ignore its call. But I will not send my people into open conflict. If we act, we must act carefully." Koda nodded, accepting the compromise. "Caution is wise, but hesitation will cost us dearly. Gather those who are willing. The time to stand is now." Arendor extended a massive hand, clasping Koda's forearm in a gesture of solidarity. "We will stand with you, Cowichana. But know this. Once we act, there is no turning back." "There never was," Koda replied. Chapter 5. Betrayal Among Hominids. The Neanderthals' camp lay in a hollow surrounded by dense forest, a sanctuary carved from the wilderness. Smoke rose from their central fire, and the air was thick with the scent of roasted meat and damp earth. Despite the relative calm, a sense of unease lingered. The Neanderthals had faced raids from Sapiens for many seasons, their numbers dwindling and their food stores shrinking. At the center of the camp, Torvak, a towering figure with deep-set eyes and scars lining his arms, addressed his people. He was a leader forged in hardship, his charisma and strength keeping the clan together through trials that would have broken others. But now, even Torvak's voice carried the weight of desperation. "We cannot fight them alone," he said, his voice a low rumble that silenced the murmurs of the gathered Neanderthals. "Their numbers grow with each passing moon. Their tools cut deeper than our spears. Their fire burns brighter than ours." A younger Neanderthal, Rurik, stepped forward, his face contorted with anger. "You speak of surrender, Torvak. Are we to bow to those who butcher our kin?" Torvak's gaze was unyielding. "I speak of survival. The Sapiens are not like us. They are relentless, and they will not stop until they have taken everything. If we do not find a way to coexist, we will be wiped out." The crowd erupted in heated debate. Some shouted in agreement, their fear overpowering their pride, while others jeered, their anger at the Sapiens outweighing their pragmatism. Torvak raised a hand, silencing them once more. "I have made contact with their leaders," he admitted, his voice heavy. "They seek allies, not enemies. If we offer them aid, they will grant us a place among them." Rurik spat at the ground. "A place is what? Slaves? Fodder for their wars? They will betray us the moment we outlive our usefulness." Torvak's jaw tightened. "And what is the alternative? To die fighting a war we cannot win? To watch our children starve while we cling to pride? I will not lead my people to extinction." The words struck deep, and the murmurs quieted. Torvak's argument was difficult to refute. The Neanderthals had seen firsthand the devastation wrought by the Sapiens, their cunning and organization unmatched. Among the crowd, a female Neanderthal named Kalith stood silently, her hands clenched into fists. She had lost her mate and her brother to Sapien raids, and the thought of aligning with them churned her stomach. But as she looked around at the hollow eyes of the children and the haggard faces of the elders, she felt her resolve falter. Torvak stepped forward, his voice softening. "I know this is not what we want, but it is what we need. If we do this, we survive. If we do not, we vanish." The silence that followed was deafening. One by one, heads nodded in reluctant agreement. Rurik turned and stormed away, his anger a tangible force, but he did not argue further. The deal was struck. Torvak led a small group to the agreed meeting point, a clearing on the edge of Sapien territory. The Sapiens were already there, their figures lean and sharp against the firelight. At their head stood Garin, his expression a mask of calm authority. Torvak and Goran regarded each other, two leaders bound by necessity. "You've come," Garin said, his voice smooth and measured. "Good. Together we can ensure the survival of both our peoples." Torvak's eyes narrowed. "Survival, yes, but make no mistake. If you betray us, we will not fall quietly." Garin smiled faintly, the corner of his mouth twitching. "I have no intention of betrayal, friend. Your strength is valuable to us. Together we can eliminate the Denisovan and claim their resources for both our tribes." Torvok's stomach churned at the mention of the Denisovan. They were kin in a way, their shared history stretching back farther than memory. But he knew what was at stake. He forced himself to nod. "We will lead you to their stronghold," Torvok said, "but we expect your word that our place in this alliance will be honored." "You have my word," Garin replied, though his eyes betrayed nothing. The Sapiens and Neanderthals clasped forearms in a gesture of agreement, sealing a pact born of desperation and pragmatism. Under the cover of darkness, Torvok led the Sapiens to the Denisovan stronghold. The air was thick with tension, the forest around them alive with the muted sounds of nocturnal creatures. Torvok's steps were heavy, each one weighed down by the knowledge of what he was about to do. He had convinced himself this was the only way, but the guilt gnawed at him like a parasite. The Denisovan stronghold loomed ahead, a magnificent structure carved into the cliffs. Its walls bore intricate patterns, a testament to their ingenuity and harmony with the earth. Fires burned at the base of the stronghold, casting flickering light over the faces of the guards. Torvok turned to Garin, his voice low. "The path through the forest is lightly guarded. Your warriors will find little resistance there." Garin nodded, his expression unreadable. "You've done well, Torvok. Once this is over, your people will have their reward." Torvok said nothing, his gaze fixed on the stronghold. He told himself this was for his people, that the Denisovan were simply collateral in the fight for survival. But the thought offered little comfort. The Sapiens moved with practiced precision, their warriors fanning out to encircle the stronghold. Torvok watched from the shadows as they advanced, their weapons glinting in the firelight. His own warriors stayed back, their expressions uneasy. They had agreed to this plan, but their loyalty to Torvok did not erase the weight of their actions. The first attack came swiftly. Sapiens armed with flaming arrows targeted the wooden structures at the base of the cliffs, igniting them in seconds. The Denisovan responded with cries of alarm, their warriors emerging from the stronghold to confront the threat. The battle that followed was brutal. The Denisovan were powerful, their massive forms crashing through the Sapien ranks like avalanches. Their stone axes and clubs struck with devastating force, sending warriors flying like ragdolls. But the Sapiens were cunning, their strategy honed through years of conquest. They used fire to sow chaos, forcing the Denisovan into the open where they were vulnerable. From his vantage point, Torvok watched in horror as the battle unfolded. The Denisovan fought valiantly, their roars echoing through the valley, but they were outnumbered and outmaneuvered. The Sapiens' relentless assault left little room for hope. Near the heart of the battlefield, a Denisovan warrior named Jorlith stood his ground. He was a formidable figure, his stone axe cleaving through Sapien warriors with ease. But even he could not withstand the tide forever. As he turned to defend against another wave of attackers, his gaze fell upon a familiar face. Torvok! Jorlith froze, his expression shifting from fury to disbelief. "Torvok?" he said, his voice thick with confusion. "You? Why?" Torvok stepped forward, his weapon clutched tightly in his hands. "I had no choice," he said, his voice barely audible. "I did this for my people." Jorlith's eyes widened with betrayal, tears welling as realization set in. Before he could respond, a Sapien warrior lunged forward, driving a spear into his side. Jorlith staggered, his massive form collapsing to one knee. Torvok watched, paralyzed, as Jorlith's life drained away. The Denisovan reached out a trembling hand, his eyes never leaving Torvok's. There was no hatred in his gaze, only sadness. "Brother," Jorlith whispered, his voice a ghost of its former strength. His hand fell, and his body slumped to the ground. Torvok turned away, unable to bear the weight of what he had done. Far from the battlefield, Koda felt the earth's anguish. He had been resting in a secluded grove when the pain struck him, a sharp, visceral wave that left him breathless. The whispers of the forest grew frantic, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of sorrow and rage. "The Denisovan," Koda murmured, his amber eyes narrowing. "Something has happened." He rose swiftly, his massive form blending into the shadows as he moved. Guided by the earth's whispers, he traveled through the night, his pace relentless. When he reached the outskirts of the Denisovan stronghold, the scene that greeted him filled him with horror. The ground was littered with bodies, Denisovan and Sapien alike. Fires still burned, casting an eerie glow over the carnage. The scent of blood and ash hung heavy in the air. Koda stepped forward, his heart pounding as he surveyed the devastation. Among the fallen he spotted Jorlith's lifeless form. Koda knelt beside him, his massive hand gently closing the warrior's eyes. "Rest now, brother," he said softly. "Your fight is over." The earth whispered again, its voice laced with anger. Koda's expression hardened. "This is not just a war among men," he growled. "This is a war against the balance itself." The slaughter of the Denisovans sent shockwaves through the cryptid and hominid communities. News of the Neanderthals' betrayal spread quickly, sowing distrust among those who might have otherwise united against the Sapiens. Arendor, the Sasquatch elder, called an emergency gathering to discuss the implications of the betrayal. Koda stood among the cryptids, his presence a towering force of calm amidst the storm of emotions. "This act of treachery cannot go unanswered," Thalgris the Yeti growled. "The Neanderthals have aligned themselves with our enemy. They are no longer our kin." "We cannot afford more division," Arendor countered, his voice heavy with weariness. "The Sapiens are the true threat. If we turn against one another, we play into their hands." Koda stepped forward, his voice steady and firm. "The Neanderthals made their choice, but they are not beyond redemption. The Sapiens, however, have shown us their true nature. They will destroy all that they touch if we do not stop them." The cryptids murmured among themselves, their opinions divided. Some agreed with Koda, while others demanded retribution against the Neanderthals. The fractures within their ranks grew deeper, threatening to undermine any chance of a united resistance. Chapter 6. The Sacred Grove. The forest was ancient, its heart a labyrinth of towering trees and tangled undergrowth. Here, time felt slower, the air thick with the whispers of countless seasons. Every leaf, every root seemed to hum with life, a quiet yet palpable energy that connected all things within its bounds. This was the domain of the Sasquatches, a sanctuary they had protected for generations. But the sanctity of the forest was under siege. The Sapiens had ventured deeper than ever before, their movements disruptive and invasive. They trampled ferns, shattered branches, and left behind the acrid stench of smoke. It was not the cautious tread of hunters, but the heavy march of conquerors. At the edge of a sacred grove, the encroaching party of Sapiens paused. Their leader, a wiry man with a jagged scar across his cheek, raised a hand to silence the group. The grove before them was unlike anything they had seen. Massive trees with trunks wider than huts, their roots twisting into intricate patterns that seemed almost deliberate. The air here felt different, heavier, as though the forest itself was aware of their presence. "What is this place?" one of the Sapiens whispered, his voice hushed with a mixture of awe and unease. "It doesn't matter," the leader snapped. "The wood here will burn just the same as any other." The men set to work, their crude axes biting into the ancient trunks. The sound of splintering wood echoed through the grove, a jarring disruption to the natural harmony. Sap oozed from the wounds in the trees, glinting like tears in the filtered sunlight. The ground seemed to tremble faintly beneath their feet, a subtle warning ignored by the intruders. Arendor, the Sasquatch elder, watched from a distance, his massive frame blending seamlessly into the shadows of the trees. He felt the forest's pain as if it were his own, the once vibrant energy of the grove now heavy with sorrow. The destruction was not merely physical, it was an assault on the very spirit of the forest. The grove had been a sacred place for generations, a site of renewal and reverence. Here the Sasquatches would gather to honor the cycles of the earth, to listen to its wisdom, and renew their connection to its rhythms. And now it was being desecrated. Arendor's hands clenched into fists, his claws digging into his palms. He turned to the others who had gathered in the shadows, their faces etched with anger and grief. "They cut down our history," Arendor growled, his voice low and resonant. "They destroy without thought, without respect. This cannot go unanswered." The Sasquatches moved with quiet precision, their massive forms slipping through the forest like phantoms. Arendor led them, his every step deliberate and purposeful. The Sapiens had made camp near the edge of the grove, their fires crackling against the night. Arendor crouched low, his keen eyes scanning the intruders. The Sapiens laughed and joked, their voices carrying a sharpness that felt out of place in the serene forest. They had felled half a dozen of the grove's ancient trees, their massive trunks now reduced to logs ready for transport. Arendor turned to his warriors, their forms crouched in the shadows beside him. He raised a massive hand, signaling them to prepare. The Sasquatches knew the forest like they knew their own bodies, its paths and secrets woven into their very being. They would strike swiftly and without mercy, using the forest itself as their ally. Arendor's voice was barely a whisper, but it carried the weight of his command. Let them feel the wrath of the earth. The attack began with a roar that shook the night. Arendor burst from the shadows, his colossal form illuminated by the flickering firelight. He wielded a massive branch torn from the forest itself as a weapon. With a single swing, he sent two Sapiens flying, their bodies crashing into a nearby log pile. The other Sasquatches followed, their movements a blur of raw power and speed. One warrior charged through the camp, his immense arms sending tents and supplies scattering. Another ripped a tree from the ground, its roots dangling like tendrils, and hurled it into a group of fleeing Sapiens. The forest seemed to come alive with their fury. Branches snapped, leaves swirled in the chaos, and the ground itself seemed to tremble beneath the weight of the battle. The Sapiens scrambled to defend themselves, their shouts of alarm turning to screams as the Sasquatches tore through their ranks. A young Sasquatch, his fur still streaked with the lighter hues of youth, grabbed a Sapien by the arm and flung him into a tree. The man's body crumpled on impact, his spear clattering to the ground. Nearby, an older Sasquatch used his bare hands to snap another Sapien's crude axe in half before lifting the man by the waist and throwing him into the fire pit. Arendor was a force of nature, his every movement calculated and devastating. He slammed his branch into the ground, sending a shock wave that knocked 3 Sapiens off their feet. One of them, the scar-faced leader, scrambled to his feet and thrust a spear toward Arendor's chest. The spear tip grazed Arendor's side, drawing blood, but the elder barely flinched. With a roar, he grabbed the man by the throat and lifted him into the air. The Sapien clawed at Arendor's hand, his face turning purple, but the elder's grip was unrelenting. With a final growl, Arendor hurled the man into the remains of a fallen tree, the impact silencing him. As the battle raged on, the Sasquatches began to notice the toll it was taking on the forest. Flames licked at the edges of the grove, the Sapiens' fires spreading unchecked in the chaos. For every Sapien struck down, another seemed to emerge, their numbers seemingly endless. Arendor's eyes darted across the battlefield, taking in the destruction. Though they were winning, the cost was high. The once vibrant grove was now a battlefield, its sacred energy tainted by blood and fire. "We must finish this," Arendor roared to his warriors. "Protect the forest." The moment Arendor's command roared through the forest, the Sasquatches descended upon the Sapiens again with renewed vigor and with the full force of nature unleashed. The forest, ancient and alive, seemed to rally around them. Leaves swirled violently as a gust of wind swept through the grove, carrying the scent of moss and fury. Arendor led the charge, his massive form bursting from the shadows like a storm incarnate. A fire-hardened spear from a Sapien hunter arced toward him, but he swatted it aside with a colossal hand, as if it were a mere twig. With his other hand he swung his makeshift club, a massive tree branch, through the air. The sound of it connecting with flesh and bone was thunderous, the force hurling 3 Sapiens backward. Their bodies crumpled like discarded leaves against the trunk of a fallen tree. A younger Sasquatch followed close behind, his fur bristling with adrenaline. He let out a deafening roar as he grabbed a fleeing Sapien by the legs, lifting him high into the air. The man screamed, his arms flailing, but the sound was cut short as the Sasquatch slammed him into the ground with bone-shattering force. Dust rose from the impact, mixing with the blood that seeped into the earth. The Sapiens, though clearly outmatched in strength, were not without cunning. They regrouped quickly, forming a line and thrusting their spears forward in unison. The sharpened tips, hardened by fire, glinted in the firelight as they pressed toward the advancing Sasquatches. One of the warriors lunged toward Arendor, his spear aimed at the elder's chest. Arendor sidestepped with surprising agility, grabbing the spear mid-thrust. The man's eyes widened in terror as Arendor snapped the weapon in two and drove the jagged end into his shoulder. The hunter howled in pain, dropping to his knees, only to be kicked aside with enough force to send him tumbling into a nearby fire. A Sapien leader barked orders, urging his hunters to scatter and regroup. They fanned out, some climbing onto the massive fallen logs to gain higher ground, but the Sasquatches were relentless. One warrior leaped effortlessly onto a log, his massive arms swinging with devastating precision. A hunter, mid-climb, was caught off guard as the Sasquatch's blow connected with his ribs, the sound of cracking bone echoing through the grove. He fell to the ground below, lifeless. Another group of Sapiens attempted to retreat, their path winding through the dense underbrush. But the forest itself seemed to conspire against them. Vines and roots snagged at their feet, slowing their escape. A female Sasquatch, her fur dark as the shadows she moved through, emerged silently behind them. With one swift motion, she reached out and grabbed two men by their necks. Her claws dug into their flesh as she lifted them off the ground, their desperate gasps lost in the cacophony of the battle. With a guttural growl, she slammed them together before tossing their limp forms aside. Arendor was a living storm, his every movement deliberate and devastating. He uprooted a small tree with a grunt of effort, the roots dangling like tendrils as he swung it through the air. The tree connected with a group of Sapiens who had formed a defensive line, breaking their ranks with brutal efficiency. Their cries of pain and fear were swallowed by the roar of the forest. A particularly bold Sapien charged at Arendor with a makeshift club, aiming for the elder's injured side. Arendor caught the blow with his forearm, the wood splintering on impact. He snarled, the sound reverberating through the grove, and grabbed the man by the waist. Lifting him high above his head, Arendor roared again before slamming the hunter into the ground, with enough force to leave an impression in the earth. Nearby, a group of Sapiens attempted to set fire to the undergrowth, hoping to force the Sasquatches back. One warrior noticed their movements and let out a warning roar. Arendor turned, his keen eyes narrowing as he spotted the flickering flames. With a burst of speed, he charged toward the group, ignoring the sharp pain of a spear grazing his leg. He reached the fire starters just as they lit another torch. One man raised it toward Arendor, his hand trembling, but the elder was faster. He swatted the torch aside and grabbed the hunter by the arm. With a sickening crunch, Arendor crushed the man's wrist, the torch dropping to the ground. The elder swung his arm like a hammer, sending the man flying into a nearby tree. Despite their overwhelming losses, the Sapiens did not retreat. Fear mingled with desperation as they fought with a savagery born of survival. They used their small size to their advantage, darting between the massive Sasquatches and striking at exposed flanks with fire-hardened spears. A younger Sasquatch, barely into his prime, was caught off guard by a group of 3 Sapiens. They surrounded him, their spears thrusting in coordinated attacks. He batted 2 of them aside, his immense hands knocking the hunters to the ground, but the third drove his spear deep into the Sasquatch's thigh. The young warrior roared in pain, grabbing the spear and snapping it in two before crushing the man beneath his foot. But the injury slowed him, and another Sapien took the opportunity to strike, his spear finding the Sasquatch's side. Arendor saw the young warrior falter and roared in fury. He charged through the melee, scattering Sapiens like leaves in a storm. Reaching the injured Sasquatch, he grabbed 2 of the attackers by their heads and smashed them together, their skulls cracking like brittle stones. The remaining Sapien turned to flee, but Arendor hurled a broken branch after him, the makeshift weapon striking the man down. By the time the last Sapien fell, the grove was unrecognizable. The once sacred ground was littered with bodies, both Sapien and Sasquatch. The air was thick with the stench of blood and smoke, and the mournful cries of the injured echoed through the trees. Arendor stood in the center of the battlefield, his massive chest heaving. Blood seeped from a deep wound in his side, but he remained upright, his eyes scanning the devastation. Around him the surviving Sasquatches gathered, their expressions a mixture of triumph and grief. The cost of their victory was evident. Several younger warriors lay among the fallen, their lifeless forms a stark reminder of the Sapiens' growing threat. The forest itself seemed to mourn, the once vibrant energy of the grove, now heavy with sorrow. Arendor knelt beside one of the fallen, a young Sasquatch who had fought valiantly but had succumbed to his injuries. The elder placed a massive hand on the warrior's chest, bowing his head in silence. "We have won this battle," he said, his voice low and filled with resolve. "But the war has only begun." As the Sasquatches tended to their wounded and gathered their dead, Arendor issued a command. "Send word to Koda. He must know what has happened here. The Sapiens are more dangerous than we imagine." A messenger was dispatched, vanishing into the shadows of the forest. Arendor watched him go, his expression grim. The Sapiens had underestimated the strength of the Sasquatches, but the elder knew this was only the beginning. Their cunning and determination would only grow, and the cryptids would need to stand united if they hoped to preserve the balance. Chapter 7. The River Beckons. The river twisted through the land like a glistening serpent, its surface shimmering under the pale light of the moon. Its gentle currents masked a treacherous underbelly, where unseen forces waited, silent and deadly. Towering trees framed the river banks, their branches casting skeletal shadows across the water. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and moss, carrying with it a foreboding weight that seemed to press against the skin. The Sapiens moved cautiously along the forest path, their warband numbering nearly 100. The clinking of their weapons and the crunch of their boots against the forest floor broke the uneasy silence. Goran, their leader, marched at the front, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. He carried himself with a confidence born from countless battles, but even he could not shake the tension that hung in the air. Behind him, the scouts whispered nervously to one another. "The river," one muttered. "They say it's haunted, that things live beneath the surface, things that drag you under." "Enough," Goran snapped, his tone cutting through the whispers. "Superstitions will not save us. We are here to secure a path, not cower at shadows." The warband pressed on, the river growing louder as they neared its edge. It was not the rush of rapids, but a steady, rhythmic pulse, like a heartbeat. The sound seemed to echo in their ears, unnerving even the most seasoned warriors. As they reached the river bank, Goran held up a hand, signaling the group to halt. He crouched low, his fingers brushing the damp ground as he surveyed the scene. The river was wide, its dark waters reflecting the moonlight like a sheet of polished glass. To the untrained eye it looked serene, but Goran's instincts told him otherwise. He turned to his second-in-command, a wiry man named Jarek. "Send the scouts. I want eyes on the far bank." Jarek nodded, motioning to a trio of scouts who moved forward, their forms disappearing into the shadows. The warband waited in tense silence, the sound of the river filling the void. Time stretched, each moment amplifying the weight of their unease. Minutes later the scouts returned, their faces pale. "There's movement on the other side," one reported. "Shapes in the trees, but it's not human." Goran's jaw tightened. He rose to his full height, addressing the group. "We've faced worse. This is our path, and we will take it. Prepare to cross." The warriors began to assemble, their weapons clinking as they moved into formation. Torches were lit, their flickering flames casting eerie shadows across the forest. The river seemed to grow louder, its pulse quickening as if in anticipation. As the first group of sapiens stepped into the water, the mood shifted. The river, previously calm, seemed to ripple unnaturally. The warriors waded in slowly, their torches held high, their eyes darting nervously to the water's surface. The stories of water monsters and spirits whispered through their minds, each step forward an act of defiance against their own fear. "Do you feel that?" one warrior whispered to another. "The water? It's colder than it should be." "Quiet," the other hissed. "You'll spook the others." On the far bank, shadows flickered between the trees. The sapiens, who had yet to enter the water, whispered among themselves, their voices low, but laced with unease. The river seemed alive, its currents tugging gently at their boots, as if testing their resolve. Goran stood at the edge, watching the first group advance. His gaze shifted to the treetops on the other side, where faint shapes moved in the moonlight. He tightened his grip on his spear. "Stay focused," he called out. "We cross together." The further the warriors waded into the river, the stronger the sense of unease became. The water, once shallow, deepened suddenly, rising to their waist. The moonlight cast rippling patterns across the surface, but beneath it, the water was black and opaque. One of the warriors paused, his hand gripping the arm of the man beside him. "Something brushed my leg," he said, his voice trembling. "It's just the current," the other replied, though his tone lacked conviction. Moments later, another man cried out, his voice sharp and panicked. "There's something in the water." He stumbled, his torch falling into the river, its light extinguished with a hiss. Goran spun toward the commotion, his eyes narrowing. "Hold your ground," he barked. "No one turns back." But the ripples in the water were growing, spreading outward like the aftermath of a stone thrown into a still pond. The sapiens in the shallows began to murmur, their fear building into a palpable tension that rippled through the ranks. The attack began subtly, almost imperceptibly. A warrior near the center of the group stumbled, his body jerking unnaturally. He cried out, his voice strangled as he clawed at the water, his legs kicking wildly. Those closest to him reached out to help, but he was pulled under with terrifying speed, his scream cut off as the river swallowed him whole. The group erupted into chaos. Men shouted and splashed, their torches waving wildly as they searched for the unseen threat. Goran pushed forward, his voice cutting through the panic. "Form ranks! Hold together!" But the river was no longer still. The water churned, its currents swirling in unnatural patterns. More men were pulled under, their desperate struggles creating ripples that lapped against the terrified warriors. On the far bank, the shadows moved again. Shapes emerged from the trees, tall, hulking forms with broad shoulders and glinting eyes. The Denisovan. Goran's eyes widened as he realized the scope of the ambush. This was no random attack. It was coordinated. The Sapiens were trapped between the river's unseen horrors and the Denisovan looming strength. The warriors still on the riverbank hesitated, their courage faltering as the scene unfolded. The river seemed alive, its currents dragging men into its depths, while the Denisovan watched from the shadows, their presence a silent threat. Goran turned to Jarek, his expression grim. We need to move, now." But before they could regroup, the first of the Denisovans stepped into the moonlight, their forms massive and imposing. They carried heavy clubs and stone axes, their weapons gleaming with menace. With a guttural roar, one of them raised his weapon high, signaling the start of the attack. Garen's voice rang out over the chaos. "Defensive positions. Brace for impact." The Sapiens on the riverbank scrambled to form a line, their spears leveled toward the advancing cryptids. But behind them, the river continued its assault, the unseen forces beneath its surface dragging more men into the depths. The water erupted with a thunderous roar. From the depths emerged Nyxora, the water guardian. Her form was sleek and otherworldly, humanoid but covered in shimmering scales that reflected the moonlight. Her eyes glowed an eerie green, and her movements were impossibly fast. She leaped onto the nearest warrior, her claws slicing through his chest as if it were parchment. All around her, other aquatic cryptids surfaced, elongated creatures with webbed hands, jagged teeth, and bodies that writhed unnaturally. They moved as one with the river, slipping through the water and striking with precision. A warrior screamed as one of the creatures wrapped its sinewy arms around his neck, pulling him beneath the surface. His cries were muffled, replaced by the frantic bubbling of his last breath. Another was dragged backward, his torch extinguished as he disappeared into the blackness. Nyxora unleashed a piercing cry, her voice echoing across the river like a siren's song. It was both beautiful and terrifying, a sound that seemed to vibrate in the bones of all who heard it. The Sapiens faltered, their formation breaking as panic set in. From the shadows of the far bank came another roar, this one guttural and raw. The Denisovan charged from the tree line, their massive forms illuminated by the glow of moonlight. They wielded weapons forged from stone and wood, their strength evident in every swing. The first Denisovan leaped over a fallen tree, his axe raised high. He brought it down on a Sapien who had been trying to rally his comrades, the weapon cleaving through his shield and into his shoulder. The man collapsed with a choked gasp, his torch rolling into the water. More followed, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground. One warrior, his face painted with ash, swung a massive club into a group of Sapiens. The impact sent bodies flying, their screams cutting through the night. A smaller Denisovan darted through the chaos, her movements nimble and precise. She struck with a stone-tipped spear, driving it into the thigh of a Sapien who turned to flee. He stumbled, only to be finished with a brutal swing of her club. Garen, still on the bank, barked orders to his men. "Fire! Use the torches! Burn the trees if you have to!" The Sapiens regrouped, their fear giving way to desperation. Those still on land began lighting arrows and launching them into the forest. Flames spread quickly, the dry foliage catching fire with ease. The riverbank glowed with an orange hue, the shadows of combatants dancing against the trees. One of the flaming arrows struck a Denisovan in the shoulder, the fire spreading to his hair. He roared in pain, dropping his weapon and retreating into the forest. The sight emboldened the Sapiens, who pressed forward with renewed aggression. A group of Sapiens worked together to surround a lone Denisovan. They jabbed at him with spears, their movements coordinated. The Denisovan bellowed, grabbing one of the spears and snapping it in two. But as he turned to attack, another spear found its mark, piercing his side. He staggered, blood seeping from the wound, before collapsing to his knees. While the battle raged on the banks, the river continued its own carnage. Warriors who ventured too far into the water were met with swift and brutal ends. The aquatic cryptids moved with terrifying efficiency, their sleek bodies cutting through the currents like knives. One sapien, clutching a spear, tried to swim back to the shore. He gasped for breath, his legs kicking wildly. But before he could reach safety, Nyxora appeared before him, her glowing eyes locking onto his. With a single swipe of her claws, she tore the spear from his hands and plunged him beneath the surface. Another man flailed as something wrapped around his ankle, a tendril-like appendage that pulled him deeper. He screamed, his hands clawing at the water, but the river claimed him, his final breath rising as bubbles. The water turned red with blood, the once pristine river now a scene of carnage. The cries of the dying mixed with the crackle of flames and the roars of combat, creating a symphony of chaos. Amid the chaos, Arendor, the Sasquatch elder, arrived on the scene. His massive form emerged from the forest, his eyes burning with fury. He had seen the flames and heard the cries, and he wasted no time in joining the fray. With a roar that shook the air, Arendor charged into the thick of the battle. His first swing sent 3 sapiens sprawling, their bodies crumpling under the force of his branch-like club. He stomped toward a group of archers, their flaming arrows aimed at the trees. Grabbing one by the arm, he hurled the man into the river, his scream cut short as he was swallowed by the waters. The remaining archers turned their arrows on Arendor, but he moved with surprising speed, dodging their shots and closing the distance. He grabbed one by the throat, lifting him off the ground before slamming him into another. Their bodies fell in a heap, motionless. Despite their losses, the cryptids fought with relentless determination. The Denisovan worked in tandem with the Sasquatches, their combined strength overpowering even the most coordinated sapien attacks. One Denisovan tackled a sapien warrior, pinning him to the ground. With a single swing of his stone axe, he ended the man's struggles. Nearby, a Sasquatch uprooted a small tree and used it as a battering ram, scattering a group of spearmen. Nyxora, still in the river, let out another haunting cry. She and her kin continued to drag warriors into the depths, their movements swift and merciless. The river itself seemed to aid them, its currents pulling the sapiens off balance and into the waiting arms of the aquatic cryptids. By the time the battle ended, the river and its banks were unrecognizable. Flames still licked at the edges of the forest, their smoke rising into the night sky. The water ran red, the bodies of the fallen floating silently downstream. The cryptids had held their ground, but at great cost. Several Denisovan lay among the dead, their massive forms crumpled and lifeless. One of their leaders, a warrior named Kralgor, had fallen during the battle, his chest pierced by multiple spears. Nyxora emerged from the water, her form battered and bloodied. She looked around at the devastation, her expression one of sorrow and determination. "This river is sacred," she said softly, her voice carrying over the stillness. "They will not take it from us." On the Sapiens side, the losses were catastrophic. Their warband had been nearly halved, the survivors retreating with terror in their eyes. Garin, though wounded, began formulating a new plan. The river had proven to be a deadly obstacle, but he was determined to find a way across. Meanwhile, Arendor and Nyxora convened with the surviving cryptids. The battle had shown them the ferocity of the Sapiens, but it had also strengthened their resolve. They would not let the invaders claim their lands without a fight. Chapter 8. The Spark of Magic. The glade shimmered like a dream brought to life, hidden deep within the heart of an ancient forest. It was a sanctuary untouched by the chaos beyond, a place where time seemed to pause, held in the gentle embrace of eternal twilight. The air itself felt alive, carrying a faint hum of magic that resonated in the soul. Each breath tasted of dew-kissed leaves and blooming flowers, mingling with the subtle sweetness of wild honey. The trees surrounding the glade were colossal, their trunks etched with glowing runes that pulsed faintly, like the heartbeat of the forest. Their branches stretched impossibly high, creating a canopy of leaves that filtered the moonlight into soft, silver beams. Where the light touched the ground, the grass sparkled as if dusted with stardust. Fireflies danced in the air, their golden glow weaving intricate patterns that seemed to tell forgotten stories. A crystal-clear stream wound through the glade, its surface a mirror reflecting the vibrant hues of the flowers that grew along its banks. Lilies with petals as blue as the sky and orchids that seemed to shift color with each passing breeze added to the glade's ethereal beauty. Tiny creatures no larger than a thumb flitted among the blossoms. Their wings, delicate and translucent, caught the light, casting rainbows with every movement. These were the fairies, guardians of the glade, their laughter like the tinkling of bells carried on the wind. At the heart of the glade stood a great stone circle, worn smooth by centuries, but still radiating an undeniable power. It was here that the elves and fairies gathered, their forms blending seamlessly with the magic that surrounded them. The elves, knee-high beings with pointed ears and eyes that gleamed with intelligence, moved with a speed and grace that made them appear as fleeting shadows. The fairies, larger than their elven counterparts but still diminutive compared to the Sapiens, radiated an otherworldly beauty that belied their capacity for ferocity. But tonight the glade was heavy with an unspoken tension. The laughter of the fairies was absent, replaced by the quiet murmurs of concern. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting. At the center of the stone circle, two figures faced each other, their expressions a study in contrasts. Aurora-lit, the elven elder, stood tall for his kind, his slender frame adorned with robes of woven leaves and bark. His eyes, a piercing green, reflected wisdom tempered by sorrow. Beside him, Lysandria, the fairy queen, radiated an aura of raw power. Her silver hair cascaded down her back, her wings folded like a shimmering cloak. Her crimson eyes glinted with a defiance that matched the fire in her voice. "We cannot wait any longer," Aurora-lit said, his voice steady but insistent. "The Sapiens' war spreads like wildfire. Already their blades carve into the forest, their fires scorch the land. If we do not act, they will raise our glade and claim our secrets as their own." Lysandria narrowed her eyes, her voice cutting like a blade. "And what would you have us do, Aurora-lit? Reveal ourselves? Engage in their brutish conflict? We are not warriors. We are the guardians of the unseen, and our magic must not be sullied by the blood of mortals." Aurora-lit stepped closer, his gaze unwavering. "Our magic is not sacred if it is lost to the flames. The forest is dying, Lysandria. The pain of the trees echoes in my very being. Can you not feel it?" Lysandria's wings twitched, her fists clenching at her sides. "I feel it," Every felled tree, every hunted creature, I feel it. But to act in haste is to risk everything we are. Once we use our magic in battle, there is no turning back." Aerolith softened, his voice lowering. "Lysindria, if we do not protect what is ours, there will be nothing left to guard. The Sapiens will not stop until they have taken all." The Fairy Queen held his gaze for a long moment before turning away, her shoulders tense. She looked out over the glade, her crimson eyes reflecting the faint glow of the fireflies. Finally she spoke, her voice a whisper carried on the wind. "Very well, but if we are to fight, we fight with all we have. No half measures, no hesitation." The first sign of the intruders came with the sharp crack of an axe splitting wood. The sound reverberated through the glade, a jarring intrusion into the delicate harmony. Aerolith and Lysindria stiffened, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. The Sapiens were here. A scouting party, numbering a dozen, pushed through the underbrush. They were rough figures, their movements loud and clumsy compared to the grace of the glade's inhabitants. The leader, a man with a scar running down his cheek, surveyed the glade with a mixture of awe and greed. "This place," he murmured, his voice low but carrying an edge of excitement. "It's like nothing I've ever seen. The wood here must be worth a fortune." The men spread out, their axes biting into the ancient trees. Each swing felt like a blow to the heart of the glade. The creatures that lived there fled in terror, their small forms darting into the safety of the shadows. Lysindria's wings flared, her voice a hiss. "They dare defile our sanctuary." Aerolith placed a hand on her shoulder. "Not yet. Let them think they are safe." As the Sapiens continued their destruction, the elves and fairies moved silently into position. Aerolith and Lysindria stood side by side, their differences momentarily set aside. "Are you ready?" Aerolith asked. Lysindria's eyes glowed a fierce red. "They will regret stepping foot in our glade." With a nod, Aerolith raised his hand, the runes on the trees responding to his silent command. The forest came alive. Roots writhed like serpents, curling around the feet of the intruders. The trees groaned, their branches shifting to block paths and trap the men within. The fairies descended from the canopy, their delicate forms transforming into creatures of nightmares. Their claws gleamed in the moonlight, and their teeth bared in savage snarls. They struck with terrifying speed, their red eyes flashing as they tore into the intruders. The elves were a blur of movement, darting between the trees and striking with their small, razor-sharp blades. They targeted tendons and weak points, their precision disabling the Sapiens before vanishing into the shadows. The Sapiens stood no chance. Their screams echoed through the glade as the forest itself turned against them. One man swung his axe wildly, only to be dragged into the shadows by a fairy's talons. Another tried to flee but was ensnared by roots that tightened around his legs like iron chains. The leader, scar-faced and defiant, fought valiantly, his blades slashing at the attacking fairies. But even he fell, his cries silenced as Aerolith delivered the final blow. When the battle was over, the glade fell silent once more. The bodies of the Sapiens lay scattered, their blood staining the grass. The elves and fairies gathered, their expressions grim. Lysindria turned to Aerolith, her voice quiet but firm. "They will return, and next time they will come in greater numbers." Aerolith nodded, his gaze distant. "Then we must prepare. I will send word to Koda. The cryptids must unite, or we will all fall." The night was a cauldron of tension, the forest's usual hum of life silenced under the heavy march of boots. Garen's warband, armed with torches and weapons slick with oil, moved with purpose. Shadows danced malevolently across the trees, their shapes twisting into grotesque forms that seemed to leer at the intruders. The air was thick, not with the sweetness of nature, but with an oppressive stillness that set every warrior's nerves on edge. Garen, his scarred face illuminated by the flicker of flame, held up a hand to halt the advance. "We approach their sanctuary," he said, his voice low but commanding. "These creatures rely on tricks and shadows, but fire will flush them out. We will burn their illusions to ash." Behind him, the warriors murmured uneasily. The stories from the survivors of the scouting party had spread like wildfire. Of trees that moved, of creatures so fast they were nothing but blurs, and of red-eyed monsters that attacked from the dark. The men gripped their weapons tighter, their confidence forced but fragile. "Stay together," Garen barked. "We are stronger as one. They thrive on fear. Don't give them the satisfaction." The warband pressed forward, their torches lighting the path as the forest seemed to close in around them. The deeper they ventured, the more suffocating the atmosphere became. The first sign of resistance came as a low groan, almost imperceptible at first, but quickly growing into a cacophony. The trees began to shift, their branches creaking as they bent unnaturally, forming barriers that funneled the sapiens into narrow paths. Roots burst from the ground, twisting like serpents and snaring the legs of the unluckiest warriors. "Hold formation!" Garen shouted, but his voice was swallowed by the forest's growing anger. The air grew thick with magic, shimmering faintly as if the glade itself were breathing. Whispers floated through the air, soft and mocking, but growing louder with each step the Sapiens took. Faces appeared in the bark of the trees, their hollow eyes watching the intruders. Some warriors swore they saw shadowy figures darting just beyond the torchlight. "Phantoms," one man whispered, his voice shaking. "They're playing tricks on us." "They're trying to divide us," Garen snapped. "Stay together." From the shadows, the first strike came. A sapien screamed as a small, sharp blade cut into his hamstring, sending him sprawling to the ground. The warrior beside him spun, his torch searching the darkness, but there was no sign of his attacker. Another blade flashed, this time slicing the tendons in his wrist. His torch fell, and he clutched his bleeding arm, his cries echoing into the night. "They're here!" someone yelled, panic spreading through the group. The elves moved like the wind, their knee-high forms nearly invisible as they darted between the warriors. They struck with precision, aiming for joints and weak points before vanishing into the shadows. Their speed made them untouchable. Their razor-sharp blades made them lethal. A group of sapiens broke away, flailing their torches wildly in an attempt to ward off the unseen assailants. But the elves anticipated their movements, striking from behind and leaving them crumpled on the forest floor. Their laughter, soft and haunting, carried through the air like a mocking breeze. "Fight back, damn it!" Garen roared, rallying his men. "They bleed like anything else. Make them bleed." The trees above came alive with the sound of wings. The fairies descended like a storm, their delicate beauty transformed into something horrifying. Their once clear eyes now burned a vivid red. their hands elongated into talons, and their mouths bared sharp teeth that gleamed in the torchlight. They moved with terrifying speed, their wings creating a low, rhythmic hum that set teeth on edge. A sapien warrior, his spear at the ready, swung blindly as a fairy darted toward him. She dodged effortlessly, her claws raking across his face and leaving deep, bloody gashes. He staggered backward, only to be tackled by two more fairies, their teeth sinking into his throat. His screams were muffled as they dragged him into the undergrowth. Another group of fairies circled above, their forms blending with the canopy before diving toward the sapiens. One warrior managed to impale a fairy on his spear, but she clawed her way down the shaft, her talons tearing into his chest as her blood sprayed onto the ground. Goran watched in fury as his men fell, their formations crumbling under the cryptids' relentless assault. "Form a circle," he commanded. "Keep the torches high. Don't let them get close." As the sapiens regrouped, Goran took charge, directing his warriors to light more torches and create a wall of fire. The flames spread quickly, consuming the underbrush and forcing the cryptids to retreat. The magical illusions wavered, their strength faltering in the face of the inferno. Aurora-lit appeared at the edge of the clearing, his eyes blazing with anger. He raised his hands, and the forest responded. Branches twisted and lashed out, knocking torches from the sapiens' hands. Roots surged upward, forming walls to block the flames, but the fire was relentless, spreading faster than the magic could counter. Lysandria emerged beside him, her wings flaring as she let out a piercing cry. The fairies, emboldened by their queen's presence, launched another attack, but the sapiens were ready. Spears and arrows filled the air, their tips glowing red with fire. The fairies darted and weaved, but some were struck, their bodies falling to the ground in bursts of ash and light. Seeing their forces faltering, Aurora-lit and Lysandria joined their powers. The runes on the trees glowed brighter, the ground trembling as a surge of energy pulsed through the forest. With a shout, they unleashed a wave of magic that swept through the battlefield. The energy toppled trees, scattering the sapiens like leaves in a storm. Torches were extinguished, and the flames began to recede. The surviving warriors scrambled to regroup, their once steady confidence now shattered. But the spell came at a cost. Aurora-lit staggered, his breathing labored, while Lysandria clutched her side, her wings drooping. The two leaders exchanged a glance, understanding the toll their actions had taken. The forest was unrecognizable, its pristine beauty marred by fire and blood. Bodies lay scattered across the ground, both sapien and cryptid. The glade itself seemed to weep, the shimmering magic dimmed to a faint glow. Goran, bloodied but alive, surveyed the destruction with grim determination. "This is not the end," he muttered, his voice low but resolute. "We will return, stronger." Aurora-lit, leaning heavily on a staff of twisted wood, watched as the remaining sapiens retreated. "The war is only beginning," he said softly, his voice barely audible over the crackle of dying flames. Lysandria stepped beside him, her crimson eyes still glowing faintly. "Then we must be ready." The forest fell silent once more, the echoes of battle fading into the night. Chapter 9. Koda takes command. The wind whispered across the hilltop, its cool breath carrying with it the scent of pine and damp earth. Koda stood motionless, his towering figure silhouetted against the fiery hues of the setting sun. Below him stretched the vast, unbroken wilderness, a land of towering trees, jagged mountains, and rushing rivers. This was the earth's heartbeat, its sanctuary, a place that now stood on the brink of destruction. Behind him, in a wide clearing encircled by ancient oaks, the cryptid gathering had begun. They came from every corner of the land, Sasquatches with thick, earthy fur that seemed to blend into the shadows, Yetis whose icy pelts gleamed in the fading light, trolls with skin like craggy stone, their presence as imposing as the mountains they hailed from. There were smaller beings, too, their forms swift and strange, the forest's hidden guardians who had emerged from secrecy to answer the call. The tension was palpable. The cryptids did not come together easily, and old wounds lingered between their kinds. Koda could feel the weight of their collective unease as clearly as he felt the earth beneath his feet. He let the wind carry his silence over them, observing the way they shifted and murmured, their voices low, but heeded. This was no council of allies. This was a gathering born of necessity, and its fractures ran deep. Arendor, the Sasquatch elder, was the first to speak. His voice was calm, steady, but it carried a sharp edge of warning. The Sapiens will not stop. They have burned our sacred groves, hunted our young, and defiled our lands. They will take until there is nothing left. We must act before it is too late. From the edge of the clearing, a low growl rolled out like distant thunder. Thalgris, the Yeti leader, stepped forward, his broad shoulders and frost-covered fur catching the dying light. "And what would you have us do, Arendor? Charge blindly into their fires? Their cunning is unmatched, their numbers endless. Do you think your forests will shelter us from their wrath?" Before Arendor could respond, another voice broke in, smooth and cool as the rivers that wound through their lands. Nyxora, the water guardian, glided to the center of the circle. Her form shimmered in the twilight, her sleek figure both ethereal and imposing. "Thalgris, your fear serves no one. The earth herself cries out in pain. Can you not feel it?" Thalgris scoffed. "I feel it, Nyxora, but I also feel the weight of my people's survival. Words will not stop the flames, nor will hope." The troll leader, Grosh, slammed his massive fist into the ground, shaking the hilltop. His jagged, moss-covered skin caught the glow of the firelight. "Hope," he rumbled, his voice deep and guttural. "Hope does not matter. Strength matters. Action matters. My people's caves have been turned to ash, our young taken by these sapiens for sport. Words will not avenge them." The gathering erupted into chaos. Voices overlapped, accusations flew, and the air grew thick with tension. Koda watched silently, his chest rising and falling with deep, deliberate breaths. He had expected this. They were too different, these beings of earth and stone, water and ice. Too different, and yet all bound by the same fear. When Koda finally stepped forward, his massive frame cast a shadow over the squabbling leaders. He raised a hand, and the noise ceased. The power of his presence, of his quiet strength, demanded their attention. "I understand your fear," Koda began, his voice low and resonant. It carried over the gathering like the rumble of distant thunder. "I feel your pain. The Sapiens have brought devastation to our lands, and it would be easy to let anger drive us. But we cannot afford to be divided. Not now." His words hung in the air, heavy and deliberate. He looked at Thalgris, his dark eyes meeting the Yeti leader's icy gaze. "Thalgris, you speak of their cunning, their numbers. You are right. They are formidable. But you are wrong to think we cannot stand against them. We are the guardians of this world, born of the earth's breath and bound by its will. Together, we are stronger than they could ever imagine." Turning to Grosh, Koda softened his tone. "Grosh, I know the pain your people have endured. The trolls have always been the bulwark against the dark. Your strength is unmatched, but strength alone will not win this war. We need unity." Koda's gaze swept over the gathering, pausing on Nyxora, whose shimmering form seemed to ripple with the currents of her home. "Nyxora, your waters are the veins of this land, carrying life to all who dwell here. You remind us of our interconnectedness, the balance we must fight to protect." He spread his arms, addressing the entire assembly. "If we stand alone, we will fall. But if we come together, if we trust each other and fight not just for ourselves, but for the earth itself, we can prevail. This is not a war we sought, but it is a war we must fight. Not for vengeance, not for glory, for balance." The clearing was silent. Even the wind seemed to still, as though the earth itself was listening. Arendor stepped forward first, placing a hand on Koda's shoulder. "You have my support, Koda, and that of the Sasquatches." Nyxora followed, her voice as soft as a flowing stream. "The rivers will rise with you." Grosh hesitated, his massive form looming over the others. Finally he grunted and nodded. "The trolls will fight." Thalgris sighed, his icy breath visible in the evening air. "The Yetis will stand with you, Koda. But mark my words, this will not be an easy fight." The wind carried a hushed silence over the gathering, broken only by the crackle of distant fires still burning from the Sapiens' latest incursion. Koda stood firm, watching as the cryptids dispersed into smaller groups to prepare for the tasks ahead. The tension still lingered, but there was a spark now, a fragile ember of unity that had not been there before. Thalgris approached him, his massive frame moving like a glacier across the clearing. His frosted breath misted in the air as he stopped beside Koda. "You speak of balance, of unity, as though it's something that can be forged like steel. But steel shatters, Koda." Koda turned to the Yeti leader, his voice calm but resolute. "Steel shatters, but roots endure. They dig deep, intertwining beneath the soil where no flame can reach." Thalgris grunted, his pale eyes narrowing with a smile. "Ever the wise wordsmith you are, let's just hope your roots are strong enough to hold when the fire comes." Without another word he trudged back toward his kin, who were already sharpening their weapons of ice and bone. Across the clearing, Grosh barked orders to a group of younger trolls, his guttural voice carrying over the din. "You there, reinforce the eastern caves before the next moonrise. If the Sapiens come that way again, they'll find no welcome waiting." Arendor stood quietly near the edge of the gathering, his sharp eyes fixed on Koda. When their gazes met, the Sasquatch elder inclined his head in a gesture of respect. Koda returned the nod, feeling a pang of gratitude for the elder's steady presence. The Sasquatches, at least, needed no convincing of the path ahead. Will it hold? The soft, liquid voice of Nyxora interrupted his thoughts. She glided to his side, her shimmering form a stark contrast to the rugged, earthy cryptids around her. Her silver eyes studied him, unreadable as the rivers she protected. Koda exhaled, his shoulders heavy with the weight of the moment. "It must," he said simply. "If it doesn't, none of us will survive." Nyxora tilted her head, a faint ripple passing through her translucent form. "I've seen currents diverge and return stronger than before. Perhaps this will be the same." Before Koda could respond, a commotion erupted on the far side of the clearing. A troll and a Sasquatch had locked horns, literally, shoving and roaring as the other cryptids circled them, shouting and jeering. Koda's massive strides carried him quickly to the center of the chaos. "Enough!" His voice thundered across the clearing, silencing the brawl instantly. The combatants froze, their faces a mix of anger and embarrassment. Koda stepped between them, his towering presence more effective than any show of force. "If we waste our strength fighting each other, we might as well surrender to the Sapiens now. Is that what you want?" The Sasquatch muttered an apology, lowering his gaze, while the troll gave a reluctant nod and stepped back. Koda let his stern gaze linger on the gathered cryptids before speaking again. "This fight is bigger than any of us. Remember that." Later that night, as the moon cast its pale light over the forest, Koda sat alone atop the hill. Below, the cryptids moved like shadows, their preparations for war echoing faintly in the stillness. He closed his eyes, letting the earth's pulse flow through him, steady and unyielding. Whispers carried on the wind, faint and fragmented, like voices just out of reach. Koda listened, his heart heavy with the enormity of what lay ahead. The earth was in pain, its cries resonating through every fiber of his being. But there was something else, too. Hope, faint and fragile, but undeniable. The moon had risen high above the hilltop, its pale light bathing the forest in a silvery glow. Koda remained at the summit, standing as still as the ancient stones beneath his feet. Below him, the cryptid gathering had settled into uneasy quiet. Sasquatches moved among the trees, their hulking forms blending into the shadows. Trolls worked at the edges of the clearing, hammering stakes into the ground and stacking boulders into defensive mounds. Yetis prowled the outskirts, their eyes scanning the darkened woods for signs of movement. The faint murmur of voices carried upward, blending with the rustling leaves and the occasional crackle of a distant fire. Koda's eyes lingered on the scene. These beings, so different in shape and nature, were now united under one cause. It had taken every ounce of his strength and patience to bring them together, and even now the alliance felt fragile. Yet, as he watched them move through the forest, he felt a glimmer of hope, a faint but growing spark, that they might hold fast against the storm to come. The earth's steady pulse throbbed beneath him, stronger here than it had been in years. He knelt, pressing his massive hand against the cool stone, and closed his eyes. The whispers came again, faint and fragmented, like a distant melody carried on the wind. They spoke of pain, of loss, but also of resilience. The earth was hurting, but it had not given up. Neither could he. A sound broke his focus, the soft crunch of footsteps on the slope behind him. He rose slowly, turning to see Arendor approaching. The elder Sasquatch moved with deliberate calm, his shoulders stooped, but his presence still commanding. He carried the weight of centuries in his gaze. "They're settling in," Arendor said, stopping a few paces away. "Tensions are high, but they're listening." Koda nodded, his voice low. "They'll need to do more than listen when the Sapiens come. This unity, it feels brittle, like ice stretched too thin." "It is brittle," Arendor agreed, "but brittle things can still endure if handled carefully. You've brought them this far, Koda. That's no small feat." Koda's gaze dropped to the ground. "And if they break? If they turn on each other?" Arendor let out a soft chuckle, surprising him. "Then we'll pick up the pieces and try again. That's all we can do. The earth chose you for this, Koda. I trust it knew what it was doing." For a moment the two Sasquatches stood in silence, their figures outlined against the night sky. The forest stretched out before them, vast and dark, a living entity that had endured countless ages. Koda felt its presence like a steady heartbeat, grounding him. Finally, Arendor placed a hand on his shoulder. "Get some rest, Koda. Tomorrow will come, whether we're ready for it or not." Koda nodded but did not move as Arendor turned and descended the hill, his figure vanishing into the shadows below. Only when the elder was out of sight did Koda finally let out a long breath and step forward, his gaze sweeping over the encampment one last time. The cryptids below moved with purpose, their preparations blending into the rhythm of the forest. Trolls dragged massive stones into defensive walls. Sasquatches scouted the tree line, and Yetis sharpened crude but deadly weapons. The air was thick with anticipation, but it was laced with something else now: resolve. Koda's legs carried him slowly down the slope, each step measured and deliberate. The earth's whispers grew fainter as he moved, replaced by the steady hum of the cryptid's work. By the time he reached the edge of the clearing, the hilltop was behind him, swallowed by the night. He paused, glancing over his shoulder at the moonlit ridge. The hill stood like a sentinel, a silent witness to their gathering and their shared purpose. Koda allowed himself one final moment of reflection before stepping into the clearing, his massive form blending seamlessly into the bustling camp. The forest seemed to sigh around him, its ancient voice echoing through the night. The battle was coming, and they were ready. Chapter 10. Forest Defenses. The forest was a cathedral of ancient life, its towering trees rising like sentinels under the silver glow of the moon. Beneath their thick canopy, the forest floor pulsed with quiet energy. Leaves rustled softly, stirred by the faintest breath of wind, while creatures of shadow and secret moved silently among the underbrush. This place was alive, not just with the usual rhythms of nature, but with something deeper, something older. The earth itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Koda stood atop a small rise, his immense frame cloaked in the shadows of the towering oaks. From this vantage point, he could see the cryptid camp spread across the clearing below. Fires burned low, their embers casting faint, flickering light across the faces of Sasquatches, trolls, and Yetis. The air was heavy with anticipation, the kind that weighed on the chest and tightened the throat. These beings were not strangers to war. Many of them bore scars from past battles. But tonight felt different. Tonight the stakes were higher, the threat more imminent. Koda's eyes, deep and dark as the forest itself, scanned the scene below. Sasquatches move methodically, stripping bark from thick branches to craft crude but deadly clubs. Trolls heaved massive boulders into place, their jagged forms blending with the rough stones they wielded as weapons. On the outskirts, the pale forms of Yetis glimmered in the mist, their movements swift and deliberate as they prepared for ambush tactics. Everywhere, there was motion, purpose, and a grim determination that matched the forest's eerie stillness. He turned his gaze skyward where the moon hung low, a pale sentinel in a cloudless sky. Its light filtered through the canopy and fractured beams, illuminating patches of moss-covered ground and the occasional glint of sharpened stone. The world felt suspended, caught in the fragile moment before chaos descended. Arendor, the Sasquatch elder, approached from the shadows, his step soundless despite his size. His fur, streaked with gray, caught the faint light, giving him an almost spectral appearance. He stopped beside Koda, his sharp eyes fixed on the scene below. "They're ready," Arendor said, his voice low but steady. "As ready as they'll ever be." Koda nodded, his gaze never wavering. "And the scouts?" Arendor's expression darkened. "They've seen movement. The Sapiens are advancing. They'll reach the forest's edge by dawn." A muscle tightened in Koda's jaw. He had known this moment was coming, had felt it in the earth's whispers and the restless winds. Still, hearing it spoken aloud brought a cold clarity. The battle was upon them. "They'll burn the edges first," Arendor continued. "It's what they always do. Push us back with fire, then attack from the flanks." Koda's fists clenched at his sides. "And we'll be waiting for them." Arendor nodded, his confidence unshaken. "The trolls have fortified the eastern pass. The Yetis hold the cliffs to the north. My people are spread through the western glades. If the Sapiens think they can take this forest, they'll learn the cost of their arrogance." Koda's lips pressed into a thin line. "That cost will be high for all of us." Down in the clearing, Grosh, the troll leader, barked orders to his kin. His voice, a deep rumble that carried over the hushed camp, was met with swift obedience. Trolls dragged boulders into defensive positions, their movements deliberate and precise despite their massive size. Grosh's eyes burned with a fierce determination, his jagged features set in a grim mask. "Reinforce the eastern barricades," he bellowed, his voice echoing through the trees. "If the Sapiens come that way, they'll find no welcome waiting." Nearby, a group of Sasquatches worked in silence, their hands deft and purposeful as they stripped bark and shaped branches into weapons. One of them, a younger male with a deep scar running down his left arm, glanced toward the horizon, where the faintest glow of torchlight could be seen through the trees. His grip tightened on the club he was shaping, the bark creaking under the pressure. "They're coming," he muttered, his voice barely audible over the rustling leaves. Another Sasquatch, older and broader, placed a steadying hand on the younger one's shoulder. "Let them come. This is our forest. They'll learn." Beyond the clearing, in the mist that clung to the northern cliffs, the Yetis were nearly invisible. Their pale fur blended seamlessly with the fog, their movements ghostly and precise. Thalgris, the Yeti leader, crouched at the edge of a jagged rock formation, his keen eyes fixed on the forest below. The Sapiens were not yet visible, but he could feel their presence, a disturbance in the natural order that prickled at the edges of his senses. One of his kin approached, a smaller Yeti with a jagged scar across his muzzle. "The ice weapons are ready. the smaller Yeti said, his voice a soft growl. Thalgris nodded, his expression grim. Good. When they come, we'll make them regret stepping into our territory. The smaller Yeti hesitated, his gaze shifting to the mist-shrouded trees below. Do you think we can win? Thalgris didn't answer immediately. Instead, he let his gaze linger on the forest, its ancient beauty unmarred by the chaos to come. Winning isn't the point, he said finally. We fight because we must, because this forest is ours, and because we have no other choice. At the edge of the camp, Nyxora, the water guardian, moved silently among her kin. Her form, sleek and silvery, shimmered faintly in the moonlight, like a ripple across still water. Her presence was a calming one, her movements graceful and deliberate as she checked the preparations along the riverbanks. The aquatic cryptids under her command were small but swift, their forms darting through the shallows with practiced ease. Nets woven from river reeds were set in place, ready to trap and entangle any who tried to cross. Sharp stones were embedded along the riverbed, hidden beneath the water's surface like teeth waiting to bite. One of the cryptids surfaced near her, its sleek head breaking the water with barely a ripple. They'll try the river, it said, its voice a soft, bubbling hiss. They always do, Nyxora replied, her voice calm but firm. And they'll pay for it. Koda moved through the camp, his presence commanding but quiet. Cryptids paused as he passed, their gazes lingering on him, their respect palpable. He stopped near the central fire, its flames low but steady, and let his eyes sweep over the gathered forces. Tensions are high, Arendor said, stepping up beside him. But they're ready. They'll follow you. Koda nodded, his voice low. I hope so. Arendor studied him for a moment, his gaze sharp. You doubt them? I doubt what's coming, Koda admitted. These Sapiens, they're unlike anything we've faced before. Their greed, their cunning. It's unnatural. Arendor's expression softened. And yet we are the Earth's guardians. We've faced storms before. Fires, floods, winters that seem to have no end. This is just another storm. Koda turned to him, his dark eyes steady. A storm can break the strongest tree. Arendor smiled faintly. But roots endure. As the hours crept toward dawn, the forest grew still. The cryptids took their positions, hidden among the trees, the cliffs, and the rivers. The campfires were extinguished, their faint smoke curling upward like ghosts, dissipating into the night. The earth's pulse beneath Koda's feet was steady but tense, a heartbeat that matched his own. He stood alone beneath a towering oak, his hand pressed against its rough bark. The tree seemed to hum faintly, its ancient presence grounding him. He closed his eyes, listening to the whispers carried on the wind. They spoke of pain, of resilience, of a balance that teetered on the edge of collapse. They reminded him why they fought, not for vengeance, but for survival, for the earth. When he opened his eyes, the first light of dawn was breaking through the trees. In the distance, the faint glow of torchlight flickered, accompanied by the distant sound of axes striking wood. The Sapiens were coming. Koda turned, his voice a low rumble that carried through the clearing. To your positions. The cryptids moved like shadows, silent and swift, their preparations complete. The forest seemed to hold its breath as they disappeared into the trees, the cliffs, and the rivers, leaving behind only silence. And then the storm began. Chapter 11. The Forest Siege. The first blow came not with spears or axes, but with fire. A line of torches appeared in the distance, flickering like malevolent stars at the edge of the forest. The light grew brighter as the Sapiens advanced, their voices low but urgent, carrying on the still morning air. Koda crouched among the underbrush, his dark fur blending into the shadows. Around him the cryptids lay hidden, their breathing controlled, their movements perfectly silent. The smell of smoke reached him first, a sharp, acrid tang that stung his nostrils and made the earth beneath him tremble with warning. He raised a hand, signaling the cryptids to hold their positions. The Sapiens were close now, their footsteps crunching against the dry forest floor. Koda's heart pounded in time with the earth's pulse, steady but insistent. The Sapiens moved with purpose, their torches sweeping the darkness ahead of them. They carried axes and spears, their sharpened tips gleaming in the dim light. At their head was Goran, his broad shoulders draped in animal pelts, his eyes sharp and predatory. He stopped at the edge of the clearing, his gaze sweeping the silent forest. "Burn it," he said, his voice a low growl. The torches were cast into the underbrush, their flames catching quickly on the dry leaves and brittle twigs. The fire spread with a hunger of its own, devouring the forest's edge and driving back the darkness. The Sapiens began their advance, their formation tight, their weapons ready. Koda clenched his fist, his claws digging into his palms. He could feel the forest's pain as the fire spread, its ancient balance threatened by the invasive heat. He signaled to Arendor, who stood hidden among the trees to the west. The Sasquatch elder raised his own hand, and the cryptids prepared to strike. The Sapiens pushed deeper into the forest, their progress marked by the steady crack of axes and the growing roar of the flames. They moved in coordinated groups, their scouts fanning out ahead to locate potential threats. The air was thick with smoke, the acrid scent masking the forest's natural rhythms. A sharp whistle cut through the air, a signal from one of the Sapiens' forward scouts. The group halted, their weapons raised, their eyes scanning the dense foliage ahead. The forest was eerily silent, the usual sounds of birds and insects replaced by the distant crackle of fire. "Something's here," one of the scouts muttered, his grip tightening on his spear. Before he could speak again, the ground beneath him erupted. A massive troll burst from its hiding place, its jagged form camouflaged by the rocks and moss. With a guttural roar, it swung a boulder the size of a man, smashing the scout into the nearest tree. The sound of breaking bones echoed through the forest. The Sapiens reacted immediately, their formation tightening as they raised their spears. The troll roared again, charging into their ranks with reckless fury. It grabbed one of the warriors, lifting him into the air before hurling him into the advancing flames. Screams followed as the Sapiens scrambled to regroup. From the trees above, Sasquatches dropped into the fray, their powerful arms swinging crude clubs that shattered bone and splintered shields. Their movements were swift and deliberate, each strike calculated to maximize damage. The Sapiens fought back with ferocity, their spears finding purchase in the Sasquatch's thick hides. But the cryptids' sheer strength was overwhelming. Koda watched from a distance, his keen eyes tracking the battle's progress. The Sapiens were resourceful, their tactics disciplined, but the cryptids held the advantage in raw power. Still, the balance was fragile. He could see the fire spreading, threatening to cut off their escape routes. The earth beneath him trembled, its distress palpable. "Now," he murmured, signaling the next wave. From the northern cliffs the Yetis descended. Their pale forms moved like ghosts through the mist, their weapons glinting in the firelight. They struck with precision, their claws ripping through armor and flesh alike. One Yeti leapt from the cliff's edge, landing in the center of a Sapien squad and scattering them like leaves. The warriors tried to regroup, but the Yetis were relentless, their movements a blur of speed and brutality. At the river's edge, Nyxora led her aquatic cryptids in a coordinated ambush. The Sapiens had attempted to flank the cryptid forces by crossing the shallows, but the river was no ally to them. Hidden nets ensnared their legs, dragging them beneath the surface where sharp stones and swift claws waited. The water churned red as the cryptids struck with deadly efficiency. Despite the cryptids' ferocity, the Sapiens adapted quickly. Garin barked orders, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "Use the fire! Force them back!" Torches were hurled into the trees, the flames climbing higher and higher as the forest began to burn in earnest. The Sasquatches retreated, their fur singed, and their movements slowed by the heat. Trolls stumbled as the ground beneath them grew unstable, the fire weakening their defensive positions. Koda stepped forward, his massive frame illuminated by the firelight. He roared, the sound echoing through the forest and rallying the cryptids. They regrouped, their lines reforming as they prepared to counter the Sapiens' advance. The battle raged on, the forest itself becoming a battlefield. Trees toppled as Sasquatches used their immense strength to crush advancing Sapiens. Trolls hurled boulders with deadly accuracy, their projectiles smashing through shields and scattering enemy formations. Yetis struck from the shadows, their pale forms blending with the smoke and mist. The Sapiens responded with precision and cunning. They used fire to force the cryptids into exposed positions where spears and arrows could find their marks. They set traps, luring trolls into narrow ravines and ambushing them with projectiles coated in flammable resin. Grosh, the troll leader, fell during one such ambush, his massive form collapsing as fire consumed him. His death sent a ripple of grief through the cryptid forces, but it also ignited a fierce determination. Koda fought at the forefront, his claws tearing through armor and flesh with unrelenting force. He moved like a storm, his every motion a blend of power and precision. A Sapien warrior lunged at him with a spear, but Koda caught the weapon mid-thrust, snapping it in half before crushing the warrior's skull with a single blow. Another attacked from behind, but Koda spun, his massive arm catching the warrior in the chest and sending him flying into a burning tree. The earth beneath him seemed to pulse in time with his movements, its strength flowing through him as he fought. He could feel the forest's pain, its ancient harmony shattered by the violence, but he could also feel its resilience. The earth was fighting with them, its roots and branches lashing out at the invaders. As the battle reached its peak, the cryptids launched a coordinated counteroffensive. Sasquatches and Yetis struck from opposite flanks, driving the Sapiens into the center of the forest where the trolls waited. The ambush was devastating, entire Sapien squads wiped out by the combined might of the cryptid forces. But the victory came at a cost. The fire had spread uncontrollably, consuming large sections of the forest and forcing the cryptids to retreat further into their territory. Many had fallen, their bodies left behind as the flames advanced. Koda stood at the heart of the battlefield, his chest heaving as he surveyed the carnage. The Sapiens were regrouping, their numbers still formidable despite their losses. He could see Goran at the edge of the clearing, his eyes blazing with determination. Chapter 12. The Challenge. The forest was unrecognizable. Smoke hung thick in the air, coiling around the charred remains of ancient trees. Flames flickered in the distance, their crackling the only sound punctuating the eerie silence that had fallen over the battlefield. The once vibrant forest, a sanctuary for countless generations, was now a graveyard of the fallen, both sapien and cryptid. Koda stood at the heart of the devastation, his fur matted with blood, his breath coming in heavy, ragged gasps. Around him the remnants of the cryptid forces gathered, their numbers painfully diminished. Sasquatches leaned on shattered clubs, their hides scorched and their faces grim. Trolls, bloodied and battered, dragged the wounded to makeshift shelters among the smoldering ruins. The Yetis stood at the perimeter, their pale forms barely visible through the haze, their eyes scanning the darkness for the next wave of attackers. The earth beneath Koda's feet pulsed faintly, its whispers weakened, but persistent. It spoke of pain and perseverance, of a balance teetering on the edge of collapse. Koda clenched his fists, his claws digging into his palms as he turned his gaze toward the approaching Sapien army. They came slowly at first, their movements cautious, wary. The Sapiens had taken heavy losses, but their resolve remained unbroken. Goran marched at their head, his massive frame outlined by the glow of the fires. His warband spread out behind him, their weapons glinting in the flickering light. Their faces were grim, their eyes cold with determination. From among the ranks a single figure emerged. He was clad in pelts and bone armor, his face painted with ash and blood. A massive stone axe rested on his shoulder, its edge jagged and cruel. He was taller than the others, broader, his presence radiating raw power and command. "Bring me the cryptid leader," the war chief bellowed, his voice cutting through the smoke and silence like a blade. "Bring me the one they call Koda." The cryptids stirred uneasily, their eyes turning toward Koda. He could feel their fear, their hesitation. They had given everything in this fight, some had given more than they could afford, and now they looked to him for guidance, for hope. Koda stepped forward, his massive frame towering over the others. He raised a hand, silencing the murmurs that rippled through the ranks. His voice was low but firm, carrying the weight of the earth itself. "Stay back," he said. "This is mine." The cryptids watched in silence as Koda moved toward the war chief, his steps deliberate, his presence commanding. The ground seemed to tremble beneath him, the earth lending its strength to his every movement. The flames cast his shadow long and dark, a figure of raw power and primal fury. The war chief grinned as Koda approached, his grip tightening on the haft of his axe. So the great Koda finally shows himself. Let's see if the stories are true. Koda didn't respond. He simply stopped a dozen paces away, his massive hands curling into fists. The two leaders stared at each other across the battlefield, the air between them charged with a deadly energy. For a moment the world seemed to hold its breath. And then the war chief charged. He moved with surprising speed, his massive axe swinging in a wide arc that carved through the air with a shrill whistle. Koda sidestepped the blow, his movements fluid despite his size, and countered with a devastating punch that connected with the war chief's chest. The impact sent the Sapien stumbling back, but he recovered quickly, his grin widening. "Good," the war chief growled. "Let's make this interesting." He lunged again, his axe coming down in a brutal overhead swing. Koda caught the weapon mid-strike, his hands gripping the haft just below the blade. The force of the blow drove him to one knee, the ground cracking beneath him. But he held firm. The war chief snarled, trying to wrench the axe free, but Koda twisted sharply, snapping the haft in two. The war chief roared in fury, tossing the broken weapon aside and lunging at Koda with his bare hands. The two titans collided, their massive frames locking together in a deadly grapple. The ground beneath them buckled and cracked as they fought, their roars echoing through the forest. Koda drove his knee into the war chief's stomach, forcing the Sapien back, then followed with a crushing blow to the side of his head. The war chief staggered, blood streaming from a gash above his temple, but he didn't fall. Instead, he lunged forward, his fists swinging in a flurry of savage strikes. Koda blocked and countered, his movements a blend of raw power and practiced precision. Each blow he landed sent shock waves through the air, the force of his attacks shaking the ground. But the war chief was relentless, his strikes fueled by a primal rage that matched Koda's own. The battle raged across the clearing, the two warriors tearing through the forest as they fought. Trees splintered and fell, the earth erupted in showers of dirt and stone, and the air was filled with the sound of bone striking bone. The war chief grabbed a fallen branch, wielding it like a club, and swung it at Koda's head. Koda ducked beneath the strike, his claws raking across the war chief's chest and leaving deep bloody gashes. The war chief roared in pain and fury, his eyes blazing with hatred. He hurled the branch aside and charged again, tackling Koda and driving him into the ground. The two grappled in the dirt, their massive frames locked together in a struggle for dominance. The war chief's hands closed around Koda's throat, his grip tightening with deadly intent. Koda snarled, his claws digging into the war chief's arms as he forced the Sapien off him. He rolled to his feet, his chest heaving, and roared, the sound shaking the trees and sending a ripple of fear through the Sapien ranks. Koda charged, his massive arms swinging in a brutal arc that connected with the war chief's jaw. The force of the blow sent the Sapien sprawling, his body skidding across the ground. Koda didn't wait for him to recover. He was on him in an instant, his claws tearing into the war chief's flesh, his roars filling the air. The war chief fought back with everything he had, his fists pummeling Koda's sides, his legs kicking wildly. But Koda was relentless, his fury unyielding. He grabbed the war chief by the shoulders, lifting him off the ground, and slammed him into the earth with bone-shattering force. The forest seemed to tremble as the war chief's body went limp, his breath ragged, his strength spent. Koda stood over him, his chest heaving, his fur matted with blood. The earth beneath him pulsed faintly, its whispers filled with sorrow and triumph. The Sapiens faltered as they watched their war chief fall. Their ranks broke and they began to retreat, their torches flickering like dying stars as they disappeared into the smoke-filled forest. The cryptids emerged from their positions, their battered forms silhouetted against the flames. They had won, but the cost was heavy. Koda knelt beside the war chief's broken body, his massive hand pressing against the earth. He could feel its pain, its loss, but also its resilience. The forest would heal, but it would never be the same. Arendor approached, his face solemn. "We've driven them back," he said. "For now." Koda nodded, his voice low and heavy. "This is just the beginning." He rose slowly, his eyes scanning the scarred forest. The whispers of the earth filled his mind, a reminder of what they were fighting for. Balance, survival. The war was far from over, but Koda knew they would endure. They had to. Chapter 13. The Mountain Fortress. The mountain range loomed vast and unforgiving, its snow-laden peaks piercing the heavens like jagged spears. Cloaked in a perpetual veil of fog, the range exuded an air of bleak isolation, as if the land itself mourned the impending battle. Carved into the mountainside was the cryptid's last refuge, a colossal fortress hewn from ancient stone, blending seamlessly into the cliffs. Its towering walls, reinforced by millennia-old Yeti and troll craftsmanship, were pockmarked with crude carvings of mythical victories, a grim reminder of better days long past. Within the fortress, cryptids hurried through icy tunnels, their heavy footsteps echoing ominously. Trolls, their massive frames bent under the weight of boulders they carried, moved to reinforce defensive positions. Yetis, agile despite their bulk, leaped from ledge to ledge, scouting the terrain for signs of the approaching Sapien forces. The air inside the fortress was thick with tension. Fires flickered in hollowed-out alcoves, casting long shadows against the icy walls. Drogar Ironpeak, the Yeti commander, stood at the edge of a high ledge, overlooking the outer gates. His silver fur shimmered in the cold light, and his piercing blue eyes scanned the foggy horizon. Beside him stood Grukner, a burly troll with a face like chiseled granite, his hands gripping a club that resembled a small tree. "We can't hold them forever," Drogar muttered, his deep voice carrying a hint of weariness. "Their numbers are endless." Grukner grunted, his eyes narrowing. "Let them come. This fortress has stood for centuries. It will stand again." Drogar didn't respond. Instead, his gaze lingered on the fog, as if he could sense the storm brewing beyond. The first sign of the Sapien assault came not from the main gate, but from the sound of distant drums echoing through the mountains. Rhythmic and unyielding, the pounding grew louder, carried on the icy winds. Soon after, the cryptid spotted movement, a long column of Sapiens winding their way up the treacherous paths. At their head, a cadre of soldiers carried torches, their flames flickering defiantly against the oppressive fog. Behind them came an array of siege engines, crude but effective. Battering rams, rolling platforms, and catapults fashioned from timber and rawhide creaked and groaned as they were hauled up the slopes. The sight was alien to the cryptids, who had rarely encountered such devices. Grukner squinted down at the advancing army. "What are those contraptions?" "Trouble," Drogar growled. He turned to a Yeti scout perched nearby. "Sound the horn. Let them know the Sapiens are here." The scout nodded and raised an enormous horn carved from an ancient ram's horn. The sound that followed was low and mournful, reverberating through the mountains like the cry of a dying beast. The Sapiens surged forward, their battle cries shattering the stillness of the mountain. The cryptids responded in kind. Trolls stationed along the cliffs hefted massive boulders, their muscles straining as they hurled them down the slopes. The projectiles crashed into the sapien ranks, sending bodies flying and splintering siege engines. Yetis, hidden in crevices high above, waited for the perfect moment before leaping down like specters of death, tearing through clusters of soldiers with claws and raw strength. For a time, the cryptids held their ground. The steep terrain gave them an advantage, forcing the sapiens into narrow choke points where they were easy targets. Trolls swung their massive clubs with devastating force, each blow scattering groups of attackers like leaves in a storm. Yetis used their agility to devastating effect, scaling cliffs to attack from above, their guttural roars striking fear into even the bravest sapien warriors. But the sapiens were nothing if not determined. Their siege engines creaked closer, protected by ranks of shield-bearers. Flaming projectiles arced through the sky, slamming into the fortress walls and igniting wooden defenses. The air grew thick with smoke, and the bitter scent of burning timber stung the cryptids' noses. Drogar barked orders from the ledge. "Keep the flames contained. Don't let them reach the inner gates." The cryptids' confidence began to waver when the first battering ram reached the outer gate. The device was primitive, a massive log reinforced with iron bands, but its sheer size was daunting. Sapien soldiers swarmed around it, pushing it forward under the cover of shields. Trolls on the walls hurled stones, but the attackers pressed on, their determination unyielding. With a deafening crash, the battering ram struck the gate. The entire fortress seemed to shudder. Grukner snarled, "We need to stop that thing." Drogar nodded. "Get your best warriors. We'll push them back." As Grukner rallied a group of trolls, Drogar signaled to a team of Yetis. Together they descended the fortress walls, moving with a speed and precision that belied their size. When they reached the gate, the battering ram struck again, splintering part of the outer wood. "Push it back!" Drogar roared. The Yetis and trolls charged into the fray, their roars shaking the air. Trolls used their massive clubs to scatter the sapien soldiers, while Yetis tore through the shield wall with claws and raw fury. The battering ram creaked as it was lifted off the ground, the combined strength of several cryptids forcing it back. For a moment it seemed the cryptids might prevail. But then a new weapon emerged from the sapien ranks, an explosive device crafted from natural resources. A small group of sapiens carried the device toward the gate, shielding it from view with their bodies. "Drogar!" a Yeti shouted from the walls. "They're bringing something new." Drogar turned just in time to see the sapiens ignite the device. A brilliant flash of light followed, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The outer gate buckled under the blast, sending shards of wood and stone flying in all directions. Several cryptids were thrown back, their massive forms crashing to the ground. Inside the fortress, chaos reigned. Smoke filled the air, and the cries of the wounded echoed through the tunnels. Drogar staggered to his feet, blood matting his fur. Around him, the surviving cryptids were already regrouping, their expressions grim but resolute. "We're losing ground," Grukner said, his voice a low rumble. "If they breach the inner gates, it's over." Drogar nodded, his mind racing. "We need to buy more time. Collapse the western pass." Grukner's eyes widened. "But that'll trap half our forces outside." Drogar met his gaze, unflinching. "It's the only way." Reluctantly, Grukner nodded. He turned to a group of trolls. "You heard him. Get to the western pass and bring it down." As the trolls lumbered off, Dragar turned his attention back to the battlefield. The Sapiens were pouring through the shattered outer gate, their numbers seeming endless. But the cryptids still had one advantage: the mountain itself. "Fall back to the cliffs," Dragar roared. "Use the terrain. Make them pay for every step." The cryptids retreated in an orderly fashion, luring the Sapiens into the narrow passes. Yetis leaped from ledges, picking off isolated groups, while trolls rolled boulders down the slopes, crushing entire squads. But the tide of battle was shifting. For every Sapien that fell, two more seemed to take their place. The inner gates of the fortress loomed ahead, a monolithic barrier reinforced with layers of ice-hardened stone and troll-forged iron. Smoke and ash billowed from the shattered outer gate, a grim herald of the Sapiens' relentless advance. Within the narrow corridors of the mountain stronghold, cryptid forces regrouped. Trolls stood shoulder to shoulder, gripping massive clubs, while Yetis scaled hidden ledges, preparing for another ambush. Dragar, bloodied but unbroken, barked orders from a high platform overlooking the battlefield. "Hold the inner gates at all costs. If they breach here, we lose everything." The fortress's tunnels echoed with the sound of preparations, boulders being rolled into position, weapons being sharpened, and the low growls of cryptids readying for battle. Despite their exhaustion, the defenders radiated determination. This was their last bastion, their home, and they would not surrender it lightly. Outside, the Sapien army swarmed over the ruins of the outer gate like ants, their torches and siege engines painting the snowy cliffs in flickering orange light. They pushed forward with grim efficiency, dragging more battering rams and crude siege towers into position. Primitive though they were, the Sapiens' ingenuity and numbers had proven deadly. A group of Sapien engineers approached the inner gates, carrying another explosive device. Unlike the previous blast, this one was larger, constructed with a mixture of volatile powders scavenged from the mountains. Their intent was clear: breach the gates and overwhelm the defenders in one final push. Dragar spotted the group and roared to his archers, cryptids armed with oversized bows strung with sinew. "Target the engineers! Bring them down!" Arrows as thick as spears rained down from hidden alcoves, striking the Sapien ranks. Several engineers fell, their bodies tumbling down the rocky slopes, but others pressed forward, shielded by a wall of soldiers. Flaming projectiles from the Sapiens' catapults arced through the air, crashing into the fortress walls and sending plumes of fire and stone cascading into the cryptid defenses. One flaming boulder struck a ledge where a group of Yetis had taken position, the force of the impact collapsing the platform. The Yetis fell with a deafening crash, their roars of pain echoing through the fortress. The defenders' line wavered, and Dragar clenched his fists. "Grukner," he bellowed, "we need reinforcements at the gates." The massive troll commander appeared from the shadows, his club resting on one shoulder. "Reinforcements are on their way, but we can't hold forever." Dragar growled, his blue eyes burning with fury. "Then we'll make them bleed for every step." With a deafening roar, Grukner led a charge down the main corridor. Trolls and Yetis surged forward, their sheer mass shaking the ground as they collided with the Sapien vanguard. The air was filled with the sound of splintering wood and the cries of the wounded as the cryptids tore into the attackers with unrelenting fury. A Sapien siege tower, teetering precariously near the edge of a cliff, became a focal point of the battle. A group of Yetis leaped onto its structure, ripping apart its supports with their claws. The tower groaned and toppled, crashing into the sapien ranks below and sending soldiers plummeting to their deaths. For a moment it seemed the cryptids had regained the upper hand. But then the explosive device carried by the Sapiens reached the inner gates. A group of shield-bearers surrounded it, deflecting arrows and stones as the engineers lit the fuse. "Stop them!" Drogar roared, his voice echoing through the fortress. A Yeti broke through the line and charged the engineers, his massive form scattering soldiers like leaves. But he was too late. The device detonated with a thunderous explosion, shattering the inner gates and sending shock waves through the fortress. The defenders closest to the blast were thrown backward, their bodies colliding with stone walls. Through the smoking ruins of the gates the Sapiens poured in, their war cries mingling with the screams of the wounded. The cryptids fell back, retreating deeper into the fortress as their last line of defense crumbled. Inside the mountain stronghold, chaos reigned. Fires raged uncontrollably, filling the air with choking smoke. The cryptid forces, battered and bloodied, retreated to the western pass, a narrow, winding corridor that led to the fortress's heart. Drogar and Gruknar stood at the entrance, their expressions grim. "We can't let them reach the inner sanctum," Drogar said, his voice low but resolute. "If they do, it's over." Gruknar nodded, his grip tightening on his club. "What's the plan?" Drogar looked up at the towering walls of the western pass. The rock was brittle, cracked from centuries of exposure to the elements. "We bring it down." Gruknar's eyes widened. "If we collapse the pass, we'll trap half our forces outside." Drogar placed a massive hand on the troll's shoulder. "It's the only way. Get as many of our people inside as you can. I'll hold them off." "You'll be trapped out there," Gruknar protested. Drogar smiled, a rare, somber expression. "Better one life than all of ours. Go." Reluctantly, Gruknar nodded and turned to rally the remaining cryptids. As they retreated into the inner sanctum, Drogar stood alone at the pass's entrance, his massive frame silhouetted against the flames. The Sapiens surged forward, their numbers seeming endless. Drogar roared and charged, his claws tearing through the first wave of attackers. He fought with the ferocity of a cornered beast, his every movement precise and devastating. Soldiers fell before him, their weapons shattering against his iron like hide. But the Sapiens pressed on, their siege engines rumbling closer. Drogar, bleeding from countless wounds, looked up at the brittle walls above. With a final earth-shaking roar, he drove his fists into the rock face, dislodging massive boulders. The walls groaned and collapsed, burying the pass and the advancing Sapien army under tons of stone. Inside the fortress, the cryptids listened in stunned silence as the sound of the collapse echoed through the tunnels. Gruknar leaned heavily on his club, his expression a mixture of grief and admiration. "He did it," he murmured. "He stopped them." But the victory was bittersweet. The mountain fortress was in ruins, its defenses shattered. The cryptids had bought themselves time, but at a terrible cost. Drogar, their leader and one of their greatest warriors, was gone, his sacrifice etched into the very stone of the mountains he had sworn to protect. "We can't stay here," Gruknar said, turning to the remaining defenders. "The Sapiens will return, and we won't survive another attack." The cryptids nodded, their faces grim. They began gathering what supplies they could, preparing to abandon the fortress that had stood as their refuge for centuries. As they left, a Yeti scout paused at the edge of the western pass, staring at the rubble that marked Drogar's final stand. He raised the ancient horn and sounded a mournful note, a tribute to the commander who had given everything to protect his people. The sound carried through the mountains, a haunting echo that would linger long after the cryptids were gone, a reminder of the desperate battle fought in the shadow of the mountain fortress. Chapter 14. Alliances Fracture. The clearing deep. Within the forest was a place of ancient power, hidden from the eyes of men. Towering trees circled the open space, their roots intertwining beneath the soft, mossy ground. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled silver patterns across the gathering. It was a place of quiet strength, a sanctuary where the cryptids had met for centuries in times of need. Tonight, however, it buzzed with tension. The air was thick with distrust, every shadow seeming to hold the weight of unspoken grievances. The cryptids gathered here were as varied as the forest itself. Sasquatches with fur like the bark of ancient trees, trolls whose jagged forms mirrored the boulders they often called home, Yetis with frost-laden pelts, and goblins, their wiry bodies crouched low and twitching, as if ready to leap at any perceived slight. They stood in loose groups, eyeing one another warily, their whispered conversations filled with barely concealed blame. At the center of the clearing, Arendor, the Sasquatch elder, stood tall, his gaze sharp as he addressed the gathering. "The goblins' chaos is putting us all at risk," he said, his voice calm but edged with anger. "Their reckless attacks draw the Sapiens closer to our strongholds." Lysric, a goblin leader with green-tinged skin and eyes that glinted like polished stones, bared his teeth in a sneer. "We fight the way we know how," he spat, his voice high and grating. "While you lumbering oafs sit and wait, we act. Perhaps the Sapiens wouldn't be emboldened if the Sasquatches did more than hide in their groves." A low growl rumbled through the Sasquatch ranks, and Arendor's massive hand curled into a fist. "We fight with purpose, not chaos," he said, his voice rising. "Your kind burns the fields they claim to protect, leaving nothing but ash for the rest of us." "You think yourselves better?" Lysric hissed, his wiry frame trembling with fury. "You're no different from the trolls, always throwing stones and calling it strategy." Across the clearing, Grosh, the troll leader, slammed a massive hand against the ground, sending a tremor through the earth. "Watch your tongue, goblin," he rumbled, his voice deep as thunder. "Troll blood has soaked these lands defending your precious forests." "And yet you're never the first to the fight," Thalgris, the Yeti commander, interjected, his frosty breath visible in the cool air. "While we hold the cliffs, you cower in your caves." The tension in the clearing thickened, old rivalries bubbling to the surface as blame ricocheted between the factions. Voices rose, overlapping in a cacophony of anger and accusation. The unity that had carried them through the first battles was unraveling, each cryptid retreating into their own grievances. Koda approached the clearing, his massive frame moving silently through the forest. He had felt the earth's distress, its whispers warning him of the discord that threatened to fracture the alliance. As he stepped into the moonlit space, the gathered cryptids fell silent, their eyes turning toward him. He moved to the center of the clearing, his presence commanding but calm. His fur caught the faint light, his dark eyes sweeping over the assembled leaders. Arendor and Thalgris glared at one another, their postures tense. Grosh stood with his arms crossed, his expression a mix of anger and exhaustion. Lysric crouched low, his sharp features twisted into a scowl. Koda raised a hand, his deep voice cutting through the quiet. "Enough," he said. "This is not the time for blame." Arendor turned to him, his voice sharp. "Koda, you haven't seen the goblins' chaos. They leave nothing but destruction in their wake." "And what of the Yetis?" Lysric snapped, pointing a clawed finger at Thalgris. "Their arrogance blinds them. They think themselves above us all." Thalgris stepped forward, his icy gaze fixed on Lysric. "You dare?" "I said enough," Koda's voice thundered, silencing the clearing. His dark eyes burned as he looked at each leader in turn. "We cannot afford this. The Sapiens are pushing us to the edge, and here we are, doing their work for them." The cryptids shifted uneasily, their anger giving way to shame under Koda's steady gaze. He turned to Arendor, his voice softer but no less firm. "Arendor, you know the goblins fight differently. That does not make their efforts meaningless." To Lysric he said, "And you, Lysric, the Sasquatches and Yetis are not your enemies. They have stood with us, bled with us. We cannot survive if we tear one another apart." Thalgris crossed his arms, his expression unyielding. "Easy words, Koda. But unity does not come from ignoring the truth. Some here fight without honor." "And what is honor worth if we lose everything?" Koda countered, his voice steady but fierce. "Do you think the earth cares how we fight? It cares that we fight together, that we protect what remains." The clearing fell silent again, the weight of Koda's words settling over the gathered cryptids. He could see the struggle in their eyes, the pull of old grudges against the need for survival. The silence shattered as Grosh slammed his massive hand into the ground. "Koda's right," the troll leader rumbled. "We've lost too much already to let this fall apart now." But not all agreed. A goblin barked a sharp laugh, and others murmured their discontent. The fragile truce cracked further as voices rose again, blame and anger surging back to the surface. Tensions boiled over and the clearing erupted into chaos. Arendor stepped forward, his towering frame casting a long shadow over Lysric. "You've caused enough trouble, goblin. Perhaps it's time you learned some respect." Lysric snarled, his claws glinting in the moonlight. "Try it, tree dweller." Before Koda could intervene, Thalgris moved, his frosty breath curling in the air. "If anyone needs to learn respect, it's your kind, Sasquatch. Your groves mean nothing without the cliffs protecting them." Arendor turned to face the Yeti commander, his posture tense. "You would speak of protection while your people hoard the high ground and leave the rest to burn." The two leaders stepped toward one another, their anger tangible. The other cryptids watched, their collective breath held, as the fragile alliance threatened to shatter completely. "Stop this!" Koda roared, his voice shaking the ground. He stepped between Arendor and Thalgris, his massive frame forcing them apart. "You want to fight? Fight me! But know this. Every moment you waste on each other is a moment the Sapiens gain." His words cut through the chaos, their sharpness silencing the clearing once more. Arendor and Thalgris exchanged heated looks but stepped back, their anger simmering just below the surface. The clearing grew quiet. The cryptids subdued but not united. Koda stood at the center, his chest heaving, his voice low but firm. We cannot survive like this. If we do not stand together, we will fall together. For a moment no one spoke. Then Grosh nodded, his gravelly voice breaking the silence. You have my support, Koda. Arendor hesitated, his gaze lingering on Thalgris before he nodded as well. And mine. Thalgris's icy gaze softened just enough for a reluctant nod. I will follow, for now. Lysric sneered but gave a grudging grunt of agreement. The other cryptids murmured their assent, though their trust in one another remained fragile. Koda looked over the gathering, his expression heavy. He knew the alliance was still fractured, its foundation weakened by distrust and resentment. But for now they were holding together, and that was enough. As the cryptids began to disperse, Koda remained in the clearing, his hand pressed against the earth. The whispers were faint, their pain and hope entwined. He closed his eyes, drawing strength from the earth's steady pulse. The alliance had survived another day, but the war was far from over. Chapter 15. The Goblin Horde. The air in the tunnels was thick, suffocating, and heavy with the damp, earthy scent of stone and soil. The flickering light of the Sapiens' torches barely penetrated the oppressive darkness, casting eerie shadows that danced along the jagged walls. Their boots crunched against loose gravel as they descended further into the labyrinth, their breaths echoing in the vast emptiness. Garin led the warband, his broad shoulders hunched as he peered into the blackness ahead. He gripped a torch in one hand, its flame a fragile point of light against the suffocating void. The deeper they ventured, the more the silence pressed in around them, broken only by the occasional drip of water from unseen crevices. "Keep your eyes open," Garin growled, his voice low and edged with tension. "These cryptids don't fight fair." Behind him the warriors muttered nervously, their hands tightening around spears and swords. The tunnels twisted and turned unpredictably, their walls narrowing and widening as though alive. The Sapiens had ventured into the depths to root out the goblins and their subterranean allies, but none of them had anticipated the disorienting maze they now found themselves in. One of the scouts paused, his torch casting flickering light on a strange symbol etched into the wall. "What do you think it means?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Garin glanced at the crude carving, a spiral of jagged lines that seemed to pulse faintly in the firelight. "It means we're being watched," he said, his tone grim. "Keep moving." The first blow came without warning. A sharp whistle cut through the air, followed by a chorus of guttural laughs that seemed to come from every direction. The Sapiens froze, their torches flaring as they turned to scan the darkness. "They're here," one of the warriors shouted, raising his spear. From the shadows, the goblins descended. Small and wiry, their bodies covered in mottled green and gray skin, the goblins moved with unnatural speed. Their jagged teeth gleamed in the firelight as they leapt from crevices and dropped from the ceilings, their high-pitched screeches filling the tunnels. The first wave of goblins struck hard, overwhelming the rear guard in a flurry of claws and crude weapons. The Sapiens fought back, their spears flashing in the dim light, but the goblins were relentless. They darted in and out of the shadows, striking and retreating before the warriors could regroup. "Hold the line," Goran bellowed, swinging his sword in a wide arc that sent 2 goblins sprawling. "Don't let them surround us." The warriors tightened their formation, their shields forming a rough circle as they fought to fend off the attackers. The goblins, however, seemed unfazed by the display. Their chaotic nature made them unpredictable, their attacks a whirlwind of shrieks, lunges, and sharp-edged weapons. The tunnels themselves seemed to work against the Sapiens. Hidden pits opened beneath their feet, sending several warriors plunging into the darkness. Rocks fell from above, dislodged by unseen hands, striking helmets and shoulders with deadly force. Amid the chaos, a new sound emerged, a low, rumbling growl that echoed through the tunnels. The Sapiens hesitated, their torches wavering as the ground beneath them trembled. "What is that?" one of the warriors whispered, his voice trembling. Before anyone could answer, a massive shape emerged from the shadows. Its hulking form was covered in rough, stone-like skin, its eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. A cave troll. The creature roared, the sound reverberating through the tunnels, and charged. The cave troll plowed through the Sapiens' ranks, its massive fists swinging with devastating force. Warriors were sent flying, their cries of pain swallowed by the troll's deafening roar. Goran lunged at the beast, his sword slicing into its thick hide, but the troll barely flinched. It swung a massive hand, catching Goran in the chest and sending him crashing into the tunnel wall. The goblins took advantage of the confusion, their shrill cries rising as they renewed their assault. They swarmed over the Sapiens, their crude weapons finding gaps in armor, their claws tearing at exposed flesh. The warriors fought back with desperation, their torches casting frantic light as they tried to hold their ground. But the goblins' chaos worked against their own allies as well. Traps meant for the Sapiens ensnared goblins instead, and their erratic attacks sometimes struck the cave troll, provoking its wrath. The troll roared in frustration, its massive fists slamming into the ground and sending shockwaves through the tunnels. The battle became a blur of motion and sound, the narrow confines of the tunnels amplifying every clash of steel, every scream, and every roar. The Sapiens were pushed to their limits, their formation breaking as the goblins and the troll pressed their advantage. Just as the tide seemed to turn fully against the Sapiens, reinforcements arrived. Subterranean cryptids that had been lying in wait deeper in the tunnels. Molemen, their elongated claws gleaming like blades, burst from the walls, their small, pale eyes gleaming with a predatory light. They moved with eerie precision, their clawed hands slicing through the Sapiens' ranks. The Sapiens found themselves surrounded, their torches flickering as the shadows pressed closer. Goran, bloodied but unbowed, rallied his remaining warriors. "We're not dying down here," he roared. "Collapse the tunnels. Bring the whole damn place down if you have to." The warriors obeyed, retreating as they lit fuses on small, crude explosives they had brought with them. The goblins, sensing what was coming, shrieked in fury, their attacks growing even more frenzied. But the Sapiens held their ground just long enough to light the final fuse. The explosion ripped through the tunnels, the sound deafening as the walls and ceiling collapsed in a cascade of rock and debris. The force of the blast sent goblins and Sapiens alike sprawling, the air filling with dust and the acrid scent of burning. The ground shook violently, and the screams of the trapped and the dying echoed through the darkness. When the dust settled, the tunnels were eerily silent. The surviving Sapiens, battered and bloodied, stumbled toward the surface, their torches flickering weakly. Goran led them, his expression grim as he cast one last glance at the collapsed tunnels behind them. He knew they had dealt a significant blow to the cryptid forces, but it had come at a steep cost. Deep within the tunnels, the surviving goblins regrouped, their numbers drastically reduced. Lysric snarled as he surveyed the devastation, his sharp eyes narrowing in fury. The molemen and cave trolls gathered around him, their expressions grim. "They'll pay for this," Lysric hissed, his voice filled with venom. "They'll all pay." When the goblins and their subterranean allies emerged from the depths to rejoin the larger cryptid forces, their unruly nature immediately sowed discord. Their losses had made them angrier, more volatile, and their chaotic behavior clashed with the more disciplined strategies of the other cryptids. Koda, upon hearing of the disaster, felt the weight of their fractured alliance more keenly than ever. The goblin horde had proven their ferocity, but at what cost? The alliance was weakening, and the Sapiens were still advancing. The war showed no signs of slowing, and Koda knew the hardest battles were yet to come. Chapter 16. The Plains of Blood. The morning sun rose over the plains, bathing the endless expanse of golden grass in a pale, almost surreal light. The vastness of the battlefield stretched to the horizon, unmarred by trees or hills, a stark contrast to the shadowed forests and rugged cliffs where the cryptids had fought before. Here there would be no hiding, no ambushes. This was a battleground for a war fought in the open, where strength and strategy alone would decide the victor. Koda stood at the crest of a small rise, his dark eyes scanning the sea of grass ahead. The earth's pulse beneath his feet was faint, its whispers subdued as if mourning the blood that would soon stain the soil. Around him the cryptid forces gathered, their numbers vast but disparate, each faction a reflection of the lands they called home. The Sasquatches stood in disciplined lines, their massive frames bristling with makeshift weapons of wood and stone. Arendor moved among them, his calm voice steadying their nerves. The trolls formed a loose cluster nearby, their jagged forms casting long shadows in the morning light. Grosh's replacement, a younger and more volatile leader named Draka, barked orders, his gravelly voice filled with barely concealed rage. The Yetis were more isolated, their frost-covered forms huddled together as if the open plain left them exposed. Thalgris stood at their head, his icy gaze fixed on the horizon. The goblins were scattered, their wiry bodies darting between the other cryptids, their sharp laughter and muttered curses betraying their unpredictable nature. Lysric crouched near the front, his gleaming eyes betraying a hunger for battle. Above them all the fairies flitted through the air, their delicate forms shimmering with an ethereal glow. They spoke in whispers, their voices barely audible above the wind, but their presence carried an undeniable weight. They had joined the cryptid forces reluctantly, their magic a last resort against the growing sapien threat. Koda stepped forward, his towering frame silhouetted against the rising sun. The murmurs and movements of the cryptid army stilled as his voice, deep and resonant, carried over the plain. "Today, we fight for more than survival," he said. "We fight for the earth itself, for the balance that has been broken by those who seek to destroy it. We are many, and we are strong. But strength alone will not win this day. We must fight together, as one." He turned to Arendor, then to Thalgris and Lysric, Set aside your grudges, your rivalries. On this field, we are not Sasquatches or Yetis or goblins. We are the Earth's defenders, and we will not yield. A ripple of determination passed through the gathered cryptids, their eyes turning toward the distant horizon where the sapien army would soon appear. Koda felt the Earth's faint pulse grow stronger, its whispers urging him forward. He took a deep breath and stepped back, giving his forces space to prepare. The sapiens came with the first rays of sunlight, their ranks darkening the horizon like a storm cloud rolling across the plain. They moved in disciplined lines, their banners fluttering in the wind, their weapons glinting in the light. At their head, Goran rode on a chariot drawn by two muscular horses, his figure imposing even from a distance. The cryptids watched in silence as the sapien army approached. This was not the disorganized mob they had faced in the forests and tunnels. This was a structured force with ranks of infantry, cavalry, and archers arrayed in perfect formation. The sight was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. "They've learned," Arendor muttered, his voice grim. "This is no rabble. They've studied us, adapted." Thalgris snorted, frost curling from his nostrils. "Let's see how their lines hold when we crush them." Lysric grinned, his sharp teeth gleaming. "Lines mean nothing if you can't see them coming." But even the goblin leader's bravado faltered as the sapiens halted just beyond bow range. Their front line raised shields, forming an unbroken wall of iron and wood. Behind them, archers nocked arrows, their movements precise. The cavalry, mounted on sleek, powerful horses, flanked the formation, their lances glinting in the sun. Koda stepped to the front, his massive frame a stark contrast to the organized precision of the sapien army. He could feel the tension in the air, the unspoken fear that rippled through the cryptid ranks. But he also felt the earth beneath his feet, its pulse steady and unyielding. He raised his hand, signaling the cryptids to hold. The sapiens would not make the first move. They were testing their resolve, waiting for them to falter. Koda would not give them that satisfaction. The silence stretched, broken only by the faint rustle of grass and the distant cries of birds. Then, with a sudden guttural roar, the goblins surged forward. The goblin charge was chaos incarnate. They raced across the plain with wild abandon, their wiry bodies darting and leaping as they closed the distance. Their shrieks and laughter filled the air, a cacophony of sound that echoed across the battlefield. The sapien archers loosed their arrows in a synchronized volley. The sky darkened as the arrows arced downward, striking the charging goblins with deadly precision. Dozens fell, their bodies crumpling in the grass, but the rest pressed on, their ferocity undiminished. The front line of sapiens braced for impact, their shields locked together in an impenetrable wall. The goblins slammed into it with a feral intensity, their claws and crude weapons scraping against iron and wood. They clambered over the shields, biting and slashing at the warriors behind them, their unpredictable movements disrupting the sapiens' formation. Koda watched the chaos unfold, his fists clenching at his sides. The goblins' ferocity was unmatched, but their lack of discipline left them vulnerable. The sapiens adapted quickly, their spears thrusting in precise, coordinated strikes that cut through the goblin ranks. "Now," Koda roared, his voice carrying across the battlefield. The Sasquatches and Yetis charged, their massive forms shaking the ground as they surged forward. The trolls followed, their heavy steps leaving deep impressions in the earth. The fairies darted overhead, their delicate forms glowing with a faint, otherworldly light. The cryptid charge collided with the sapien lines like a tidal wave. Sasquatches swung their massive clubs, shattering shields and sending warriors flying. Yetis roared as they tore through the ranks, their claws rending flesh and armor alike. Trolls hurled boulders into the fray, their projectiles smashing through the tightly packed formations. For a moment it seemed the cryptids might overwhelm the sapiens. Their raw strength and ferocity tore holes in the disciplined lines, scattering the warriors and sending many fleeing. Koda led the charge, his massive fists striking with the force of an avalanche. He grabbed a sapien warrior by the shoulders and hurled him into a group of archers, their formation collapsing under the impact. But the sapiens were not so easily broken. Goran barked orders from his chariot, his voice cutting through the chaos. The cavalry wheeled around, their lances lowered as they charged into the cryptid flanks. The archers regrouped, their volleys raining down with deadly accuracy. The warriors at the front reformed their lines, their shields rising once more to push back the cryptid assault. The battlefield was a maelstrom of blood, fire, and chaos. The cries of the dying mixed with the clash of weapons and the dull roar of stampeding hooves. What had begun as an orderly clash between armies had devolved into brutal hand-to-hand combat, where strength, cunning, and sheer will determined survival. Koda fought at the heart of the cryptid forces, his massive frame a beacon for allies and enemies alike. His fists struck like boulders, crushing shields and sending warriors flying. He tore through sapien ranks with feral precision, his roars echoing across the plain. Around him, the cryptid forces struggled to maintain cohesion. The Sasquatches held their line, their massive clubs and stone weapons battering the sapiens back step by step. Arendor, the Sasquatch elder, fought with calm efficiency, his every move deliberate and devastating. Yet despite their strength, the Sasquatches were being worn down. For every warrior they felled another step forward, the sapien ranks seemingly endless. The Yetis had fared better in the initial charge, their ferocity and speed overwhelming the sapien flanks. Thalgris led his warriors with icy determination, his frost-covered claws slicing through armor like paper. But the cavalry with their lances and relentless charges began to turn the tide. The open plain offered no cover, and the Yetis, for all their power, could not match the speed and maneuverability of the mounted warriors. The trolls were a wall of brute strength, their massive forms cutting swaths through the sapien lines. Draka, the young troll leader, hurled a boulder into a group of archers, scattering them like leaves. But their size made them easy targets, and the sapien archers focused their volleys on the trolls, arrows finding gaps in their rough stone-like hides. The goblins were everywhere and nowhere, their chaotic tactics causing as much confusion among their allies as their enemies. Lysric led his horde with reckless abandon, his high-pitched laughter cutting through the chaos. But their lack of coordination left them vulnerable, and many fell to sapien blades and arrows. Overhead, the fairies wove through the smoke and carnage, their delicate forms glowing faintly. Their magic, subtle but effective, sowed confusion among the sapiens, turning their own shadows against them and blinding their archers with bursts of light. Yet the fairies were few, and the strain of maintaining their spells was evident in their faltering movements. Koda saw the shift in the battle before it was fully apparent. The sapiens, despite their heavy losses, were regrouping. Goran's voice rose above the din, rallying his forces with brutal efficiency. The cavalry broke off from the flanks and formed a wedge, their lances gleaming as they prepared for a decisive charge. "Arendor, hold the line!" Koda bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos. He turned to Thalgris, who stood nearby, his frost-covered fur streaked with blood. "Thalgris, take your warriors and flank them. We can't let that charge break through." Thalgris nodded, his icy gaze meeting Koda's. "We'll hold them." The Yetis moved swiftly, their pale forms streaking across the plain as they circled behind the Sapien cavalry. Koda turned back to the Sasquatches and trolls, his chest heaving as he prepared to rally the center. The cavalry charge came like a thunderclap. The ground shook beneath the pounding hooves, and the cryptid line braced for impact. The first wave of lances struck with devastating force, piercing through shields and sending warriors tumbling. The Sasquatches and trolls roared in defiance, their massive forms pushing back against the onslaught. But the momentum of the charge was nearly unstoppable. Koda waded into the fray, his fists hammering into the mounted warriors with unrelenting fury. He grabbed one rider by the arm and hurled him from his saddle. The man's scream cut short as he hit the ground. Another charged at him, lance lowered, but Koda sidestepped at the last moment, his hand catching the horse's reins and twisting. The animal reared, throwing its rider, and Koda slammed his fist into the man's chest, ending him instantly. Thalgris and the Yetis struck the cavalry's rear, their ambush turning the tide momentarily. Horses screamed as they fell, their riders scrambling to regroup. The Yetis tore through the disarrayed ranks, their claws flashing in the sunlight. But the Sapiens adapted quickly, their spearmen turning to meet the Yetis with disciplined strikes. The battlefield descended further into chaos as reinforcements arrived for the Sapiens. A second wave of infantry emerged from the distant horizon, their banners high, their formation unbroken. The cryptids faltered at the sight, their exhaustion evident in their slowing movements. Koda saw the hesitation ripple through his forces. He knew they were at their breaking point. The cryptids had fought valiantly, but the Sapiens' organization and unrelenting numbers were taking their toll. If the reinforcements reached the front lines, the battle would be lost. With a roar that shook the battlefield, Koda charged. His massive frame tore through the Sapien ranks, his fists and claws a whirlwind of destruction. He grabbed a shield and used it as a battering ram, smashing through the tightly packed warriors. His roar rallied the cryptids, who surged forward with renewed determination. Arendor joined him, the elder Sasquatch's club crushing anything in its path. Draka followed, his massive fists slamming into the ground and sending shock waves through the enemy ranks. Thalgris and the Yetis, bloodied but unbowed, regrouped and struck from the flanks. The cryptid charge broke through the Sapien front line, scattering the warriors and leaving a trail of devastation. For a moment it seemed the cryptids might turn the tide. But the Sapien reinforcements arrived, their fresh ranks cutting off the cryptids' momentum. The battle ended in a brutal stalemate. The cryptids, bloodied and battered, retreated under the cover of the setting sun. The plains were littered with the dead and dying, the golden grass stained red with blood. The cries of the wounded echoed across the battlefield, a haunting chorus of pain and loss. Koda stood at the edge of the plain, his chest heaving, his body covered in cuts and bruises. He looked over the remnants of his forces. Fewer than half had survived. Arendor limped toward him, his club resting on his shoulder. Thalgris leaned heavily on a broken spear, his frost-covered fur matted with blood. Lysric was nowhere to be seen, his fate uncertain. "We lost too many," Arendor said, his voice heavy with grief. Koda nodded, his dark eyes scanning the horizon where the Sapiens regrouped. "We held them back, but not for long. They'll be coming again." The earth's whispers were faint beneath his feet, their sorrow a mirror of his own. He turned to his weary forces, his voice steady despite the weight of the day's losses. "We'll regroup," he said. "We'll heal, and we'll fight again." As the cryptids retreated into the shadowed forest beyond the plains, the setting sun cast long shadows over the battlefield. The war was far from over, and Koda knew the hardest battles were yet to come. Chapter 17. Koda's Sacrifice. The wind howled across the battered forest as Koda and his surviving forces made their way to higher ground. The defeat on the plains had left them shattered, their ranks thinned and their spirits heavy. The cryptids moved in near silence, the only sounds the crunch of leaves underfoot and the occasional groan of pain from the wounded. Above them the sky was dark and foreboding, a grim reflection of their plight. Koda led the way, his massive frame stooped under the weight of exhaustion. His fur was matted with dried blood, his steps heavy as he pushed through the dense underbrush. The earth's pulse beneath his feet was faint but steady, its whispers urging him onward. He could feel its sorrow, its desperation, and he knew they couldn't stop. Not yet. Behind him, Arendor walked in silence, his club resting on his shoulder. The elder Sasquatch's face was etched with grief, his movements slow and deliberate. Thalgris followed, his frost-covered fur streaked with crimson, his icy breath visible in the cold air. The Yetis were fewer now, their numbers decimated on the plains. The trolls brought up the rear, their heavy steps shaking the ground as they carried the wounded. The goblins had vanished after the battle, their chaotic nature driving them to scatter rather than regroup. Koda felt their absence keenly, not for their strength, but for what it represented. The alliance, fragile from the start, was splintering, and the Sapiens would not wait for them to mend. The first sign of danger came as a faint tremor beneath Koda's feet. He froze, his dark eyes scanning the forest ahead. The others sensed it too, their movements halting as they listened. The wind carried no sounds of birds or insects, only the eerie silence of an ambush waiting to spring. "They're here," Arendor murmured, his grip tightening on his club. Before Koda could respond, the forest erupted. Sapiens burst from the shadows, their weapons gleaming in the dim light. Arrows whistled through the air, striking trolls and Sasquatches before they could react. The cryptids roared in defiance, their instincts taking over as they met the attack with brute force. Koda charged into the fray, his massive fists swinging with devastating precision. He caught a Sapien warrior mid-strike, hurling him into a tree with a sickening crunch. Another lunged at him with a spear, but Koda sidestepped the blow, his claws raking across the man's chest and sending him sprawling. The forest became a blur of chaos and violence. Sasquatches swung their clubs, shattering shields and scattering the Sapiens like leaves. Thalgris and his remaining Yetis fought with feral intensity, their claws slicing through armor and flesh alike. The trolls roared as they hurled boulders into the enemy ranks, their massive forms absorbing the brunt of the attack. But the Sapiens were relentless. Their archers moved with precision, their arrows finding gaps in even the thickest hides. Warriors with torches set the underbrush ablaze, the flames spreading quickly and forcing the cryptids to retreat further into the forest. Koda knew they couldn't hold the position. The Sapiens had come prepared, their numbers overwhelming, their tactics brutal. He turned to Arendor, his voice calm despite the chaos. "Take them to the cliffs," he said. "There's shelter there. I'll hold them here." Arendor's eyes widened. "Koda, you can't." "Go," Koda growled, his tone leaving no room for argument. "You're needed. Lead them." For a moment Arendor hesitated, his gaze searching Koda's face. Then he nodded, his expression heavy with understanding. "Don't fall, my friend," he said before turning to the others. "Move, to the cliffs." The cryptids began to retreat, their movements swift but orderly as they followed Arendor. Thalgris paused, his icy gaze meeting Koda's. "We'll return for you," he said, his voice low. Koda didn't answer. He turned back to face the advancing Sapiens, his massive frame blocking the narrow path through the forest. The flames cast flickering shadows across his form, his dark eyes burning with determination. The first wave of Sapiens came at him with spears and shields, their formation tight. Koda met them head-on, his fists crashing into their ranks like a thunderclap. He swung a fallen branch, its gnarled surface splintering shields and sending warriors sprawling. He moved with the precision of a predator, his every motion calculated to maximize damage. But the Sapiens were relentless. For every warrior Koda felled, another stepped forward, their blades flashing in the firelight. He felt the sting of steel against his side, the burn of an arrow lodging in his shoulder. He roared in pain but did not falter, his massive hands closing around a warrior's torso and hurling him into his comrades. The earth beneath him trembled, its whispers urging him to hold, to endure. He could feel its strength flowing through him, a reminder of what he was fighting for. He planted his feet, his claws digging into the soil, and roared again, the sound echoing through the burning forest. The Sapiens changed tactics, their formation shifting as a new figure stepped forward. It was a war chief, clad in armor that gleamed like molten gold, his sword a wicked curve of steel. He pointed the blade at Koda, his voice ringing out over the battlefield. "Bring him down." The warriors surged forward, their attacks coordinated, their movements precise. Koda met them with unyielding force, his fists and claws tearing through their ranks. But he was slowing, his movements heavier, his breaths labored. The wounds he had sustained were beginning to take their toll. The war chief struck with deadly precision, his blade slicing into Koda's side. Koda roared in pain, his massive hand lashing out and catching the war chief across the chest. The blow sent the man sprawling, but he rose quickly, his eyes blazing with determination. The two clashed again and again, their battle a brutal dance of strength and skill. Koda's claws raked against the war chief's armor, sparks flying with each strike. The war chief's blade found its mark time and again, leaving Koda bloodied but unbowed. The earth's whispers grew fainter, their strength waning as Koda's own began to fade. He could feel the weight of the battle pressing down on him, the inevitability of his limits. But he refused to yield. With a final guttural roar, Koda surged forward, his massive frame colliding with the war chief's. He drove the man to the ground, his claws tearing through armor and flesh. The war chief screamed, his struggles growing weaker until they ceased altogether. Koda staggered to his feet, his chest heaving, his body battered and broken. The remaining Sapiens hesitated, their resolve faltering as they watched their leader fall. Koda took a step forward, his dark eyes blazing, and roared once more, the sound a defiant challenge. The Sapiens broke. Their ranks crumbled, and they fled into the forest, their torches disappearing into the darkness. Koda stood alone, his massive frame silhouetted against the flames. The earth's whispers were faint now, their sorrow a quiet echo in his mind. He turned slowly, his steps heavy, and began to follow the path to the cliffs. By the time he reached the shelter, the cryptids had regrouped, their eyes widening as they saw him approach. He was bloodied, his fur singed, his movements slow, but he was alive. Arendor stepped forward, his voice thick with emotion. "You held them." Koda nodded, his gaze steady. "We live to fight another day." The cryptids gathered around him, their expressions a mix of awe and gratitude. The alliance had been tested, and though it had fractured, it had not broken. Koda had bought them time, but he knew it was only a temporary reprieve. As the flames of the forest died down, the earth's whispers returned, faint but steady. They spoke of pain, of loss, but also of hope. Koda closed his eyes, drawing strength from their steady pulse. The war was far from over, but they had survived, for now. Chapter 18. The Fall of the Denisovan. The valley was a fortress of stone, surrounded on all sides by jagged cliffs that jutted into the sky like broken teeth. The air was cold, biting at exposed skin and carrying with it the scent of earth and desperation. Sparse vegetation clung to the rocky terrain, as if defying the land's harshness, while the sky above churned with ominous clouds. The Denisovan had chosen this place for their last stand, a natural citadel they hoped would hold against the advancing tide of Sapiens. Smoke rose in thin spirals from makeshift watchfires, blending into the gray sky. The Denisovan moved with grim purpose, their powerful frames bent under the weight of looming extinction. Each step they took was heavy, each breath deliberate, as though the very air resisted them. They had fortified their home with what little they had, crafting traps from boulders and sharpened wood, their hands bloodied and raw from labor. At the valley's edge, Koda stood on a distant ridge, his massive form a shadow against the horizon. His amber eyes scanned the scene below, the whispers of the earth filling him with unease. This will be their grave, he thought, the realization settling heavily in his chest. The first wave of Sapiens arrived at dawn, their silhouettes dark against the rising sun. They moved in disciplined ranks, armed with fire-hardened spears, crude shields, and primitive siege engines. Their leader, Goran, stood at the forefront, his scarred face betraying no hesitation. "Push forward," Goran commanded, his voice steady and cold. "Break their defenses, burn everything if you must." The Denisovan answered with a deep guttural roar, their voices echoing off the cliffs like thunder. They hurled massive stones from atop the valley's ridges, their aim precise, crushing the Sapiens who ventured too close. Others rolled boulders down narrow passes, creating avalanches that swallowed entire groups of attackers. But the Sapiens were relentless. The first wave fell, only to be replaced by a second, then a third. Each time they pressed closer, their torches lighting the way as flames licked at the valley's edges. A massive Denisovan warrior, his face painted with ash, led a charge into the fray. He wielded a stone axe as large as a Sapiens' torso, cutting down attackers with brutal efficiency. Blood spattered the ground as he roared, his strength unmatched. But even he could not hold back the tide forever. A Sapien with a torch slipped behind him, driving the flames into his back. The warrior howled, his hair igniting as he collapsed to his knees. Another spear found its mark, piercing his side. He fell forward, his massive body striking the ground with a final, resounding thud. The cries of the Denisovan grew more desperate as their numbers dwindled. From behind the Sapien lines came the rumble of crude siege engines, wooden contraptions designed to hurl flaming projectiles into the valley. The first of these missiles arced through the air, crashing into the Denisovan fortifications. Fire spread quickly, consuming their wooden barriers and forcing them into the open. The Denisovan fought valiantly, their raw strength and knowledge of the terrain giving them an edge in close combat. One group led attackers into a narrow pass, only to collapse the walls around them, burying the Sapiens alive. Another group, armed with slings and stones, took to the ridges, raining down death from above. But the Sapiens adapted. They used fire to flush the Denisovan out of hiding, and their siege weapons to weaken the cliffs, sending avalanches cascading into the valley below. The Denisovan traps, so carefully laid, became liabilities as the Sapiens turned their own defenses against them. From his vantage point, Koda watched the carnage unfold. His fists clenched at his sides, his claws digging into his palms. The whispers of the earth were frantic, their sorrow palpable. The Denisovan, one of the oldest and proudest races, were falling. They were once countless, Koda murmured to himself, his voice heavy with grief. Now they are shadows, scattered by the wind. He closed his eyes, his mind replaying the images of the battle. The bravery of the Denisovan was undeniable, their defiance unyielding. But the Sapiens were too many, their ingenuity too ruthless. The earth itself seemed to mourn with him. The wind howled through the cliffs, carrying with it the dying cries of the Denisovan. The ground trembled beneath his feet, as if trying to shake off the blood spilled upon it. Koda's thoughts turned inward, his own role in this war weighing heavily on him. He had tried to unite the cryptids, to prepare them for the coming storm, but even he could not stop the relentless march of the Sapiens. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the valley fell silent. The last of the Denisovan lay broken, their massive forms scattered like fallen statues. The Sapiens moved through the battlefield, extinguishing the remaining fires and gathering their wounded. Koda remained on the ridge, unmoving. His eyes scanned the battlefield, searching for some sign of hope, some indication that not all was lost. Then, in the distance, he spotted movement. A small group of Denisovan, no more than a handful, slipped away through a narrow crevice in the cliffs. They moved quickly, their forms blending with the shadows. Koda's heart lifted, the faintest glimmer of hope piercing through the darkness. They survive, he thought. The earth has not forgotten them. He watched until the figures disappeared into the mountains, their fate uncertain, but their existence a defiance against extinction. The valley, once a sanctuary, was now a graveyard. Smoke rose in thin trails, mingling with the cold night air. The Sapiens gathered at the valley's center, their victory marked by exhaustion and silence. Garin stood among them, his scarred face lit by the flickering glow of dying fires. "This is how it ends for them," he said, his voice void of triumph. "One by one they fall, until nothing remains." On the ridge, Koda turned away, his massive form retreating into the shadows. He carried the weight of the Denisovan fall with him, their loss a reminder of what was at stake. The war was far from over, but the cost was becoming unbearable. The whispers of the earth followed him as he descended into the forest, their sorrow mingling with his own. Yet among the sorrow, a single thought lingered. As long as there is life, there is hope. Chapter 19. The Homo floresiensis, Despair. The forest was a vibrant maze of towering trees, their branches woven together to create a canopy so dense that sunlight barely touched the ground. The air was thick with humidity, carrying the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the distant calls of unseen birds. Streams wound through the forest floor, their waters clear and cool, reflecting the dappled light that managed to seep through the leaves. The trees themselves seemed alive, their roots twisting like veins across the soil. This was the domain of Homo floresiensis, known to some as the hobbits. Small, intelligent, and resourceful, the hobbits had lived in harmony with the forest for generations. They built their homes within the roots of the great trees, their structures camouflaged and hidden from view. Their lives were quiet and peaceful, untouched by the conflicts raging beyond the forest's edge. Until now. At the forest border, the horizon glowed an ominous orange. Smoke rose in twisting columns, accompanied by the rhythmic pounding of axes and the distant shouts of Sapien voices. The forest trembled, its inhabitants stirring with unease. The Sapiens advanced like a storm, their torches lighting the edges of the forest in a fiery blaze. Their axes bit into ancient trees, each swing punctuated by the crash of falling timber. Smoke billowed into the air as they set controlled fires, driving out the creatures that called the forest home. A Sapien captain barked orders, his voice sharp and commanding. "Push forward! Clear the trees and smoke out anything that moves. We make camp here tonight." The warriors moved in groups, their torches casting flickering shadows against the forest's edge. They carried not only axes and spears, but crude incendiary devices, bundles of flammable materials wrapped in oil-soaked cloth. Within the forest, the hobbits watched. Their large eyes, adapted to the dim light, reflected the glow of the encroaching flames. The leaders of their clan gathered in a hidden grove, their faces solemn. "They come to destroy us," whispered Kellum, the eldest of the group. His voice was quiet but steady. "We cannot run," replied Neria, a younger hobbit, whose fierce gaze belied her small stature. "This is our home. If we leave, we lose everything." Kellum nodded slowly. "Then we fight. For the forest. For our people." The hobbits moved with silent precision, blending seamlessly with their surroundings. They set traps along the Sapien paths, hidden pits covered with leaves, weighted branches rigged to swing down upon unsuspecting intruders, and clusters of sharpened stakes buried in the underbrush. As the first group of Sapiens ventured deeper into the forest, they found themselves disoriented. The dense foliage blocked their view, and the smoke from their torches seemed to hang in the air, creating a thick haze. A warrior stepped forward, his torch held high. The ground beneath him gave way, and he fell into a concealed pit. His scream was cut short by the sound of sharpened stakes piercing flesh. Another group was ambushed by hobbits dropping from the trees above. They wielded slings and small spears, their projectiles aimed with deadly precision. A sapien fell clutching his throat, an arrow no larger than a dagger embedded deep within. The sapiens retaliated with brute force, swinging their torches wildly and setting fire to anything they could reach. But the hobbits were too fast, retreating into the shadows before the flames could catch them. From the treetops, Neria watched the chaos below. "We can hold them here," she whispered to herself. "We have to." The captain of the Sapiens surveyed the battlefield, his face grim. "They fight like phantoms," he muttered. "We'll burn them out." Under his orders, the warriors regrouped. They formed a defensive line, pushing forward with shields raised and torches held aloft. Behind them, others lit the underbrush, creating walls of fire to force the hobbits into the open. The hobbits fought back fiercely, their guerrilla tactics inflicting heavy losses. But the flames spread too quickly, consuming the forest's outer edge. The hobbits' traps became ineffective as the terrain itself was destroyed. Neria led a group of warriors in a final ambush, their slingshots and spears striking from the shadows. They managed to take down several sapiens, their small forms darting through the smoke like spirits. But the sapiens retaliated with fire, their weapons cutting through the hobbits' ranks. One by one the hobbits fell. Neria herself was struck by a sapien's spear, her body crumpling to the forest floor. She raised her head one last time, her gaze defiant, even in death. By nightfall, the forest was unrecognizable. The trees were charred husks, their once vibrant canopy reduced to ash. The hobbits' homes, hidden within the roots of the great trees, had been destroyed. The last of the hobbits stood together in a clearing, surrounded by the advancing sapiens. Kelem raised his small spear, his voice steady as he addressed his people. "We are the children of the forest. We have lived in its embrace, and we will die in its defense. Let them remember our defiance." The hobbits charged, their small forms fearless against the overwhelming tide. The sapiens met them with fire and steel, cutting them down until the clearing fell silent. The news of the hobbits' extinction spread quickly among the cryptids. Arendor, the Sasquatch elder, received the message with a heavy heart. "They were the last of their kind," he said softly, his voice trembling with grief. "We failed them." Koda, upon hearing the news, retreated to the edge of a river, the whispers of the earth filling him with sorrow. He knelt by the water's edge, his reflection distorted by ripples. "How many more?" he murmured. "How many must fall before we understand what is at stake?" The earth itself seemed to respond, the wind carrying a mournful howl through the trees. Koda stood, his massive form silhouetted against the moonlight. His voice, filled with resolve, broke the silence. "This war will claim us all if we let it. But it will not end with despair. It will end with a reckoning." He turned toward the distant horizon, his steps heavy but determined. The war was far from over, and Koda vowed to fight with everything he had to ensure the hobbit's sacrifice was not in vain. Chapter 20. The Council of Cryptids. The glade was alive with a quiet power, its air thick with the scent of moss and wildflowers. At its heart stood the ancestor tree, a towering titan whose branches seemed to hold the sky itself. Its roots sprawled like veins across the earth, some forming natural seats for those gathered beneath its canopy. The bark glimmered faintly, etched with runes older than memory. It was said that the tree had witnessed the rise of cryptids and the first whispers of the earth's power. Now it bore silent witness to their struggle for survival. Around the tree, cryptid leaders of every shape and size assembled. Trolls and yetis towered over the smaller elves and fairies, while goblins crouched on roots, their sharp eyes darting nervously. The Sasquatches stood in solemn groups, their massive forms blending into the forest's shadows. Each faction carried with them the scars of recent battles, their presence heavy with loss and resolve. At the center of the gathering stood Koda, his massive frame casting a long shadow across the glade. His amber eyes swept over the assembly, their light reflecting the burdens of leadership. Arendor, the Sasquatch elder, was the first to speak. His deep voice rumbled like distant thunder. "We are fewer now than we were a moon ago. Each battle costs us more than we gain. If we do not change our path, we will not survive the next." Falgris, the Yeti commander, slammed a massive fist against the ground, his breath misting in the cool air. "Do you suggest we surrender, Arendor? That we kneel to the Sapiens and hope they spare us?" Arendor's gaze was steady. "I suggest we stop fighting as scattered clans and tribes. Our strength lies in unity, yet we squabble among ourselves while the Sapiens grow stronger." A goblin leader, Lysric, sneered from his perch. "Unity? Easy for you giants to say. Your kind isn't shoved to the front lines like fodder." Lysindria, the fairy queen, floated forward, her crimson eyes narrowing. "And your kind isn't hunted to the brink of extinction. Careful with your words, goblin." The glade fell into tense silence, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Koda stepped forward, his towering form drawing the attention of all. "Enough," he said, his voice calm but firm. "We stand here not as rivals, but as the last hope of the earth itself. If we fall, the world falls with us. Let us not waste this moment in petty quarrels." Koda turned slowly, meeting the eyes of each leader in turn. His voice carried the weight of ages. "We were not made to fight each other. Each of us was born with a purpose, tied to the balance of this world. The Sapiens do not see this. They take, and they burn, and they claim all as their own. If we fight them as we are, fractured and divided, we will fall." He paused, his hand brushing the bark of the ancestor tree. The runes beneath his palm glowed faintly, as if responding to his touch. "But if we unite, we become something they cannot comprehend. Strength, wisdom, and the earth's fury combined. Together, we are more than they can ever hope to destroy." Falgris grunted, his massive arms crossed. "And what would you have us do, Koda? Unite under one banner? Who among us will lead such a force?" Koda's gaze didn't waver. "I do not seek to lead. I seek to guide. The earth itself calls to us, its whispers carried on the wind and rooted in the soil. It has chosen us for this fight. Together, we will answer." The leaders exchanged glances, the tension in the glade softening. Arendor stepped forward, his massive hand resting on his chest. "You speak of unity, Koda. Then let us extend our hand further. The Neanderthals have remained neutral, but their strength is undeniable. If we can convince them to join us, their mammoths alone could turn the tide. Thalgris nodded. They respect strength. They will not follow words alone. I will go to them and make our case. Koda inclined his head. Go, Thalgris. Remind them that this is not a war for territory or power, but for survival. Without them, we are diminished. Lysindria floated to the center of the gathering, her wings shimmering faintly. Koda, if we are to stand a chance, we must use the oldest magic, the kind that can change the course of this war. Aurora-lit, the elven elder, stepped forward, his expression grave. That magic is forbidden for a reason, Lysindria. It demands a cost we may not be able to pay. Koda regarded them both, his voice steady. The earth has given us its power to protect it. If that power must be wielded to preserve balance, then so be it. But the choice is yours. Lysindria's crimson eyes met his. Then it is decided. The fairies and elves will wield the magic no matter the cost. The council moved to the plans for their final confrontation. The leaders debated strategy, each offering insights from their unique perspectives. Arendor spoke of the Sasquatch's endurance, proposing they hold the front lines. Thalgris suggested using the Yetis to ambush the Sapiens' flanks from the mountains. Lysric reluctantly agreed to deploy the goblins as skirmishers, their chaos sowing confusion in the enemy ranks. Koda listened carefully, his hand resting on the ancestor tree. Every life we lose must mean something. Every strike we make must weaken their resolve. We cannot afford mistakes. As the council disbanded, the leaders departing to rally their forces, Koda remained by the tree. The glade was quiet now, the weight of the war settling heavily on his shoulders. He knelt, pressing his hand against the roots. The earth's voice was faint but steady, its sorrow mingling with resolve. "I hear you," Koda murmured. "Your pain will not go unanswered. They will remember this day, and they will remember who stood against them." He rose, his massive form silhouetted against the light of the setting sun. Around him the glade seemed to glow faintly, the ancestor tree standing tall as a silent guardian. The cryptids would march to war, united under a single purpose. But Koda knew the cost of their unity, and the burden he carried was heavier than ever before. Chapter 21. The March to War. The vast plain stretched to the horizon, its golden grass rippling in the wind like a sea. To the east, jagged mountains loomed, their peaks dusted with snow, a stark contrast to the vibrant, sunlit expanse below. Streams crisscrossed the plain, their waters sparkling under the sky, a fleeting reminder of the beauty still left in the world. Yet the air was heavy, charged with the tension of impending conflict. From every direction they came. Cryptids of all shapes and sizes converged on the plain, their presence transforming it into a tapestry of ancient power. Sasquatches walked alongside trolls, their massive forms dwarfing the fairies and elves who darted between them. Yetis descended from the mountains, their white fur streaked with the dirt of long travel. Goblins and molemen emerged from hidden burrows, their grumbling voices adding to the cacophony of the gathering. The cryptids moved with purpose, their eyes reflecting determination and fear. This was not just a battle, It was a reckoning. A low rumbling sound broke through the chatter of the cryptids. The ground trembled as massive shadows appeared on the horizon. Neanderthals, riding atop towering mammoths, entered the plain. Their presence was a reminder of a time before the Sapiens' rise, a time when harmony between cryptids and hominids was possible. The mammoths, adorned with leather armor and tusk-mounted blades, let out deep, resonating trumpets as they approached. The Neanderthals themselves were adorned in hides and painted with ash, their weapons primitive but deadly. Arendor, the Sasquatch elder, stepped forward to greet their leader, a towering Neanderthal named BlackQuill. The two clasped hands, their mutual respect evident. "It is good to see you, old friend," Arendor said, his deep voice carrying across the plain. BlackQuill nodded, his expression grave. "We come not for survival, but for vengeance. The Sapiens have taken too much." The arrival of the Neanderthals lifted the spirits of the cryptids. Their presence was a reminder of unity in the face of annihilation. Koda moved among the gathered forces, his massive form unmistakable. His steps were slow, deliberate, his amber eyes scanning the throng of cryptids. He paused to speak with each group, his voice carrying a weight that inspired hope. To the goblins who grumbled about the fairness of the alliance, he knelt low, his eyes meeting theirs. "You are the chaos they cannot control. Do not forget your power lies in their fear of what they cannot understand." To the Yetis who stood stoically near the mountain's edge, he raised his hand in respect. "You are the heart of this fight. Your strength has turned tides before. It will again." The fairies, their wings twitching nervously, gathered around him. He placed a massive hand on the earth, closing his eyes. "The forest speaks your name. It knows your courage. Be its fury." Koda's presence was magnetic, his words uniting the disparate factions. The cryptids drew strength from him, their doubts easing under his calm, steady leadership. On the horizon, the first signs of the Sapien army appeared. At first, it was a shimmer, a distortion against the plains. Then the shapes solidified, rows upon rows of warriors, their armor catching the light, their banners snapping in the wind. The Sapien force was the largest ever assembled. Thousands marched in tight formations, their ranks bristling with spears and shields. Siege engines rolled across the plain, their massive wheels crushing the grass beneath them. Towers of wood and iron, designed to deliver fire and death, loomed over the advancing army. Behind the lines, Goran rode atop a chariot, his scarred face set in grim determination. His forces carried new weapons, fire-hurling devices that sputtered and smoked, their designs unfamiliar and menacing. The cryptids watched in silence as the army approached, their numbers dwarfed by the sea of Sapiens. As the cryptids prepared for battle, their leaders gathered in a circle near a cluster of boulders. The firelight cast long shadows across their faces, illuminating their fears and resolve. Thalgris, the Yeti commander, spoke first. "Their numbers are endless. We can crush their front lines, but the waves will keep coming." Arendor, his massive form hunched over, nodded. "Then we must make each strike count. Take their leaders. Break their morale." Lysandria, the fairy queen, her crimson eyes glowing faintly, added, "They rely on fire. Turn it against them, and they will falter." Koda stood silently, listening to their words. He knelt, placing his hand on the ground. The earth whispered to him, its voice filled with sorrow and strength. "They come not just for the land, but to erase us from it," he said, his voice low but resonant. "We are the last line. If we fall, so does the balance." The cryptid leaders fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. Night fell, blanketing the plain in darkness. The cryptids gathered around fires, their conversations subdued. Some whispered prayers to the earth, while others sharpened their weapons or inspected their armor. The air was thick with anticipation, every sound amplified by the stillness. Koda stood alone on a rise, his gaze fixed on the Sapien encampment in the distance. Their fires dotted the horizon like a field of stars, a stark reminder of the force they faced. The earth beneath him thrummed softly, its voice a mixture of sorrow and resolve. Koda closed his eyes, his hand brushing the grass. "We hear you," he murmured, "and we will fight for you." He turned back to the cryptids, his massive form illuminated by the firelight. "Rest now," he said, "for tomorrow we do not just fight for ourselves. We fight for the world." The cryptids watched him in silence, his words lingering long after he had spoken. As the fires burned low, the plain was filled with a quiet determination, the calm before the storm. The cryptid war camp stirred as dawn approached, a stark contrast to the deathly silence of the Sapien encampment in the distance. Fires burned low, casting flickering shadows across the warriors preparing for battle. The once diverse sounds of nature were muted, replaced by the steady clang of weapon sharpening, the rustle of leather armor, and the low murmurs of cryptid voices. Koda moved among them, his towering presence a steadying force. His eyes, glowing faintly amber in the dim light, scanned the preparations. He stopped to help a young Sasquatch adjust a leather chest plate, his massive hands moving with unexpected gentleness. "You carry more than armor," Koda said, his voice low and steady. "You carry the hopes of those who cannot fight." The young cryptid looked up at him, nodding solemnly. To a group of trolls gathered near a crude forge, Koda spoke with quiet strength. "Your hammers have shaped this fight. Let them strike true today." The trolls grunted in agreement, their resolve visible in their heavy brows and squared shoulders. At the center of the camp, the cryptid leaders met for a final strategy session. A large flat rock served as their table, maps and crude drawings spread across its surface. Arendor, the Sasquatch elder, pointed to the Sapien encampment, his finger tracing the positions of their siege engines. "They'll push those forward at dawn," he said. "Their fire will be the greatest threat." Thalgris, the Yeti commander, leaned heavily on a massive club. "Then we meet them at the front. We'll shatter their lines before they can bring those engines to bear." Lysindria, the fairy queen, perched on a stone, her crimson eyes glowing. "And if they flank us, their numbers could wrap around us like a noose." "We won't let them," Koda said, his voice cutting through the discussion. He placed his hand on the map, his fingers spanning the entire battlefield. "We strike first, not in chaos, but in unity. Each group has a role. No faction fights alone." The leaders exchanged glances, their earlier doubts replaced by determination. "The earth chose us for this fight," Koda continued, his amber eyes locking with each of them. "We are not fighting just to survive. We are fighting to remind them what they have forgotten, that this world belongs to more than just them." The council ended in silence, each leader departing to prepare their forces. Across the plain, the Sapien encampment was a stark contrast to the cryptids' organic, chaotic war camp. The Sapiens' fires burned in precise rows, their formations rigid, even at rest. Goran, their leader, stood on a raised platform, surveying his army. Behind him, engineers tinkered with their fire-hurling devices, their crude machines sputtering with smoke and flame. Soldiers moved with disciplined efficiency, their weapons gleaming in the firelight. "We break them at dawn," Goran said to his captains, his voice cold and resolute. "No mercy, no hesitation. This is their last stand." As the stars blanketed the sky, the cryptid camp grew quiet. Fires burned low, their embers glowing like the dying hearts of the warriors who rested around them. Small groups huddled together, their conversations muted. A group of fairies gathered near the edge of the camp, their wings folded tightly. One whispered, her voice barely audible, "Will we see the forest again?" Another fairy, her crimson eyes reflecting the firelight, answered, "If we fall, the forest falls with us. We cannot lose." Among the Sasquatches, Arendor sat with a group of young warriors. He spoke of the days before the war, of the peace they once knew. His deep voice was steady, but his eyes betrayed a hint of sorrow. Koda stood alone on a hill overlooking the plain. The wind carried the scent of smoke and grass mingling with the faint whispers of the earth. He knelt, placing both hands on the ground. The earth's voice was faint, but insistent, a mixture of sorrow and resolve. Koda closed his eyes, his breathing steady as he listened. "I hear you," he murmured, his words blending with the wind. "Your pain is my own." The ground beneath him seemed to tremble, as if answering his call. Chapter 22. The Silent Watcher. The plain was deathly quiet as dusk descended, the golden light of the fading sun casting long, distorted shadows across the land. On one side of the battlefield, the cryptids stood in solemn ranks, their forms blending into the earth and stone. The glow of elven runes and fairy wings punctuated the darkness gathering at the edges of the horizon. Sasquatches gripped crude weapons, their breaths visible in the cooling air, while Yetis towered over the lines, their eyes sharp and unyielding. Across the plain, the Sapien army mirrored the cryptids' grim silence. Warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, their spears and shields forming an unbroken wall. Siege engines loomed behind them, their iron and wood frames sharp against the fading light. Fires from their torches flickered, casting a blood-red hue on their faces. Between the two forces stretched an expanse of untouched earth, the no-man's land where fate would soon be decided. The grass rippled faintly in a cold wind, as though even the land itself recoiled from the conflict about to unfold. High above the battlefield, a shadow moved against the twilight. Silent and deliberate, the figure soared through the air, its massive wings making no sound. The creature's shape was indistinct at first, blending with the darkening sky, but as it descended, its details emerged. A body cloaked in shadow, unnaturally thin and elongated, with wings that stretched impossibly wide. Its eyes glowed like embers, piercing and unblinking. These were no ordinary eyes. They seemed to see everything, past, present, and future, conveying a strange mixture of sorrow and detachment. The Mothman hovered high above the battlefield, his crimson gaze scanning the forces below. His presence was unnerving, yet entirely unnoticed. The cryptids prepared for war, oblivious to the dark watcher above them. The Sapiens sharpened their spears and readied their engines of destruction, equally unaware of the silent figure gliding over their lines. The Mothman moved with eerie grace, his wings carrying him through the thickening dusk, as though he were a part of the wind itself. He circled the cryptid ranks first, his glowing eyes lingering on the gathering of leaders beneath the ancestor tree. His gaze shifted to Koda, who stood at the forefront of the cryptid forces, his massive frame a pillar of strength amidst the uncertainty. The Mothman's eyes flickered, almost as if in recognition. Koda's amber gaze was fixed on the Sapien army, his attention elsewhere, but for a moment the Mothman's presence seemed to resonate in the space around him. The watcher moved on, his wings brushing against the shadows. He turned his attention to the Sapien ranks, observing the precision of their formations and the cruel ingenuity of their weapons. His red eyes burned brighter as they rested on Goran, the Sapien leader, who stood atop a chariot at the center of his army. The Mothman's gaze seemed to pierce through Goran, reading the scars of his soul as easily as one might read lines on a map. Then, as silently as he had arrived, the Mothman moved on. As the Mothman circled the battlefield, the earth itself seemed to react. The whispers that had guided Koda and the cryptids throughout their journey shifted in tone, growing mournful and fragmented. The wind picked up, carrying with it the faint scent of ash and charred wood. A cold chill settled over the battlefield, causing warriors on both sides to shiver involuntarily. The cryptids exchanged uneasy glances, their instincts attuned to the unnatural change in the air. Among the Sapiens, the soldiers gripped their weapons tighter, their confidence faltering despite their leader's commanding presence. The sky darkened further, the last light of the sun swallowed by heavy clouds that rolled in from the east. Thunder rumbled faintly in the distance, though no rain fell. The Mothman's shadow passed over the battlefield one final time, his red eyes blazing like twin beacons in the encroaching night. Without a sound, the Mothman rose higher into the sky. His massive wings seemed to dissolve into the darkness, leaving behind no trace of his presence. The glowing red eyes lingered for a moment longer, fixed on the center of the battlefield, before fading entirely. The silence that followed was oppressive, pressing down on the cryptids and Sapiens alike. It was as though the Mothman's departure had stolen something vital from the air, leaving only a void that could not be filled. Koda shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing as he gazed across the plain. He couldn't explain the unease that prickled at the edges of his awareness, but he felt it deeply, like the roots of the earth beneath his feet had trembled with sorrow. Among the cryptid ranks, Lysindria, the fairy queen, whispered to Aurora-lit, the elven elder, "Did you feel that?" Aurora-lit nodded solemnly. "The earth knows what is coming, and so does he." The cryptids braced themselves as the night deepened, the oppressive silence giving way to the low murmur of preparation. The Mothman was gone, but his presence lingered in the air, a harbinger of the tragedy that loomed just beyond the horizon. The first stars appeared in the sky, their faint light swallowed by the darkness below. The battlefield, now blanketed in shadow, waited. Chapter 23. The First Strike. The air was thick with the scent of pine and the quiet tension of a world holding its breath. The forest edge stood as a wall of green shadows, its towering trees hiding the silent watchers within. The first sapien ranks emerged cautiously from the open plain, their crude armor glinting in the faint light that filtered through the canopy. Shields were raised, swords drawn, and their eyes scanned the gloom. They knew something waited for them. From above, the fairies hovered unseen, their shimmering forms blending with the dancing light of the leaves. On the ground, Sasquatches crouched behind thick tree trunks, their massive hands gripping stones and makeshift clubs. Neanderthals, stockier and clad in furs, prepared crude but deadly traps, their sharp eyes gleaming with determination. "Hold your breath, my friends." Koda's voice, deep and calm, rumbled through the minds of those who could hear him. "The forest has always been ours. Let them feel its wrath." The sapien commander, Goran, raised a hand, signaling his troops to advance. They moved cautiously, their discipline evident despite the unease in their ranks. The terrain was not kind to them. Roots snagged at their boots, the thick underbrush slowed their march, and every rustle of leaves seemed to carry a threat. The first strike came without warning. A deafening roar tore through the silence as a Sasquatch hurled a massive boulder from the shadows, crushing a line of soldiers with terrifying precision. The sapiens shouted in alarm, their formation breaking as the forest erupted into chaos. From the canopy, fairies dived like streaks of light, their ethereal wings humming as they tore through the sapien ranks. Their claws, sharp as obsidian, slashed through armor and flesh alike. The sapiens cried out, swinging their weapons wildly at the air, but the fairies were too fast, too agile. On the ground, the Sasquatches charged, their massive forms barreling through the disoriented troops. Clubs swung with bone-shattering force, and the earth seemed to tremble under their weight. Neanderthals joined the fray, their traps snapping shut on unsuspecting soldiers, pulling them screaming into pits or impaling them on sharpened stakes. The forest was alive with the sounds of battle, the roars of cryptids, the screams of men, and the relentless cacophony of weapons clashing. Goran shouted orders, his voice rising above the din. "Form up! Shields! Defend yourselves!" But the forest was not a battlefield they could control. It was a labyrinth of danger, every shadow a potential enemy. Goran was no fool. He saw the chaos unfolding and knew they could not win in the shadows. "Fire!" he bellowed, pointing to the trees. "Burn them out!" Torches were lit, their flickering light casting eerie shadows as the soldiers thrust them into the dry underbrush. Flames spread quickly, licking up the trees and filling the air with choking smoke. The cryptids hesitated, their natural instincts wary of the spreading fire. The tide began to shift. The sapiens regrouped, their lines reforming as the forest's concealment gave way to open flames. Engineers among them began constructing crude siege engines, rolling massive battering rams toward the denser sections of the forest. The cryptids' advantage was slipping. "Stand your ground," Koda's voice boomed, cutting through the fear like a beacon. "The flames are but a fleeting threat. The forest is ours, and it will fight with us." He emerged from the shadows, his massive frame towering over the battlefield. His fur, dark as the forest depths, gleamed with a primal power that seemed to ripple through the air. The cryptids rallied at the sight of him, their courage rekindled by his presence. Koda strode forward, his steps shaking the earth. A Sapien soldier charged him, spear raised, but Koda swatted him aside like a child brushing away a fly. Another came and another, but none could stand against the sheer force of his strength. "Do you feel it?" Koda called, his voice resonating through the minds of those around him. "The forest lives. It fights with us, through us. Let them feel its wrath." The cryptids surged forward, their roars and cries echoing through the burning forest. Sasquatches tore through the Sapien lines, their strength unstoppable. Neanderthals fought with brutal efficiency, their sharp tools finding weak points in armor. Even the fairies, their wings singed by the heat, continued their aerial assault, raining chaos from above. Garen's forces struggled to hold their ground. The siege engine, still incomplete, became targets for the cryptids. A Sasquatch smashed one to splinters with a single blow, while a group of Neanderthals set fire to another, turning the Sapiens' own flames against them. But the fire continued to spread, and the cryptids began to feel its heat. Trees fell, their massive trunks crashing to the ground and scattering the combatants. Smoke filled the air, choking lungs and obscuring vision. Koda stood amidst the chaos, his eyes blazing with determination. "This is not the end," he said, his voice steady and unwavering. "The forest has endured for ages, beyond their comprehension. It will endure this." With a roar, he lifted a fallen tree trunk and hurled it toward the Sapien ranks, scattering them like leaves in the wind. The cryptids rallied around him, their spirits unbroken despite the flames. The battle raged on, the forest a battlefield of fire and fury. Koda's presence was a beacon of hope, his words a rallying cry that kept the cryptids fighting. But the fight was far from over, and the flames showed no sign of abating. As the sun dipped low, casting an orange glow over the smoke-filled sky, the battle lines shifted once more. The Sapiens had been repelled for now, but the cost was high. The forest burned, its once proud canopy reduced to ash and ember. Koda stood at the edge of the battlefield, his chest heaving from exertion. "This is but the beginning," he said, his voice heavy with resolve. "They will come again, with more fire, more weapons. But we will be ready. The forest will be ready." He turned to the cryptids, their faces streaked with soot and blood. "Rest now, my friends. The night is ours, but the dawn will bring new challenges, and we will face them together. For now, I head to the mountain pass." The cryptids let out a collective roar, their voices rising above the crackling flames. The first strike had been theirs, a brutal reminder to the Sapiens that the forest was not so easily conquered. But the war was far from over. The forest would heal, and so would they. And Koda, the guardian of the wild, would lead them. Chapter 24. The Mountain Defenders. The mountain pass was a fortress of stone, its towering cliffs and jagged ridges sculpted by the hands of time into a bastion that had withstood countless storms. A narrow path twisted through its heart, hemmed in by walls that rose like the teeth of a great beast. The air was sharp and thin, laced with the scent of pine and the ever-present chill of ancient snow. Here the mountain's guardians had gathered, their colossal forms poised and ready for the battle to come. Above the pass, trolls stood like statues carved from the very rock, their immense bodies blending seamlessly with the rugged terrain. Each one gripped boulders the size of tree trunks, their muscles coiled with the strength of the earth itself. Along the higher ridges, yetis crouched in the shadows, their white fur stark against the dark stone. Their eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, filled with a cold intelligence and a predator's patience. From the distance came the rhythmic thunder of war drums, growing louder with each beat. The Sapien army was advancing, their numbers a tide that surged toward the pass. The sound of their march filled the air, boots crunching against gravel, the clatter of shields and spears, and the guttural shouts of commanders driving their troops onward. Their siege towers loomed in the rear, crude constructs of wood and iron that rolled forward like lumbering beasts. Torches flickered in their ranks, casting a flickering glow that danced on the rocky walls. Koda stood at the edge of the cliffs, his massive frame blending with the shadows of the mountain. His dark fur rippled in the cold wind, his eyes fixed on the advancing army below. "This is their test," he said, his voice low and resonant, carrying to the trolls and yetis around him. "They think they can tame the mountains, bend them to their will, show them the folly of their ambition. Let the mountains speak." The first Sapien ranks entered the pass, their shields raised in tight formation. The narrowness of the path forced them into columns, their disciplined lines snaking between the walls. Archers moved to the front, their bows drawn and arrows notched, scanning the cliffs for any sign of movement. Behind them, pikemen marched with spears held high, their faces grim with determination. The trolls remained motionless, their immense forms hidden among the rocky outcrops. The yetis crept along the ridges, their movements silent despite their size. The tension in the air was palpable, the kind of quiet that comes before a storm. The Sapiens advanced cautiously, their eyes darting from shadow to shadow. Then, with a roar that shook the very stones, the first troll hurled its boulder. The massive rock sailed through the air with terrifying speed, striking the lead column with a sound like thunder. Men screamed as the boulder crushed armor and bone, scattering the front line like leaves in a gale. The Sapien formation wavered, chaos spreading as soldiers scrambled to avoid the deadly rain of stones that followed. From the cliffs above, yetis descended like phantoms, their pale forms leaping from ledge to ledge with impossible grace. One landed amidst a group of archers, its claws flashing in the dim light. The soldiers barely had time to react before the Yeti tore through them, its massive hands flinging bodies aside as though they weighed nothing. A second Yeti pounced onto the roof of a siege tower, its claws raking through the wooden beams. The structure groaned under its weight, the soldiers inside shouting in panic as the Yeti tore the tower apart piece by piece. With a final heaving shove, the beast sent the tower toppling sideways, its occupants spilling out like ants from a broken hive. The Sapien commanders shouted orders, their voices barely audible over the chaos. "Hold your lines! Archers, return fire! Engineers, advance the next tower!" But the mountain was alive with defenders. Trolls hurled boulders with unerring precision, each impact sending shock waves through the Sapien ranks. A single troll, standing atop a narrow outcrop, lifted a slab of rock larger than a horse and threw it with a guttural roar. The stone struck the ground in the midst of a tightly packed column, the force of the impact throwing men into the air like rag dolls. The Yetis struck with feral intensity, their claws slicing through armor and flesh with ease. One Yeti, its fur streaked with blood, grabbed a Sapien soldier by the head and hurled him into his comrades, the impact sending them sprawling. Another leapt from the cliffs onto a group of pikemen, its massive frame flattening them before it turned its claws on the survivors. The Sapiens fought back with desperation, their archers loosing volley after volley of arrows into the cliffs. Yetis roared in pain as the shafts struck home, but their fury only grew. A wounded Yeti, an arrow embedded in its shoulder, charged a group of archers, swiping its claws in a deadly arc that left a trail of broken bodies. Koda watched the battle from the heights, his eyes narrowing as the Sapiens regrouped. Their engineers had brought forward a battering ram, its head covered in iron and reinforced with spikes. The device rolled toward the pass, pushed by a team of soldiers, protected by a wall of shields. "They seek to breach the mountain," Koda growled, his voice filled with quiet fury. "They will find only ruin." He leapt from his perch, landing amidst the defenders with a thunderous crash. Trolls and Yetis alike roared in acknowledgment, their morale surging at the sight of their leader. Koda raised his massive arms, his voice ringing out across the battlefield. "Hold them here," he bellowed. "The mountains are eternal. They will not fall to these intruders." The trolls roared in response, their voices echoing through the pass. One troll, a giant even among its kin, charged the battering ram with a boulder in each hand. The soldiers pushing the ram scattered as the troll hurled one of the stones, the impact shattering the ram's supports and leaving it skewed at an angle. With a triumphant roar, the troll threw the second boulder, crushing the remnants of the ram and the soldiers who had not fled. The Yetis struck with renewed ferocity, their ambushes becoming even more coordinated. A group of 3 Yetis descended upon a siege tower, tearing it apart with their claws and hurling the pieces at the advancing Sapiens. One Yeti grabbed a soldier by the legs and swung him like a club, his screams cut short as his body was used to batter his comrades. The Sapiens' desperation grew as the pass became a slaughterhouse. Their commanders ordered the use of flaming projectiles, hoping to drive the defenders back with fire. The first of the flaming missiles arced through the air, striking the cliffs and sending showers of sparks cascading down. The trolls roared in defiance, their massive hands slapping away the burning debris. One troll, its skin scorched by the flames, charged forward with a boulder in hand, hurling it directly at the Sapien trebuchet. The massive stone struck the siege weapon with a deafening crash, splintering it into 1,000 pieces. The battle raged on. The mountain pass, a cacophony of roars, screams, and the relentless clash of stone and steel. Blood stained the rocks, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of fire and death. The mountain pass was now a crucible of chaos, its rocky walls painted with the blood of friend and foe alike. Smoke choked the air, rising from the burning debris of siege towers and shattered trebuchets. The screams of the dying and the roars of the Yetis and trolls blended into a harrowing symphony of war. Yet amidst the carnage, the Sapien army pressed forward, their desperation fueling their determination. At the forefront of the battle, Thalgris, the Yeti commander, stood like a living monument of fury and resolve. His pale fur was matted with blood, his eyes blazing with a cold, unrelenting rage. Around him, Yetis and trolls fought with renewed vigor, inspired by their leader's ferocity. The Sapien engineers, undeterred by their earlier losses, rolled forward a second battering ram. This one was larger, its iron head reinforced with spikes, and it was protected by a canopy of fire-resistant hides. Soldiers surrounded it, their shields forming an impenetrable wall as they advanced. Thalgris snarled, his claws curling into fists. "They think their iron will save them," he growled, his voice a guttural rumble that carried to the defenders around him. "Let them feel the fury of the mountains." He leapt from his position on the cliffs, landing with a bone-shaking crash in the midst of the Sapien formation. Soldiers scattered like leaves in a gale, their disciplined ranks breaking under the force of his assault. Thalgris roared, the sound echoing through the pass, and charged the battering ram. The Sapien soldiers guarding the ram raised their spears, their tips gleaming in the firelight. Thalgris plowed into them like an avalanche, his claws tearing through shields and armor with ease. A soldier thrust his spear at the Yeti's chest, but Thalgris caught the weapon mid-thrust, snapping it like a twig. With a sweep of his massive arm, he sent the soldier hurtling into the ranks behind him. Another soldier lunged at Thalgris from the side, his sword aiming for the Yeti's exposed flank. Thalgris spun with blinding speed, his claws slicing through the air. The soldier's blade clattered to the ground as he fell, clutching the gaping wound across his chest. The battering ram inched closer to the cliffs, its iron head glinting ominously in the firelight. Thalgris roared and charged again, his massive frame slamming into the side of the ram with enough force to lift it off its wheels. Soldiers screamed as the ram toppled, its canopy collapsing under its own weight. From above, trolls hurled boulders with unerring precision, targeting the clusters of soldiers attempting to regroup around the fallen ram. Each impact sent shock waves through the ground, the sheer force pulverizing men and splintering wood. One troll, its gray skin streaked with ash, roared triumphantly as its boulder struck a group of archers, scattering them like broken dolls. Despite the mounting losses, the Sapien commanders refused to yield. From the rear of the army, reinforcements poured into the pass, their torches casting long shadows on the jagged cliffs. Engineers began setting explosive charges along the base of the cliffs, their intent clear, to bring the mountain itself crashing down upon the defenders. Thalgris spotted the engineers and roared in fury. "They dare defile our home," he bellowed. "Not one of them leaves this pass alive." He bounded toward the nearest group of engineers, his claws tearing through the soldiers guarding them. One engineer fumbled with a fuse, his hands trembling as he tried to ignite the charge. Thalgris reached him in 2 strides, his massive hand closing around the man's torso. With a guttural snarl, the Yeti hurled the engineer into the cliff wall, the sickening crunch echoing above the battle's din. Koda joined the fray, his massive form emerging from the smoke like a shadow given life. His eyes blazed with unearthly light, his presence a beacon of hope to the defenders, and a harbinger of doom to the Sapiens. Koda's arrival ignited a renewed ferocity among the defenders. A troll, its arm bleeding from a dozen arrow wounds, lifted a boulder twice its size and hurled it at a siege tower. The rock struck the tower's base, shattering its supports and sending it crashing to the ground. The Sapiens inside screamed as the wreckage consumed them, the flames licking at the debris. Koda charged into the fray, his fists swinging like battering rams. A group of pikemen rushed to intercept him, their spears forming a bristling wall. Koda didn't slow. He grabbed the nearest spear, snapping it in half before slamming his fist into the soldier holding it. The man crumpled to the ground, his armor caving under the force. Another soldier lunged at Koda, his sword aiming for the cryptid's throat. Koda caught the blade with his bare hand, the steel biting into his palm but not breaking through. With a snarl, he yanked the weapon from the soldier's grasp and drove it into the ground, shattering the blade. The remaining pikemen hesitated, their courage faltering under Koda's unrelenting assault. He stepped forward, his massive frame casting a shadow over them. "Run," he growled, his voice low and menacing. "Or stay and die. The choice is yours." The pikemen broke, their resolve crumbling as they fled into the chaos. Above, the Yetis launched a coordinated ambush. Leaping from ledge to ledge, they descended upon the Sapien archers with devastating speed. One Yeti, its fur streaked with blood, landed amidst a group of soldiers and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Claws tore through flesh and bone, the sheer force of the assault leaving no survivors. Another Yeti grabbed an engineer who was attempting to light an explosive charge. The beast lifted the man high into the air before slamming him into the ground with enough force to create a crater. The charge, still unlit, was tossed into the depths of the pass, its threat neutralized. The Sapien commanders shouted frantic orders, their voices rising above the din of battle. "Hold the line! Push them back! The mountain must fall!" But the mountain was unyielding, its defenders relentless. Trolls and Yetis fought with a ferocity born of desperation and unshakable loyalty to their home. Boulders and bodies alike flew through the air, the ground shaking with every impact. Blood stained the rocks, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and death. Koda and Falgris fought side by side, their combined strength a force of nature. A group of Sapien soldiers charged them, their weapons raised in a last desperate bid to breach the defenders' line. Koda roared and swung his massive arm, sending the first wave flying. Falgris followed, his claws slicing through the remaining soldiers with brutal efficiency. "They will not take this pass," Koda growled, his voice steady and resolute. "The mountain stands eternal." As the battle raged on, the Sapiens' resolve began to falter. Their losses were catastrophic, their forces decimated by the relentless assault of the defenders. The narrow pass, once their hope for victory, had become their tomb. The mountain remained unbroken, its defenders victorious. But as the last echoes of battle faded into the night, Koda knew the war was far from over. This was but one battle in a conflict that would test their strength, their resolve, and their very survival. "Rest while you can," Koda said, his voice carrying to the remaining defenders. "The dawn will bring new challenges, and we will face them together." The trolls and Yetis let out a collective roar, their voices rising above the silence of the night. They had won the day, but the mountain's fight was far from over. Chapter 25. The River of Blood. The river roared like a beast unchained, its wide expanse reflecting the silvery light of the moon. The current moved with relentless fury, its depths hiding secrets older than the mountains themselves. Thick mist curled above the water, obscuring the far bank where the Sapien army sought to cross. The air was heavy with tension, the scent of wet earth mingling with the acrid tang of burning wood from the Sapiens' campfires. On the Sapien side, Goran barked orders to his commanders, his sharp eyes scanning the treacherous river. "Secure the crossing," he bellowed. "We take the far bank by dawn, or we die trying." On the cryptid side, Nyxora, the river's guardian, waited beneath the churning surface. Her form shimmered like the water itself, a being of sinewy grace and sharp predatory instincts. Around her a host of aquatic cryptids stirred, creatures of nightmare with razor-sharp teeth, grasping limbs, and eyes that glowed faintly in the murky depths. Their presence turned the river into a living weapon, ready to drag any intruder into its cold embrace. Koda crouched on the far bank, his massive frame hidden among the reeds. He watched the Sapiens' preparations with a grim expression. "They march to their doom," he murmured. "The river does not forgive trespassers." The first wave of Sapien soldiers stepped cautiously into the shallows, their boots sinking into the muddy riverbed. They carried torches high, their flickering light reflecting off the dark water. Behind them, makeshift rafts, lashed together from felled trees, floated into the current, carrying archers and engineers. The river seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a sound like the hiss of escaping steam, Nyxora struck. Her form erupted from the water, a sinuous blur of scales and claws. Her long taloned fingers latched onto the lead soldier, dragging him under before he could scream. The river churned violently as shadows moved beneath its surface, her cryptid kin swarming like sharks, scenting blood. Screams erupted from the Sapien ranks as soldiers were pulled under one by one. The water turned red, the crimson tide spreading outward in gruesome tendrils. On the rafts, archers loosed arrows into the water, their faces pale with terror. But their projectiles found no targets, disappearing into the depths as the cryptids struck with merciless precision. A massive eel-like cryptid lunged from the river, its jaws clamping onto a raft's edge. With a mighty thrash, it flipped the vessel, sending the soldiers aboard plunging into the water. Their screams were cut short as the cryptids dragged them under, their struggles futile against the river's current. The river became a battlefield unlike any other. Soldiers waded through the shallows, their weapons slashing at shadows in the water. Nyxora and her kin struck without warning, their attacks a maddening blend of speed and savagery. A frog-like cryptid leapt from the surface, its claws raking across a soldier's chest before disappearing beneath the waves. Another, resembling a serpentine crocodile, lunged from the depths to snap a soldier in half with its jagged teeth. On the far bank, Garin shouted for reinforcements, his voice barely audible over the cacophony. "Get the bridges up! Protect the rafts! Push forward!" Engineers scrambled to construct makeshift bridges, hammering planks together under the cover of shields. The Sapiens fought desperately to hold their ground, but the river seemed alive with malice. For every soldier that reached the far bank, 10 were lost to the cryptids' relentless assault. Koda watched the carnage with a mix of pity and resolve. "They cannot win," he said, his voice heavy with certainty, "but their desperation will drown us all." As the night wore on, the Sapiens began to adapt. Archers fired flaming arrows into the river, the flames casting eerie light over the churning water. Engineers reinforced the rafts with iron spikes, making them harder to capsize. Soldiers used torches to keep the cryptids at bay, their fire a rare deterrent in the face of the aquatic horrors. Nyxora, enraged by the Sapiens' resilience, summoned her full strength. Rising from the water like a vengeful goddess, she unleashed a piercing screech that echoed across the battlefield. Waves surged outward from her, capsizing rafts and sweeping soldiers off their feet. The river rose like a living thing, its fury unbound. But the Sapiens pressed on. Garin himself led the charge, wading into the river with a flaming spear in hand. "To the far bank!" he roared, his voice a rallying cry for his battered troops. The soldiers followed, their fear eclipsed by sheer determination. By the time the first light of dawn touched the horizon, the river was a graveyard. Bodies floated in the blood-stained water, and the banks were littered with the broken remnants of rafts and weapons. Nyxora retreated into the depths, her cryptids following her, their strength temporarily spent. The Sapiens had gained a foothold on the far bank, but at a terrible cost. Their numbers were halved, their morale shaken by the horrors of the night. Garin stood amidst the carnage, his armor drenched and his face grim. "We've made it," he said, his voice hoarse. "But the price?" He trailed off, his gaze fixed on the river that had nearly consumed them. On the cryptid side, Koda watched from the shadows, his expression unreadable. "This is not victory," he murmured. "The river will demand more before this battle is done." Goran stood at the edge of the river, his face grim as he surveyed the carnage. The bodies of his men, twisted and bloated, floated downstream, mingling with the debris of shattered rafts and broken weapons. "Secure the crossing," he ordered, his voice hoarse but commanding. "Get the bridges finished and fortify the bank. They'll strike again before long." The engineers, exhausted but driven, resumed their work, hammering planks and securing ropes to construct makeshift bridges. Soldiers stood guard with their weapons drawn, their eyes scanning the river's surface for any sign of movement. They knew the cryptids were still there, lurking beneath the current, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. On the far side, Koda crouched in the shadows, his eyes narrowing as he watched the Sapiens' efforts. "They push forward, but their victory is hollow," he murmured. "The river has tasted their blood, and it will not be sated." As if on cue, the river stirred to life. At first it was subtle, a faint ripple that spread across the surface like a whisper. Then, with a sudden roar, the water exploded upward as Nyxora and her cryptids launched their next assault. Massive eel-like creatures surged onto the shore, their jaws snapping with bone-crushing force. Frog-like beasts leapt from the water, their razor-sharp claws slashing through flesh and armor. The Sapiens scrambled to respond, their hastily formed defenses crumbling under the cryptid's relentless onslaught. A soldier screamed as a serpentine cryptid coiled around him, dragging him back into the river. Another was flung into the air by a massive clawed limb, his body slamming into the ground with a sickening crunch. Goran roared over the chaos, rallying his troops. "Hold the line! Drive them back!" But the cryptids were relentless. One of the bridges, barely completed, collapsed as a massive creature resembling a crocodile and an octopus tore through its supports. Soldiers plunged into the water, their screams silenced as they were pulled under by the waiting cryptids. On the far shore, Koda leapt into action. His massive form crashed through the reeds, his roars blending with the cacophony of battle. He charged into the fray, his fists swinging like hammers. A serpentine cryptid lunged at him, its jaws wide, but Koda caught it mid-strike. With a guttural snarl, he slammed the creature into the ground, its body convulsing before going limp. "This ends now," Koda growled, his voice carrying over the battlefield. "The river belongs to no one. It is a force beyond us all." Garin, recognizing that brute force would not win the day, ordered his engineers to deploy their most desperate strategy. Fire-hardened rafts, spiked and covered with oil-soaked cloth, were launched into the river. As the cryptids attacked the rafts, archers fired flaming arrows, igniting the oil and turning the water into a fiery trap. The cryptids reeled at the sudden shift. Flames danced across the river, casting long shadows as they consumed the floating rafts. Nyxora's kin, creatures of water and shadow, thrashed against the inferno, their shrieks echoing across the battlefield. Nyxora herself rose from the depths, her form illuminated by the firelight. Her eyes burned with rage as she unleashed a piercing screech, summoning a surge of water that extinguished the flames and swept away the burning rafts. The wave crashed into the far bank, scattering the Sapiens and dousing their makeshift defenses. Goran staggered to his feet, coughing as the icy water soaked his armor. "Hold the line," he shouted, his voice raw. "We're not done yet." As the cryptids regrouped, Koda stepped forward, his massive frame casting a shadow over the battlefield. He raised his arms, his voice booming. "Enough," he roared. "This slaughter serves no purpose. Leave this place or face the wrath of the mountains and rivers combined." But Goran, driven by desperation and pride, refused to retreat. He grabbed a spear from a fallen soldier and pointed it at Koda. "You think you can stop us, beast? We'll burn this river, this land, and every one of you cryptid scum if we must." Koda's eyes narrowed. "So be it." The battle reignited with renewed ferocity. Koda charged into the Sapien lines, his fists swinging like battering rams. He struck with calculated precision, every blow sending soldiers flying. A Sapien warrior lunged at him with a sword, but Koda caught the blade with his bare hand, snapping it in two before driving the hilt into the man's chest. Nyxora and her cryptids surged forward, their attacks more coordinated than before. A massive, crab-like creature climbed onto the shore, its pincers snapping through the Sapiens' defenses. Frog-like beasts leapt from the river, their claws raking across armor and flesh. The water itself seemed to rise against the Sapiens, waves crashing into their ranks and dragging them under. Goran fought desperately, his spear flashing in the firelight. He struck down a serpent-like cryptid that lunged at him, its body writhing as it fell. "To the river's edge," he shouted, rallying his remaining forces. "We end this now." By the time the sun reached its zenith, the river was a graveyard. Bodies floated in the blood-stained water, and the banks were littered with the debris of shattered rafts and broken weapons. The Sapiens had managed to hold their position, but their numbers were decimated, and their morale was in tatters. Nyxora retreated into the depths, her cryptids following her, their strength spent. Koda stood on the far bank, his chest heaving as he surveyed the carnage. "You have crossed the river," he said, his voice heavy with anger. "But the price will haunt you." Goran, bloodied but unbroken, stood among the remnants of his army. His gaze met Koda's, and for a moment there was a flicker of understanding between them. "This isn't over," he said, his voice low. "We'll take what we came for, no matter the cost." Koda's eyes burned with fury. "The river will remember," he said, "and so will I." The battle was over, but the war raged on, its shadow growing darker with each passing day. The river, now a silent witness to the horrors it had borne, flowed onward, its surface carrying the memories of blood and fire to the distant sea. Chapter 26. The Sky Falls. The open plain stretched wide, their golden grasses swaying in the wind under a sky painted with the fiery hues of twilight. To the east, the Sapien army spread across the horizon, a sea of disciplined soldiers and lumbering siege engines. Their banners flapped in the rising gale, a defiant display of their intent to conquer. To the west, the cryptids gathered in solemn silence, their ranks swelling with tension and purpose. Above them, the fairies hovered, their luminous forms glimmering like stars against the darkening sky. Lysandria, their leader, floated at the forefront, her wings shimmering with a light that seemed to pulse in time with the rising wind. Her face was serene but resolute, her eyes glowing with an intensity that spoke of the storm she was about to unleash. Around her, the fairies prepared for battle, their hands weaving intricate patterns of light as they gathered the forbidden magic that would soon reshape the battlefield. Koda stood among the cryptids on the ground, his massive frame a bastion of calm amidst the growing storm. He gazed upward at Lysandria and her kin, his voice a low rumble that carried to the fairies above. "The skies are yours. Show them why they should fear what they cannot reach." The first strike came with a sound like the heavens splitting apart. Lysandria raised her hands, her voice echoing across the plains in an ancient, melodic chant. The sky darkened, clouds swirling into a vortex that blotted out the setting sun. Lightning crackled within the storm, casting jagged, fleeting shadows on the ground below. The Sapien army halted, their formations tightening as soldiers glanced nervously at the roiling sky. Then the wind came, a howling gale that tore through their ranks with the force of a living thing. Tents were ripped from the ground, siege engines groaned under the strain, and men clutched at their shields to avoid being swept away. Lysandria descended slightly, her voice rising as she cast the first spell. A column of light erupted from her hands, splitting into dozens of smaller beams that arced toward the Sapien army. When the beams struck, they exploded in blinding bursts of energy, sending soldiers flying and igniting the ground in brilliant flames. Other fairies joined her, their magic weaving into the storm. Tornadoes formed, their twisting forms tearing through the Sapien lines with unrelenting fury. Soldiers screamed as they were lifted into the air, their bodies flung like ragdolls before being consumed by the raging winds. Lightning struck with pinpoint precision, targeting siege engines and supply carts, reducing them to smoldering ruins. The cryptids watched from the ground, their faces a mixture of awe and terror. The fairies were magnificent in their power, their forms glowing with an unearthly light as they unleashed devastation from above. But even as they fought, the toll of their magic became evident. Some fairies faltered, their wings dimming as their energy waned. A few fell from the sky, their bodies landing lifelessly among the grass below. The Sapiens struggled to regroup, their commanders shouting orders to reform the lines. Archers took aim at the fairies, their arrows streaking upward in a futile attempt to pierce the magical storm. The few arrows that found their mark were deflected by the swirling winds or harmlessly bounced off the fairies' glowing auras. A group of fairies retaliated with a spell that summoned shards of ice, the crystalline projectiles raining down on the Sapien archers with deadly accuracy. The ground was soon littered with frozen bodies, their weapons shattered and useless. Amidst the chaos, Garin stood defiant, his armor glinting in the lightning-lit darkness. He turned to his engineers, his voice cutting through the cacophony. "Deploy the ballistae! Bring them down, or we're finished!" The engineers scrambled to obey, hauling massive ballistae into position. The siege weapons were crude but powerful, their heavy bolts designed to pierce the toughest of hides. The first bolt was fired with a deep, resonant thud, its trajectory arcing toward Lysandria herself. Lysandria saw the bolt coming. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she summoned a shield of shimmering light that deflected the projectile. The bolt splintered harmlessly, its fragments raining down on the battlefield below. Her eyes narrowed as she turned her gaze toward the ballistae. "They would strike at the gods they've made and the heavens themselves," she said, her voice a mix of anger and sorrow. "Let them feel the weight of their hubris." Raising her hands once more, she channeled her energy into the storm. The wind howled louder, the tornadoes growing in size and ferocity. One tornado veered toward the ballistae, its twisting form tearing through the Sapien engineers and reducing the siege weapons to splinters. Lightning followed, striking the remains and igniting them in bursts of white-hot fire. But the strain of the magic was evident. Lysandria faltered mid-flight, her wings dimming as exhaustion began to take hold. A nearby fairy flew to her side, supporting her as she regained her balance. "You cannot continue at this pace," the fairy said, her voice filled with concern. Lysandria shook her head. "I must. The storm is not yet spent." Despite their losses, the Sapiens were not defeated. Goran, ever resourceful, ordered his remaining forces to advance under the cover of their shields. The soldiers moved in tight formations, their shields raised to deflect the falling debris and magical strikes. A second wave of ballistae was brought forward, their crews working feverishly to reload and fire. One bolt struck true, piercing the wing of a fairy mid-flight. She screamed as she plummeted to the ground, her glowing form dimming as she hit the earth. Other fairies retaliated with a volley of magical energy, but the Sapiens' determination was unyielding. Their formations held and their counterattacks grew more organized with each passing moment. From the ground, Koda roared, his voice carrying over the battlefield. "Hold the skies, my friends. The earth will rise to meet them." The cryptids surged forward, their massive forms charging into the fray. Trolls swung boulders with devastating force, while Sasquatches tore through the Sapien lines with raw, brutal strength. The ground battle intensified, the clash of steel and stone adding to the chaos of the aerial assault. As the battle raged on, the toll on the fairies became undeniable. Many had expended their energy, their glowing forms dimming as they fell from the sky. Lysandria, though still aloft, was visibly weakened, her movements slower and her spells less precise. But even in their diminished state, the fairies refused to yield. Lysandria raised her hand once more, summoning a final, massive strike. A bolt of lightning, larger and brighter than any before, split the sky and struck the center of the Sapien army. The ground shook with the force of the impact, the explosion sending shock waves across the plains. The Sapien soldiers nearest to the blast were incinerated instantly, their screams cut short as fire consumed them. Those further away were thrown from their feet, their ranks scattered like leaves in a storm. The devastation was immense, but it came at a cost. Lysandria faltered, her wings giving out as she began to fall. A nearby fairy caught her just in time, lowering her gently to the ground. Her glowing form flickered like a dying flame, her breaths shallow and labored. Around her a handful of fairies descended, their wings flickering like dying embers. Koda knelt beside her, his massive hand resting gently on her shoulder. "You've done enough," he said, his voice heavy with both admiration and sorrow. "Rest now. The earth will rise to meet them." Lysandria shook her head weakly. "The skies are not yet lost," she whispered, her eyes glowing faintly as she reached for the storm above. A crackle of lightning answered her call, but it was faint, a shadow of the power she had wielded before. Koda rose to his full height, his eyes narrowing as he turned toward the advancing Sapiens. "Then we hold the line," he growled. "Let them taste the wrath of all who stand before them." The cryptids surged forward like an avalanche, their roars echoing across the plains. Trolls led the charge, their massive frames shattering the Sapien shield wall with sheer force. A troll swung a tree trunk like a club, its impact sending soldiers flying in all directions. Sasquatches followed, their claws raking through armor and flesh with devastating precision. From the skies, the few remaining fairies launched what attacks they could. One summoned a burst of light that blinded an entire squad of Sapien archers, their cries of dismay ending as a Sasquatch barreled into their ranks. Another conjured a hailstorm of ice shards, the frozen projectiles ripping through the enemy lines. Yet the Sapiens were prepared. Ballistae fired into the cryptid ranks, their heavy bolts piercing even the thick hides of trolls. A troll roared in pain as a bolt struck its shoulder, but it continued forward, its bloodied hand crushing a Sapien engineer beneath its weight. Another troll fell, a bolt driving through its chest, its massive form crashing to the ground with earth-shaking finality. Lysandria, though weakened, refused to remain idle. With the help of her kin, she rose once more, her wings faintly glowing as she lifted into the air. Her voice, though faint, carried a commanding tone. "We will not let them claim the skies." She raised her hands, channeling the last vestiges of her strength. The storm above responded, a final burst of lightning arcing across the heavens. It struck a ballista in the rear of the Sapien lines, igniting its ammunition and sending a fiery explosion rippling through the enemy ranks. But the cost was immense. Lysandria faltered, her glowing form dimming further as she descended back to the ground. One of her kin caught her before she collapsed, their faces etched with despair. "We cannot hold much longer," a fairy said, her voice trembling. "We've given everything." Lysandria's eyes met Koda's, her expression one of quiet resolve. "Then it is up to the earth now," she said softly. "Protect what we could not." Goran seized the moment of weakness, rallying his forces with a ferocious determination. "Advance, take the high ground, crush the cryptids." The Sapien army moved with brutal efficiency, their formations tightening as they pushed forward. Archers fired volley after volley, their arrows raining down on the cryptids. The ballista crews focused their fire on the remaining trolls and Sasquatches, their heavy bolts striking with deadly precision. A group of Sapiens, armed with long pikes, charged a troll that had broken through their ranks. The troll swung wildly, its movement slowed by the wounds it had sustained. The pike struck true, piercing its chest and legs. The massive creature roared one final time before collapsing, its body shaking the ground as it fell. Koda roared in defiance, charging into the thick of the Sapien forces. His fists swung like hammers, each blow sending soldiers flying. One soldier lunged at him with a spear, but Koda caught the weapon mid-thrust, snapping it in two before slamming the broken shaft into the man's chest. Another soldier struck at him with a sword, but Koda swatted him aside with a backhanded blow that left the man crumpled and motionless. As the battle reached its climax, the storm above began to dissipate, its fury spent. The once darkened sky brightened as the first rays of dawn broke through the clouds. The battlefield was a wasteland of scorched earth and broken bodies, the air heavy with the acrid scent of smoke and blood. The cryptids, though fierce and unyielding, were pushed back step by step. The fairies, their strength utterly spent, could do no more than watch as their kin fell, one by one. Lysandria lay on the ground, her faintly glowing eyes fixed on the horizon. "We've done all we could," she whispered. "The rest is up to them." Garin stood amidst the carnage, his face grim but resolute. He raised his sword high, his voice ringing out across the battlefield. "We have the plains. Push them back to the mountains." Koda, bloodied but unbroken, stood at the rear of the cryptid lines. He turned to the surviving cryptids, his voice a deep, commanding roar. "Fall back to the ridges. The mountains will shelter us. This is not defeat. It is survival." As the sun rose higher, the cryptids retreated to the safety of the distant mountains, their ranks diminished, but their spirits unbroken. The plains, once a golden sea of grass, were now a desolate expanse of ash and ruin. The Sapiens claimed the ground they had fought so hard for, but their victory was hollow. The cost of the battle was etched in the faces of the survivors, their eyes haunted by the devastation they had witnessed. Koda stood at the edge of the mountains, his gaze fixed on the smoldering plains below. "They take the land, but at what price?" he murmured. "The earth remembers, and it will rise against them again." In the distance, Garin watched the cryptids retreat, his expression a mix of triumph and exhaustion. "This isn't over," he said softly, his voice carrying on the wind. "We'll finish this war, no matter the cost." The storm had passed, but its legacy lingered, a battlefield marked by fire and fury, where the sky itself had fallen to meet the earth in a clash of unimaginable power. Chapter 27. The Plains Burn. The plains, once vast and golden, were now a vision of hell. Smoke billowed into the sky, darkening the sun and casting an eerie blood-red hue over the battlefield. Flames leapt and danced across the scorched earth, consuming everything in their path. Ash filled the air, stinging the eyes and choking the lungs of those still fighting. The ground was littered with bodies, cryptid and sapien alike, while the screams of the wounded mingled with the relentless roar of fire and the clash of weapons. In the distance, siege engines creaked and groaned as they were dragged forward by teams of sapien soldiers. The air was filled with the thudding of war drums, a relentless rhythm that seemed to mirror the pounding hearts of the combatants. Despite the chaos, the Sapiens pressed their advantage, their formations cutting through the cryptid lines like a scythe through wheat. Koda stood at the heart of the cryptid forces, his dark fur matted with blood and ash. His massive frame towered over those around him, his piercing eyes scanning the battlefield. "This is no longer a fight for victory," he growled, his voice carrying over the din. "This is survival. We hold, or we perish." The Sapiens advanced in disciplined formations, their shields locking into an impenetrable wall as their spears thrust forward. Behind them, archers loosed volleys of flaming arrows, their shafts streaking through the smoke-filled air to rain down on the cryptid ranks. The fire spread with terrifying speed, igniting dry grass and turning the plains into an inferno. The cryptids responded with equal ferocity. Trolls hurled massive boulders into the sapien lines, the stones smashing through shields and scattering soldiers like broken toys. Sasquatches charged headlong into the fray, their claws rending through armor and flesh with devastating force. Yetis, their white fur streaked with soot, descended from the hills, their roars echoing across the battlefield as they tore through the enemy ranks. But the fire cared little for sides. Flames surged across the battlefield, trapping soldiers and cryptids alike in pockets of searing heat. The screams of the burning were a grim reminder that the plains themselves had become a weapon, indiscriminately claiming lives. Amid the chaos, the goblins emerged. Small, twisted creatures with glowing eyes and jagged weapons, they seemed to thrive in the mayhem. Their high-pitched cackles echoed over the battlefield as they swarmed the Sapien lines, their movements erratic and unpredictable. A group of goblins descended upon a squad of Sapien pikemen, their blades slashing and stabbing with wild abandon. The soldiers, overwhelmed by the sheer ferocity of the attack, broke ranks and fled. But the goblins' chaos knew no boundaries. When they encountered a group of trolls, they turned on them with the same savage glee, their crude weapons hacking at their larger kin. A troll roared in frustration, swinging its massive arm to swat the goblins away, sending several of them flying. Yet the goblins only laughed, their madness unchecked as they turned their attention to anything and everything around them. Koda growled in frustration as he watched the goblins' erratic behavior. "They are more chaos than ally," he muttered. "But their chaos is a weapon, and we must wield it." In the center of the battlefield, a cryptid battalion found itself surrounded. A wall of fire encircled the group, cutting off their retreat and leaving them exposed to the advancing Sapien forces. Trolls and Sasquatches fought valiantly to hold the line, their massive forms shielding the smaller cryptids behind them. But the Sapiens pressed forward relentlessly, their spears and swords finding gaps in the cryptids' defenses. Koda saw the peril from his position on the flank. "They will not be left to die," he growled, his eyes blazing with determination. Raising his massive arms, he let out a roar that shook the battlefield. "With me, we break their line and bring them home." The cryptids around him rallied at his command, their roars and cries rising in unison. Sasquatches and Yetis formed a wedge around Koda, their strength focused into a single, devastating charge. Together they surged forward, a living battering ram aimed at the heart of the Sapien line. The impact was thunderous. Koda led the charge with a powerful swing of his massive fists, shattering shields and scattering soldiers like leaves in a storm. Behind him, the Sasquatches tore through the ranks, their claws slicing through armor and bone with terrifying ease. The Yetis roared as they struck, their sheer size and strength turning the tide of the battle. The trapped cryptids seized the opportunity, breaking free from their fiery prison and joining the fray. A troll, its skin blackened by soot, lifted a boulder and hurled it into the Sapien lines, the impact creating a crater that swallowed an entire squad. A group of goblins, drawn by the chaos, swarmed the remaining soldiers, their maddening laughter echoing through the smoke-filled air. The battle raged on, but the fire was the true victor. Flames leapt higher, driven by the wind and the chaos of battle. Entire sections of the battlefield were consumed, the ground cracking and blackening under the intense heat. Cryptids and sapiens alike were forced to retreat from the inferno, their once clear lines dissolving into disarray. Koda stood amidst the carnage, his chest heaving as he surveyed the devastation. "This is madness," he muttered, his voice filled with a mix of fury and sorrow. "If we do not stop this, there will be nothing left to fight for." But even as he spoke, the Sapiens regrouped, their commanders shouting orders to press the attack. The cryptids, though battered and bloodied, refused to yield. The battle had become a war of attrition, each side determined to outlast the other, no matter the cost. In the center of the carnage, Koda roared as he slammed his massive fists into a Sapien soldier, the force sending the man sprawling into his comrades. His dark fur was streaked with blood and soot, his eyes blazing with an unyielding ferocity. Around him the cryptids fought like cornered beasts, their survival instincts driving them to match the Sapiens blow for blow. A troll near Koda swung a massive tree trunk like a club, its arc cutting through a group of pikemen and sending their broken bodies flying. The troll roared, its deep voice echoing across the battlefield. But a Sapien archer loosed an arrow that buried itself in the troll's shoulder. The beast staggered, its hand instinctively reaching for the shaft, but before it could react further, another arrow struck its leg, forcing it to its knees. Koda surged forward, grabbing the troll's attacker mid-draw. He lifted the archer high into the air before slamming him into the ground with bone-shattering force. "No cryptid falls while I still stand," he bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos. From the far edge of the battlefield, a low, resonant rumble began to grow. It was subtle at first, nearly drowned out by the noise of battle, but it quickly grew louder, shaking the ground beneath the feet of both Sapien and cryptid. Soldiers paused, their weapons raised as they turned to face the horizon. The plains themselves seemed to tremble as the rumble became a roar. The first figures appeared as shadows through the smoke, hulking forms moving with surprising speed. Then they broke through the haze, revealing an awe-inspiring sight. The Neanderthals had arrived. They were shorter than the Sasquatches, but no less imposing, their stocky frames rippling with muscle. Each carried crude but deadly weapons, massive stone axes, spiked clubs, and sharpened spears. Their faces, painted with war markings, were set in grim determination as they charged headlong into the fray. And they were not alone. Behind them, the mammoths thundered onto the battlefield, their tusks gleaming and their trunks raised in primal defiance. Their massive forms seemed to block out the sun as they barreled forward, their feet shaking the earth with every step. Neanderthal riders clung to their backs, wielding long spears and shouting war cries that carried over the cacophony. Koda turned, his eyes widening as he took in the sight. "They've come," he murmured, a fierce grin spreading across his face. "The Earth's first warriors answered the call." The Neanderthals hit the Sapien flank like a hammer against glass. Their charge was devastating, the sheer force of their assault breaking through the tightly packed ranks. One Neanderthal swung a massive club into a line of shield-bearers, the impact shattering wood and bone alike. Another hurled a spear with deadly accuracy, impaling 2 soldiers in one throw. The mammoths followed, their tusks goring through siege engines and scattering soldiers like leaves. One mammoth plowed into a group of archers, its trunk swinging like a battering ram and sending men flying. A Neanderthal rider leapt from the beast's back, landing amidst the enemy with a roar and swinging his axe in wide arcs that left a trail of carnage. The Sapiens tried to regroup, their commanders shouting desperate orders, But the Neanderthals' onslaught was relentless. A group of engineers attempted to bring a ballista to bear on the charging mammoths, but a troll, seeing their intent, hurled a massive boulder that crushed the siege weapon and its crew in one thunderous blow. The cryptids, emboldened by the arrival of reinforcements, rallied and launched a counteroffensive. Sasquatches surged forward, their claws rending through Sapien lines with renewed vigor. One Sasquatch grabbed a soldier by the arm and flung him into a group of his comrades, the impact scattering them like bowling pins. The Yetis joined the charge, their roars echoing across the battlefield. One Yeti leapt onto the back of a siege tower, its claws tearing through the wooden beams. The structure groaned and tilted before collapsing in on itself, the soldiers inside screaming as they were buried in the wreckage. Goblins, ever the agents of chaos, swarmed the rear lines of the Sapiens formation. Their jagged weapons flashed in the firelight as they attacked anything in their path. One goblin climbed onto the shoulders of a soldier, its claws digging into his helmet as it shrieked with manic glee. Another goblin, cackling wildly, set fire to a cart of supplies, the flames spreading rapidly through the Sapien camp. Amidst the chaos, Koda stood like a titan, his massive frame silhouetted against the flames. He raised his fists and let out a roar that shook the battlefield. "Push them back! The plains are ours!" He charged into the thick of the fighting, his fists swinging like hammers. One blow sent a soldier crashing into a siege engine, the impact collapsing its frame. Another punch struck a commander in the chest, the force of the blow launching him backward into his troops. A Sapien warrior lunged at Koda with a spear, but he caught the weapon mid-thrust, snapping it in half with his bare hands. With a snarl, he grabbed the warrior by the arm and flung him into a group of advancing soldiers, their formation breaking under the impact. The Neanderthals, trolls, and mammoths drove deep into the Sapien lines, their combined strength overwhelming the enemy. A mammoth swung its tusks into a line of shield-bearers, scattering them like leaves. Its rider, a Neanderthal chieftain, raised a massive stone axe and brought it down on a Sapien commander, the blade cleaving through armor and flesh. The cryptids pressed the advantage, their roars filling the battlefield as they forced the Sapiens to retreat. Trolls hurled boulders into the fleeing ranks, their deep voices rumbling with triumphant laughter. Sasquatches pursued the stragglers, their claws rending through armor and flesh. The Sapiens, battered and broken, began to fall back. Their commanders shouted for order, but their voices were drowned out by the chaos. Flames continued to spread, consuming the battlefield and leaving no safe haven. Koda stood at the forefront, his chest heaving as he surveyed the carnage. "This is our land," he growled, his voice carrying over the dying screams of the enemy, "and we will defend it to the last." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the battlefield fell silent save for the crackle of flames and the moans of the wounded. The cryptids stood victorious, their ranks bloodied but unbroken. The plains, though scorched and ruined, remained theirs. Koda turned to the surviving cryptids, his gaze sweeping over the Neanderthals, trolls, Sasquatches, and Yetis who stood alongside him. "We are not finished," he said, his voice firm. "But today we have shown them the strength of the wild, and tomorrow we will show them even more." A collective roar rose from the cryptid ranks, their voices echoing across the smoldering plains. The battle was won, but the war was far from over. Chapter 28. Goran's Advance. The night hung heavy over the Sapien camp, its stillness broken only by the rhythmic pounding of hammers and the distant cries of the wounded. Fires burned low, their flickering light casting jagged shadows across the battered remnants of the once formidable army. Soldiers moved with purpose, their faces grim and their bodies weary from days of relentless battle. At the center of the camp, Goran stood before a massive siege engine. Its shadow loomed over the surrounding tents, its spiked edges and reinforced beams gleaming in the firelight. The contraption was unlike anything the cryptids had faced, a monstrous weapon designed not just to breach fortifications, but to obliterate them entirely. Engineers swarmed around it, tightening bolts and applying tar to its armored plating. Goran's gaze was fixed on the horizon, where the faint glow of the cryptid encampment flickered like embers in the darkness. He clenched his fist, his jaw set in determination. "Tomorrow," he muttered, his voice low but filled with steel. "We end this." Goran turned to his commanders, who stood in a loose semicircle around him. Each bore the marks of battle, dented armor, bandaged wounds, and expressions of grim resolve. He raised a hand, and the murmurs of the camp fell silent. "Tonight we consolidate," he began, his voice cutting through the smoky air. "We've bled for every inch of these plains, and the cryptids have paid in kind. But they think they've broken us. They think we'll retreat." His eyes narrowed, the firelight reflecting in their cold depths. "They are wrong." He gestured toward the siege engine behind him. "The hammer of dawn," he said, his voice tinged with pride. "It will tear through their defenses, their mountains, and their will to fight. This is no longer a war of attrition. Tomorrow we push forward with everything we have. We crush them, we claim the high ground, and we take what is ours." The commanders nodded, their faces hard with resolve. One stepped forward, a scarred veteran with a voice as rough as gravel. "And if the cryptids counter again, they've shown no signs of breaking. Their reinforcements seem endless." Goran turned to face the man fully, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. "Then we break them. We starve them of hope, of numbers, of ground to stand on. And when they have nothing left..." He paused, his lips curling into a cold smile. "We bury them." In the cryptid encampment, the mood was tense. The plains, still scorched and smoldering from the day's battle, stretched wide under a moonless sky. The cryptids had retreated to a natural outcropping at the edge of the mountains, a final stronghold where they could regroup and plan their defense. Koda stood at the center of the encampment, surrounded by the leaders of the various cryptid factions. Thalgris, the Yeti commander, loomed beside him, his white fur still streaked with the blood of the day's fight. Nyxora, her ethereal form shimmering faintly in the dim light, hovered nearby, her eyes reflecting the distant fires of the Sapien camp. Lysandria, her wings battered but still radiant, stood to one side, her face a mask of quiet determination. "We've pushed them back before," Koda said, his deep voice carrying over the gathered cryptids. "But this is different. Goran will not stop until he's destroyed everything we stand for. He will come with fire and iron, with machines designed to crush us. We cannot let him reach the mountains." Thalgris nodded, his sharp claws curling into fists. "The Sapiens are relentless, but they are not invincible. We've held the plains before. We can hold them again." Nyxora's voice was soft, but filled with resolve. "The river still runs strong. It will not yield to them, even if the plains burn around it. Koda turned to Lysandria. The skies are still ours, but your kin are weary. Can they fight again? Lysandria met his gaze, her glowing eyes steady. We will rise, she said simply. The winds will answer our call one last time. Koda moved through the encampment, speaking to the cryptids in groups and individually, his presence a steadying force in the face of the coming storm. To the trolls, he spoke of their strength. The mountains gave you form, and the mountains will sustain you. Let the Sapiens feel the weight of the earth. To the Sasquatches, he spoke of their resilience. You are the heart of this fight. Your claws, your fury, they will turn the tide. To the goblins, he spoke of their chaos. You are unpredictable, untamed. Let them drown in their own confusion. To the Neanderthals, he spoke of their legacy. You are the first defenders of this land. Let them see that its spirit endures in you. Finally, he addressed them all, his deep voice resonating through the encampment. Tomorrow they will come with fire and fury. They will try to break us. But we are not merely fighters. We are the guardians of this land. The rivers, the mountains, the skies, they fight with us. Stand with me, one more time. Let them see the strength of the wild. A roar erupted from the gathered cryptids, their voices blending into a deafening cacophony that echoed across the plains. Trolls beat their chests, Yetis raised their claws to the sky, and goblins shrieked with mad glee. Even the weary fairies let their voices rise, their glowing forms brightening in defiance of the coming darkness. As the cryptids prepared for battle, Koda stood at the edge of the encampment, his gaze fixed on the sapien fires in the distance. He could feel the earth beneath his feet, the steady pulse of life that had endured for centuries. This land has seen too much blood, he murmured, but it will see the end of this war. Behind him, Thalgris approached, his massive frame casting a shadow over the smaller cryptids nearby. They will come soon, the Yeti said, his voice low. We should rest while we can. Koda nodded but did not move. Rest if you need to, old friend. I'll keep watch. Thalgris hesitated, then placed a massive hand on Koda's shoulder. You're a good leader, he said simply. Then he turned and disappeared into the shadows. As the night deepened, the battlefield lay quiet, its smoldering embers casting faint light over the scorched earth. Both sides waited, the tension building with every passing moment. Tomorrow, the war would reach its climax. And in its aftermath, the plains would never be the same. The first light of dawn broke over the scorched plains, casting an eerie golden glow over the battlefield. Smoke from the previous day's carnage still lingered, curling around the edges of the sapien and cryptid camps like an unwelcome specter. The air was thick with tension, the kind that comes before a storm. Goran stood atop a makeshift platform, his armor gleaming despite the soot and blood that streaked it. Below him, his soldiers gathered in disciplined ranks, their faces etched with grim determination. The siege engine, the Hammer of Dawn, loomed behind them, its jagged edges and reinforced plating a testament to Sapien ingenuity. Engineers swarmed around it, performing last-minute checks and tightening bolts. "This is our moment," Goran shouted, his voice carrying across the ranks. "We have bled for these plains, fought for every inch, and now we take the mountains. No more retreats. no more delays. Today we march forward and crush them beneath our boots." The soldiers roared their approval, their voices a thunderous wave that seemed to shake the earth. The siege engine creaked and groaned as it was hauled forward, its massive wheels carving deep grooves into the ground. On the opposite side of the battlefield, Koda watched the Sapien preparations with a steady gaze. The cryptid encampment was a hive of activity as trolls lifted massive boulders, Sasquatches sharpened their claws on stone, and goblins darted about, their chaotic energy barely contained. The Neanderthals stood in tight groups, their stone weapons glinting in the rising sun, while the mammoths behind them snorted and pawed at the ground. Beside Koda, Falgris, Nyxora, and Lysindria waited in silence, their expressions grim. "They're coming," Falgris rumbled, his claws flexing in anticipation. Koda nodded. "Let them. This land is ours, and we will not yield it to them." Turning to the assembled cryptids, he raised his voice. "Hold the line, fight for the rivers, for the mountains, for the skies. We do not fall here." The cryptids roared in unison, their combined voices a feral, earth-shaking sound that carried across the battlefield. The Sapiens advanced with precision, their shield walls moving as one. Behind them, archers loosed volleys of flaming arrows, the shafts streaking through the smoke-filled air toward the cryptid lines. Trolls and Sasquatches raised makeshift shields, the arrows embedding themselves in the thick wood or falling harmlessly to the ground. But the flames spread quickly, igniting patches of dry grass and forcing the cryptids to move cautiously. The siege engine, the Hammer of Dawn, rolled forward, its massive iron frame casting a shadow over the battlefield. With a deafening groan, it unleashed its first attack. A massive, spiked projectile shot forth, tearing through the cryptid lines and carving a fiery trench into the earth. Sasquatches scattered, roaring in pain as the weapon's blast knocked them off their feet. Koda's voice rang out over the chaos. "Hold steady! They cannot break us if we stand as one." The cryptids responded with ferocity. Trolls hurled boulders at the advancing Sapien lines, their throws precise and devastating. One boulder struck the Hammer of Dawn, denting its side but failing to halt its progress. Sasquatches charged into the shield walls, their claws raking through armor and flesh, while goblins swarmed the rear lines, their jagged weapons finding gaps in the Sapiens' defenses. The battlefield descended into chaos as both sides clashed in brutal hand-to-hand combat. A Yeti leapt from a rocky outcrop, its massive frame crashing into a squad of pikemen. Its claws flashed in the sunlight as it tore through their ranks, its roars drowning out their screams. Nearby, a troll swung its club with bone-shattering force, scattering soldiers like broken dolls. The Sapiens fought back with equal ferocity. Archers targeted the fairies still circling above, their arrows piercing wings and sending the luminous creatures plummeting to the ground. Engineers worked tirelessly to reload the Hammer of Dawn, its next projectile tearing through a group of Neanderthals and leaving a smoldering crater in its wake. Koda charged into the fray, his massive fists swinging like battering rams. A Sapien soldier lunged at him with a spear, but Koda caught the weapon mid-thrust, snapping it in two before slamming his fist into the man's chest. The soldier crumpled to the ground, lifeless. "They cannot take what they do not understand," Koda growled, his voice a low rumble. "This land does not belong to them." The cryptid lines wavered under the relentless assault, their forces pushed back step by step. The Hammer of Dawn continued its deadly advance, each shot carving through their defenses with devastating precision. Goran watched from a raised platform, his face a mask of cold determination. But just as it seemed the cryptids would break, a distant sound echoed across the plains. It was deep and resonant, like the pounding of 1,000 drums. The ground began to shake, the vibrations growing stronger with each passing moment. From the far edge of the battlefield, reinforcements arrived. The Neanderthals surged forward, their stocky frames moving with surprising speed. Mammoths thundered behind them, their massive forms dwarfing the soldiers they charged toward. The ground trembled beneath their weight, the sound of their approach filling the Sapiens with a primal fear. The mammoths hit the Sapien lines like an unstoppable wave. One swung its tusks, goring through a siege engine and sending its crew flying. Another reared onto its hind legs before crashing down, the impact shaking the ground and toppling a squad of archers. The Neanderthals followed, their stone weapons smashing through shields and helmets with brutal efficiency. One chieftain, his body painted with war markings, brought his axe down on a Sapien commander, the blade splitting the man's helmet and skull in one strike. The arrival of the reinforcements reignited the cryptid spirits. Sasquatches charged with renewed vigor, their roars echoing across the battlefield. Trolls redoubled their efforts, their boulders finding their marks with devastating accuracy. Goblins swarmed the remaining siege engines, their chaos turning the Sapiens' own machines against them. Koda roared, his voice cutting through the cacophony. Push them back, show them the strength of the wild. He led the charge, his massive frame plowing through the Sapien lines like an unstoppable force. Soldiers scattered before him, their weapons useless against his sheer power. Beside him, Thalgris fought with equal ferocity, his claws tearing through armor and flesh with ease. The Hammer of Dawn, though fearsome, was not invincible. A group of Neanderthals and Sasquatches converged on the siege engine, their combined strength toppling it with a deafening crash. Flames erupted from its shattered frame, the explosion consuming the surrounding soldiers and marking the turning point of the battle. Goran, watching from his platform, clenched his fists in frustration. "Fall back," he shouted, his voice barely audible over the chaos. "Regroup at the ridge." The Sapien forces began to retreat, their disciplined lines dissolving into chaos as the cryptids pressed their advantage. The battlefield was theirs. As the sun set over the plains, the cryptids stood victorious, their roars of triumph echoing across the scorched earth. The Sapiens, battered and broken, retreated into the distance, their once formidable army reduced to a shadow of its former strength. Koda stood amidst the carnage, his chest heaving as he surveyed the battlefield. "This is not the end," he said, his voice heavy with resolve. "But it is a beginning. The wild will not be tamed." Behind him the cryptids began to regroup, their spirits lifted by the victory. The war was far from over, but for the first time they had hope. Chapter 29. The Duelist. The battlefield was a wasteland, its once vast plains now a scarred and smoldering expanse. The grass was gone, burned to ash, and the earth beneath it churned and broken by the relentless tread of war. Smoke curled lazily into the sky, carrying with it the acrid stench of charred wood, scorched metal, and blood. Koda stood at the center of this ruin, his massive frame darkened by soot and streaked with blood. both his own and that of countless foes. Around him the cryptids regrouped in tense silence, their eyes flickering with a mixture of exhaustion and determination. Sasquatches crouched low, their powerful arms resting on the ground like living fortifications. Trolls leaned heavily on their improvised weapons, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Even the indefatigable goblins were subdued, their usual chaotic energy tempered by the weight of the battle's toll. Across the field, the Sapien forces were likewise battered but unbroken. Their shield walls still stood, though they were jagged and incomplete. Commanders shouted orders, their voices strained but firm, rallying their troops for what all knew would be the final clash. Then, through the haze of smoke and the din of preparations, a single figure emerged. He was massive for a man, clad in a suit of blackened steel armor that seemed to drink in the dim light. A spiked helm obscured his features, save for the cold, calculating eyes that peered out from beneath its shadowed visor. In his hands he carried a weapon unlike any other, a massive two-handed warhammer, its head engraved with runes that glowed faintly, as though imbued with some ancient power. The champion strode forward with the unhurried confidence of one who had never known defeat. Behind him the Sapien soldiers parted, their shields lowering slightly as they watched their champion approach. The air seemed to grow heavier with every step he took, a palpable aura of menace radiating from him. Koda's eyes narrowed as he watched the figure advance. "So this is their answer," he rumbled, his voice low and steady. "One man to stand against the wild." The champion stopped a dozen paces away from Koda and raised his warhammer, the weapon's glowing runes flaring to life. His voice, deep and resonant, carried across the battlefield. "Beast," he said, his tone devoid of fear, "this ends here. Step forward and meet your end." The two combatants circled each other, the battlefield falling silent as both Sapien and cryptid forces paused to watch. The champion swung his hammer in a slow, deliberate arc, testing its weight, while Koda flexed his massive hands, his claws glinting faintly in the smoky light. The champion struck first. With a roar, he brought the warhammer down in a powerful overhead swing, the runes flaring as it descended. Koda sidestepped at the last moment, the hammer smashing into the ground with enough force to send a shockwave rippling outward, scattering ash and debris. Koda retaliated with a swift, brutal punch, his fist crashing into the champion's chestplate. The impact sent the man staggering backward, his armor dented but not broken. The champion recovered quickly, swinging the hammer in a wide arc that forced Koda to leap backward to avoid being struck. The two clashed again and again, their movements a blur of ferocity and precision. The champion's warhammer struck with devastating power, each blow leaving craters in the ground or splintering nearby debris. Koda, for his part, moved with surprising agility for his size, dodging the hammer strikes and delivering crushing blows of his own. At one point, the champion feinted a swing, then pivoted and slammed the haft of the hammer into Koda's side. The blow landed with a sickening crack, and Koda let out a grunt of pain as he staggered to the side. But the cryptid was far from finished. With a roar, he surged forward, slamming both fists into the champion's chest and driving him back several paces. The duel reached its crescendo as both combatants began to show the strain of the fight. The champion's armor was battered and dented, his breaths coming in heavy gasps. Koda's fur was matted with blood, and a deep gash ran along his side where the warhammer had clipped him. The champion raised his hammer for a final, devastating strike, the runes along its head glowing brighter than ever. With a roar, he brought it down toward Koda's head, the weapon's power crackling in the air. But Koda was ready. He sidestepped the blow and grabbed the haft of the hammer with both hands. For a moment the two struggled, their strength evenly matched. Then, with a ferocious snarl, Koda wrenched the hammer from the champion's grip and hurled it aside, where it landed with a resounding crash. Disarmed, the champion lunged at Koda, his gauntleted fists swinging in desperate fury. But Koda caught him mid-charge, his massive hand closing around the man's torso. The champion struggled, but Koda's grip was unyielding. With a roar that shook the battlefield, Koda lifted the champion above his head and slammed him into the ground with bone-shattering force. The impact sent a shockwave rippling outward, and the Sapien champion lay still, his armor shattered and his body broken. The battlefield erupted in chaos as the duel ended. The Sapiens, seeing their champion defeated, hesitated, their lines wavering. The cryptids roared in triumph, their voices a deafening cacophony that echoed across the ruined plains. But Koda was not finished. Fueled by rage and the pain of his wounds, he charged into the Sapien lines, his roar shaking the earth. He plowed through their ranks like a force of nature, his massive fists swinging with unrelenting fury. Soldiers screamed as they were sent flying, their shields and weapons shattered by Koda's assault. A Sapien commander stepped forward, his sword raised to block Koda's path. But Koda swatted the blade aside with contemptuous ease before slamming his fist into the man's chest, sending him crumpling to the ground. The cryptids surged forward in Koda's wake, their roars and cries blending into a feral war cry. Sasquatches tore through the Sapien lines, their claws rending flesh and armor alike. Trolls hurled boulders into the fleeing soldiers, their deep voices rumbling with triumphant laughter. Goblins, shrieking with chaotic glee, swarmed the Sapien rear lines, their jagged weapons cutting down any who tried to regroup. Chapter 30. Koda's Challenge. The battlefield stretched out like a grim tapestry of war, littered with the remains of the defeated and the dying. The distant fires from earlier clashes still smoldered, casting an eerie glow over the horizon. At the heart of the Sapien encampment, Goran stood, his armor glinting faintly beneath the pale light of a shrouded moon. His once mighty forces had been reduced to scattered ranks of exhausted, wounded men, their morale shattered by the cryptid onslaught. Despite this, Goran held his ground, his jaw set and his eyes blazing with defiance. Around him the remaining soldiers formed a desperate circle, their shields raised and their weapons trembling in their hands. At their center loomed the remnants of their siege engines, the tools of their once unchecked domination, now little more than broken monuments to their arrogance. The sound of footsteps, heavy, deliberate, echoed across the battlefield, cutting through the whispers of fear among the Sapien soldiers. Koda emerged from the smoke, his massive frame dark and imposing. His fur was matted with blood and ash, his breath heavy from the endless battles, but his eyes were alight with an unyielding fury. Koda stopped a short distance from the Sapien ranks, his towering presence enough to send ripples of unease through the remaining soldiers. His deep, resonant voice carried over the field. "Goran!" he roared, his words shaking the ground beneath their feet. Your time has come. Step forward and face the judgment of the wild." Goran stepped out from behind his shield wall, his hand resting on the hilt of his longsword. His armor, once pristine, was battered and smeared with dirt and blood. Despite the clear signs of exhaustion, his movements were steady, his gaze unwavering as he met Koda's challenge. "I do not fear you, beast," Goran said, his voice cold and sharp. "You think your kind can outlast us? You think the wild will reclaim what we've taken? You're wrong. Man is relentless. We are the future." Koda snarled, his claws flexing at his sides. "Your future ends here, with you." The two warriors advanced toward each other, the tension between them crackling like a storm about to break. The remaining Sapien soldiers watched in stunned silence, their eyes darting between their leader and the towering cryptid. Even the cryptids who had gathered at the edge of the field paused, their roars and cries fading as they awaited the clash. Goran struck first, his blade flashing in a precise arc aimed at Koda's chest. Koda sidestepped with a speed that belied his size, the blade grazing his fur but leaving no mark. He retaliated with a sweeping backhand, his massive claws slicing through the air. Goran ducked, the force of the swing ruffling his hair as it passed inches above his head. The two clashed with relentless ferocity. Goran moved with the practiced precision of a seasoned warrior, his strikes aimed to exploit Koda's size and perceived slowness. Koda countered with raw power, his blows smashing into Goran's armor with enough force to dent the steel and send the man staggering. The fight surged back and forth, each combatant pushing the other to their limits. Goran managed to land a glancing blow on Koda's side, his blade cutting through fur and flesh to leave a shallow but stinging wound. Koda grunted in pain but pressed on, his fists slamming into Goran's shield and forcing him to his knees. Goran seized the moment, rolling to the side and lunging forward with a thrust aimed at Koda's exposed chest. But Koda caught the blade with his bare hand, the steel biting into his palm but failing to break his grip. With a roar, he wrenched the sword from Goran's grasp and hurled it aside. Now weaponless, Goran lunged at Koda with his fists, his movements fueled by desperation and rage. Koda caught him mid-charge, his massive hands closing around Goran's torso. The Sapien leader struggled, his arms flailing as he tried to break free, but Koda's grip was unyielding. With a guttural snarl, Koda lifted Goran high above his head, the man's armored form dangling helplessly in his grasp. The battlefield fell silent, the soldiers and cryptids alike frozen as they watched the scene unfold. "This is for the rivers you poisoned," Koda growled, his voice thick with fury. "For the forests you burned, for the lives you took." With a mighty roar, Koda brought Goran down across his knee, the sickening crack of breaking bone echoing across the plains. Goran's body went limp, his armor crumpling as he fell to the ground in a lifeless heap. Koda turned, lifting Goran's body in both hands and hurling it toward the Sapien ranks. The lifeless form landed with a heavy thud at the soldier's feet, his shattered armor and vacant eyes a stark reminder of their defeat. As the Sapien forces stood paralyzed by the sight of their fallen leader, a new sound filled the air, a deep, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the earth itself. From the shadows of the far edge of the battlefield, Arendor, the Sasquatch elder, emerged, his imposing form framed by the flickering firelight. He was accompanied by the elves, their small, lithe forms moving with an otherworldly grace. Their eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, and their hands crackled with the energy of ancient magic. They fanned out behind Arendor, their presence amplifying the cryptid's already overwhelming aura. Arendor raised a clawed hand, his voice deep and commanding. "The time has come," he said, his words carrying over the battlefield. "The wild does not forget. It does not forgive." At his signal, the cryptids surged forward in one final, devastating charge. Trolls hurled boulders with unerring accuracy, crushing the remaining siege engines. Sasquatches roared as they tore through the disoriented sapien lines, their claws rending flesh and steel alike. The elves unleashed bursts of magic, their spells creating blinding explosions of light and sound that scattered the already panicked soldiers. The sapien forces, leaderless and overwhelmed, finally broke. Soldiers dropped their weapons and fled in every direction, their disciplined formations dissolving into chaos. The cryptids pursued them for a short distance before halting, their roars of triumph echoing across the plains. Koda stood at the center of the battlefield, his chest heaving as he watched the sapiens scatter into the distance. Behind him, the cryptids began to regroup, their victory tinged with a somber realization of the price they had paid. Arendor approached Koda, his piercing gaze meeting the younger cryptid's eyes. "This is not the end," Arendor said, his voice heavy with wisdom. "They will return. But for now, the land breathes free." Koda nodded, his massive shoulders sagging with exhaustion. "We hold for as long as we can. This is our home, and no one takes it from us." As the first light of dawn broke over the battlefield, the cryptids stood victorious. The sapiens had fallen, their army shattered, and their leader defeated. For now, the wild remained untamed. Chapter 31. The Aftermath of Victory. The battlefield was eerily silent. The once roaring chaos of war had subsided, replaced by the quiet weight of devastation. Smoke curled lazily from the scorched earth, and the faint cries of the wounded punctuated the oppressive stillness. The rising sun cast long shadows over the remains of the battlefield, its golden light illuminating the ruins of both sapien and cryptid forces. Koda stood in the center of the carnage, his massive frame silhouetted against the faint glow of dying embers. His fur was matted with blood and ash, his powerful shoulders sagging with exhaustion. Around him, the cryptids moved slowly, their usual vigor dampened by the heavy realization of their losses. The cryptids began their grim task of gathering the fallen. Sasquatches, their usual roars replaced by somber murmurs, carefully lifted their dead kin, their massive hands surprisingly gentle. Trolls leaned heavily on their clubs, their broad faces streaked with tears as they looked over the broken bodies of their comrades. Even the goblins, usually chaotic and irreverent, moved with uncharacteristic solemnity, their shrill voices hushed as they carried their wounded and mourned their dead. The Neanderthals were among the hardest hit. Their chieftain, a towering figure whose stone axe had cleaved through countless sapien soldiers, now lay lifeless, his body surrounded by the remnants of his kin. Only a handful of Neanderthals remained, their stoic faces betraying the deep sorrow that weighed on them. The mammoths, too, had suffered terribly. Their massive forms lay scattered across the battlefield, their tusks shattered, and their once majestic strength reduced to stillness. Arendor, the Sasquatch elder, stood silently among the fallen. His usually fierce eyes were downcast, his hands clasped in front of him as if in prayer. Around him the small elves he had arrived with moved quietly, their glowing eyes reflecting the grief that hung heavy in the air. Lysindria, her wings battered and her light dimmed, knelt beside the body of a fallen fairy, her hand resting gently on the creature's lifeless form. "We gave everything," she whispered, her voice trembling, "and it still wasn't enough." Koda walked slowly among the dead, his massive feet crushing the charred remnants of what had once been a battlefield. He paused beside a fallen troll, its massive hand still clutching the remnants of a shattered boulder. Further on, he stopped by the body of a Neanderthal warrior, the man's face still frozen in a defiant snarl. "They fought for something greater than themselves," Koda murmured, his deep voice heavy with sorrow. "They gave everything to protect what was ours, and now they are gone." Thalgris, the Yeti commander, approached Koda, his white fur streaked with soot and blood. "We held the plains," Thalgris said, his voice low. "But at what cost?" Koda turned to face him, his piercing eyes meeting Thalgris's weary gaze. "We held," he said, "because we had no other choice. If we hadn't, they would have taken everything. The rivers, the mountains, the skies, all of it." Thalgris nodded slowly, but his expression remained grim. "The Neanderthals, the mammoths, they're nearly gone. I don't know if they'll recover." Koda looked out over the battlefield, his gaze settling on the horizon where the Sapiens had fled. "They will return," he said, his voice filled with a quiet resolve. "And when they do, we'll be ready." For them, this war was about conquest. For us, it's about survival. The surviving cryptids gathered in a clearing at the edge of the battlefield, their numbers shockingly small compared to the vast force that had begun the war. Trolls, Sasquatches, Yetis, fairies, goblins, and the few remaining Neanderthals formed a loose circle, their heads bowed in mourning. Arendor stepped forward, his massive frame seeming to carry the weight of the entire gathering. "We have lost much," he said, his deep voice resonating through the stillness. "Our brothers and sisters, our leaders, our kin. The plains are soaked with their blood, and the mountains echo their cries." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the gathered cryptids. "But their sacrifice was not in vain. We stand here today because of them. We live because they chose to fight, to protect this land and all it holds. Let us honor their memory by ensuring their sacrifice was not forgotten." The cryptids murmured their agreement, their voices a quiet but resolute chorus. Koda stepped forward, his presence commanding attention. "Arendor is right," he said. "We owe them more than words. We owe them a future where the rivers run free, where the forests thrive, and where the skies are ours. We owe them a world worth defending." The cryptids bowed their heads, their collective silence a powerful tribute to the fallen. The wind stirred gently, carrying with it the faint scent of ash and the distant sound of water. Koda closed his eyes, his mind filled with images of those who had fought and fallen beside him. He thought of the Neanderthal chieftain, whose fierce determination had inspired his kin to hold the line. He thought of the trolls, whose strength had turned the tide in countless battles. He thought of the mammoths, whose mighty charge had shattered the sapien ranks. "You will not be forgotten," Koda whispered, his voice barely audible. "Not while I still stand." As the sun climbed higher into the sky, the cryptids began the slow process of rebuilding. The wounded were tended to, and the bodies of the fallen were gathered and laid to rest. The Neanderthals, though diminished, worked tirelessly to carve a massive cairn for their chieftain and the mammoths that had fallen. The trolls assisted, their massive hands moving the stones with care and reverence. Arendor approached Koda as the cairn took shape, his expression thoughtful. "This war is far from over," he said, "but today we have shown that we will not bow to them." Koda nodded, his gaze fixed on the cairn. "Today we survived. Tomorrow we fight for more than survival. We fight for a world where we can thrive." As the day wore on, the cryptids began to disperse, returning to their homes in the forests, rivers, and mountains. Koda stood alone at the edge of the battlefield, his massive frame silhouetted against the setting sun. "This is not the end," he said softly, his voice carrying on the wind. "But it is a beginning. For the wild, for the fallen, for all of us." With one final look at the battlefield, Koda turned and walked away, his steps heavy but determined. Behind him, the cryptids carried the memory of their fallen with them, their resolve unbroken. The wild had endured, and it would endure again. Epilogue: The Whispering Fire. The forest was alive in the stillness of the night. The air was cool, carrying the crisp scent of pine and damp earth, mingling with the faint sweetness of wildflowers hidden in the underbrush. Overhead, the canopy framed a scattering of stars, their light flickering through the gently swaying branches. Somewhere in the distance, the low hum of a stream whispered its timeless song, blending with the faint rustle of leaves stirred by a passing breeze. At the heart of this ancient sanctuary, a fire burned. Its flames licked at the air, casting shadows that danced across the trees. The crackling wood popped intermittently, sending tiny sparks spiraling upward before vanishing into the night. Around the fire lay stones smoothed by age, encircling the flames like silent sentinels. Koda sat beside the fire, his massive form silhouetted against its warm glow. His amber eyes reflected the flickering light, their depths holding memories of ages long past. His fur, streaked with silver in places, shimmered faintly in the firelight. The weight of countless years seemed etched into his broad shoulders, yet his presence carried a quiet strength, as enduring as the earth itself. He leaned forward slightly, one hand resting on his knee while the other traced the edge of a worn piece of wood he held absently. The smell of smoke mingled with the faint resin of the firewood, a scent both grounding and ancient. Koda's voice, deep and resonant, broke the stillness, blending with the soft crackle of the fire. "There was a moment long ago when I thought we had saved them. The Denisovan, the last of them. I saw them escape as their stronghold fell, their small band disappearing into the mountains." He paused, his gaze fixed on the flames. The firelight seemed to dance with the echoes of his memories. "I followed them, watching from a distance as they carved out a life in the caves high above the plains. They were resilient, curious, resourceful. We became friends." A faint smile touched his lips, the expression softening his weathered features. "I would visit them often, bringing them food or stories of the world below. They were kind and strong, a reminder of what once was. His smile faded, replaced by a shadow of sorrow. One year I returned. Their fire had gone cold. Their voices were gone. I found their remains, silent and still. I think it was sickness that took them, something the Sapiens carried, something they had no defense against, and so they became whispers on the wind. Koda's voice dropped lower, the crackling fire filling the pause. Those bones they found in the caves, the ones they called Denisovan, those were my friends, and I remember them. The fire shifted, a log collapsing inward with a hiss of sparks. Koda leaned back slightly, his amber eyes drifting upward to the stars. The Neanderthals followed not long after. They weren't defeated by spears or fire, but by the invisible enemy, diseases carried by the Sapiens. Their strength was unmatched, their spirits fierce, but they couldn't fight what they couldn't see. He sighed, the sound deep and weary. And the mammoths, giants of the earth, gentle and mighty, they were hunted not for survival, but for greed. The herds grew smaller and smaller until, one day, they were gone. Their trumpets silenced forever. The wind stirred the fire, making the shadows leap higher against the surrounding trees. Koda shifted, his hand brushing the ground beside him. The earth hummed faintly beneath his touch, its voice a soft, mournful whisper. After those days we, the cryptids, made a choice. We saw the hunger of man, how it consumed everything it touched. So we disappeared. His gaze swept across the forest as if he could see his kin hidden in the shadows. The fairies wove illusions around their forests. The elves retreated to places no map could find, and the trolls buried themselves deep within the mountains. The goblins sealed their tunnels, and Nixera's waters became veiled in impenetrable mist. Even we, the guardians, stepped into the edges of existence, becoming glimpses, myths, stories whispered in the dark. His voice grew softer, almost wistful. It was our vow to protect what remains by ensuring they never see us again. The fire flared briefly as Koda placed another log into the flames. Its light seemed to reflect something darker in his expression. But even after we disappeared, there were times we returned to hold back the tides of man. One such time was in the lands they now call Anatolia. The Sapiens were building armies, raising cities, spreading their dominion across the land. We ambushed them under cover of night. His eyes glimmered, the firelight casting long shadows on his face. The fairies turned their camps into graves, the goblins buried their monuments beneath the earth, and the elves reshaped the land to swallow their works. Those places, they call them tsepas now, Gobekli Tepe, Karahan Tepe. They think they were temples. They were battlefields. The night grew quieter, the forest seeming to listen as Koda spoke. His voice carried a note of resignation. But nothing can stop the relentless march of man. Not swords, not magic, not even the earth's fury. They march, and the world changes. The wind sighed through the trees, carrying the faint scent of distant rain. Koda turned his gaze back to the fire, his hand resting on the earth once more. Yet the earth has not given up, and neither have I. I remain, walking among the trees, listening to the rivers, guarding what remains. He leaned forward, the firelight catching the deep lines of his face. If you listen closely, you might hear it too. The whispers of the earth, the echo of something forgotten. Look to the forest, to the mountains, to the rivers. You might find a little bit of that magic lingering on the breeze. His lips curved into a faint smile, his amber eyes glinting with something almost mischievous. And if you ever come eye to eye with a guardian, don't be afraid. Just smile, wave, say hello, and carry on. The fire crackled softly as Koda fell silent, his gaze lifting once more to the stars. The forest around him seemed to exhale, its whispers fading into a serene stillness. The campfire burned low, its embers glowing faintly against the encroaching darkness. And somewhere, carried on the wind, the earth's hum lingered, a quiet promise of balance and renewal.